time to brew that cup of coffee or make yourself an evening snack, whatever your region requires at this time of day. We're going to do this for a while, show you some cool videos. We're doing this every week before the weekly final starts, and then we will get into the games. And also a reminder for you guys, part of PGI.S is the S and how seriously PUBG Corp is taking the safety of the people involved, not just the players, but the staff and everyone else. So the players, because of COVID-19, have had to go through extensive precautions, everything from PCR tests before they flew to Korea to 2-week quarantines upon arriving. And since then, they have gone through isolation. You can see them seeing masks on stage. And between changeouts, especially during the weekly survival and stages like that, we're disinfecting. So part of the reason we're doing the pre-show right now, Clover, is the redemption rounds just wrapped up not too long ago, and they wanted to clean out the whole stadium, make everything fresh and clean, so everybody's safe when they come in.
Yeah, the redemption rounds, as you just mentioned, happened, and those spaces are shared. People are kind of coming and going, and we want to keep everybody as safe as possible, not only to keep the players and coaches as healthy as possible, but to keep this event as safe as possible for everyone.
And that is the key. You want to be safe outside the game so that you feel better about being in nonstop terrible danger inside the game, Froz. Because this is, are we hitting that point where the money, people kind of wrote off the first week. It's only $25,000 for first place. It's the smallest of the series. Do you agree with that? Do you think it gets real now, or how do the players look at it?
It's been real from day one since we started the ranking games. It doesn't matter if it's small money now and bigger money later. It's all about getting that momentum going, getting to know the teams. And if you start winning games, if you start playing good, you know that you're going to have the upper hand and you can start inventing new stuff instead of trying to chase up to the others.
Now, here's an interesting point to that. I agree, because to me, any pro out there is going to tell you we are trying to win from like day one, right? Like every day, every game, every point matters. Except apparently Na'Vi, Clover. We saw that strange sort of substitution earlier this week. Toby asked the manager and she said, we're just trying stuff while it's not as heavy. Like, we're just trying some subs. We're going to see what works. Is that, I don't know, is that normal? Is that something you'd recommend? I want to get both of your opinions on this.
I think so. We're starting to see a couple of teams play around with pulling players in and out this week. We're still early on. The money's only going to keep growing as we go further into the event. So if you're trying things new, if you're kind of dipping your toes into something that you're not quite sure of, now is a really great time to do so, because you're still going to have more opportunities to grow from that moving forward.
Froz, what do you think about that?
Well, looking at it from the start, before the tournament started, I was also debating about, okay, what is the best thing? Do you want to play with your sub players in the start, maybe in the ranking games, but it might have a big effect on you over the whole run of the tournament. But at the same time, you might want to have those sub players ready. That means by playing with them, during official games. So it's kind of both sides of the coins. It all depends on what your team is feeling, what the players are feeling, and what your plan is for the overall tournament.
Well, you brought up how the players are feeling. We got a fun video that's talking to two specific players, two, in my opinion, of the best from their respective regions, in a segment we call Rivals.
어떤 선수 기다리는지도 아시나요? 아, 당연히 뭐 알 것 같아요.
Do you know the reason for you to be here today?
I probably will talk with some player. I have few options. Could be Theo, could be Tiggleton, because they both have like really good players. Last year, he was like the best player, I think. And this year, I think I'll be the best. Hey.
Hello.
Hello. Remember this?
일단은 네이션스컵 때 아마 우버가 킬이 1등이고 제가 킬이 2등이었을 거예요. 그때 제가 1등, 2등 다투다가 제가 이제 순위도 1등, 2등 다투다가 역전당해가지고 이렇게 막 PC 때도 많이 위아래에서 엮이고 그렇게 하다 보니까 좀 이렇게 라이브 구도가 형성된 것 같아요.
Yeah, I think so as well, because it's based on our last performance last year. Like he was like the best at his region, I was the best at mine, and showed like really good results. So yeah, that's why we're here. I mean, like first in like when we played PNC as Team Russia, and like in Team Russia we were talking like, hey, if you kill PU, like they're really good, you know, had to kill him. Like we counted like whoever killed him most time, first time in the other media, and now yeah, he's a happy guy.
게임에서 만났을 때는 약간 무서운 형일 것 같았는데 막상 만나보면 착하고 조금 조용한 스타일의 좀 친근감 있는 그런 사람인 것 같아요.
I mean, I think he like does a lot for his team, like as a unit. He's like, he takes a lot of space and like not afraid to take a risk and when he feels like when he can get a kill or so, and I respect it.
영국 선수들이 맥을 못 줍니다. 어마어마합니다.
땡큐. 일단 총을 좀 많이 잘 쐈던 것 같고 의식하고 하는지 모르겠는데 약간 진짜 혼자서도 그냥 과감하게 나와서 적을 죽이고 많은 피해를 입히는 플레이를 많이 잘하는 것 같아요.
Inside the building, but at what cost? All right, Uba trying to defend. There's a nice spray with that AK. Is he going to get another one? No. He only has one point, but they're all down.
Why everyone prefers SLR to Mini in here?
뭔지 알 것 같아요. 거짓말 안 해도 데미지 때문에 그냥.
It will be just too easy for me to play with SLR, so it's like more damage. Like imagine how many kills can I get with SLR, so that's why I'm using Mini.
살짝 걱정되긴 하네요. 쏜다고 그러면. 그래도 질 자신은 없는 것 같아요.
Alright, we'll see. They're gonna need like all 4 of these to win a fight.
오케이.
Question solved for each other.
Maybe later.
So we have the drawing time for you guys. So we have prepared an opportunity for you guys to actually see each other's face and draw each other's face.
그림 실력이 좀 그런데. 괜찮으려나? 아니 이거 맞나 모르겠네. 제가 그림을 진짜 못 그리는데.
That's bad.
보여주면 실망할 것 같은데? 나 이거 어떡하지? 다시 그리면 안 되죠? 아니 근데 도저히 보여주면 안 됩니다. 진짜 그거. 아니 다시 그려도 망한 것 같아. 됐습니다. 아, 이거 맞나 모르겠네. 미안해지는데?
Can I say I'm sorry, just in case?
자 이제 한 명씩 공개를 하겠습니다.
원래 이게 올백인데 어떻게 그릴 방법이 없어요. 이마를 그리기도 힘들어가지고 참 머리 스타일이 그리기 힘든 머리 스타일인 것 같아요. 잘 그렸는데 나보다?
Explanation to your drawing.
That's a PO, he's greedy for kills, and like, he's just trying to do some stuff.
For the drawing, I see that the eyes are red. He has a red eye.
Yeah.
Is that the point that you want to make?
Yeah, it's just he's like, he wants to kill everyone, I think.
What's the message that you wrote down?
No, he just signed, that's it. Just in case he wants to have it somewhere. This one is expensive. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whenever I stream, just behind the webcam.
잘 보관하실 거죠?
네?
잘 보관하실 거죠?
팔려고요.
Oh.
비록 통역이 있어야 이제 말이 통하지만 재밌게 해주고 좋은 그림도 그려주고 좋은 시간이 된 것 같아요.
It was fun, for me at least. I mean, at least now I know that I am a better drawer than he is. Yeah, I enjoyed this time.
Okay, thank you for your time today, and we'll take a photograph together.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, check a Sotheby's near you to see if you can get your hands on one of those two beautiful drawings that I'm sure will be going for millions and millions of dollars. Welcome back. That was a little bit of fun. And honestly, guys, Froz, that was like two legends in kind of a goofy segment. Like at the start of this event, they asked us to write down our dream teams. And I would be hard pressed to say that at least 50% of the talent team probably doesn't have both of those. I know I have Uba and PO on my dream team. And to see two heavy hitters like that kind of goofing off was really fun.
Yeah, we saw, of course, a lot of the how they go head-to-head in PNC and PGC, all that kind of stuff. But in the end, like, you could see the camaraderie between them when we're outside the battlefield. And that's like something that is such a big thing here in the PUBG community, I feel like. It's always kind of like that feeling outside the battlefield. Everyone's kind of friends, but once we get into the game, it's all about killing each other. And it's quite funny, but it's quite nice to see how they captured all that in that video there.
It is. I mean, you bring up something. There's some uniquenesses about PUBG esports. One is the community, right? This idea that since day one, instead of two teams showing up at their scheduled game time like most esports, everyone playing has to show up at the same time every day to sort of play over and over and over again. So it builds this like friendship despite yourself almost to a certain extent, which is very, very cool. Same with the scrims, right? Like, Clover, they're not planning scrims like you traditionally would in other esports where like, hey, we'll meet this other team on Saturday afternoon. It's a scheduled time, it's a scheduled place, and all of the teams are showing up for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the beautiful things about Battle Royale is the fact that it is a lot more teams and players in each game, and building these budding communities, something that we've been really kind of, I guess, pleased to watch grow. And when we go to the global stage, it's a good shakeup because a lot of times for some of these guys, they don't get much experience outside their own region, like we just saw again there with Pio and Uba.
Yeah. And, you know, we talked about the uniqueness of the community, which I think is very, very cool and makes LAN events awesome. Froz, another unique thing that's been getting a lot of talking about this week is it's not just about perfect execution every time. In other esports, we may see the same flash or the same smoke or the same push on B, and it's all about how well you execute the exact line for perfection. PUBG is about adjusting sometimes when the luck's not in your favor, when things don't work out for you. It's kind of about overcoming. What is it about this unique aspect of PUBG esports that draws you to it?
I mean, it's all about this, right? It's all about the adjusting, the adapting. It's not always set in script, okay, this is what's going to happen. Every game is different in terms of the circle, what kind of gear you have, what enemies you're going to be facing, where they're going to be. Never is it all the same. So that's what makes it so interesting overall, and that's what draws me into it every time, because you see new stuff happening. You see teams overcome new obstacles with new kind of tactics to actually, take it on, and it's just amazing to see.
Overcome obstacles, it forces us to see things from a new perspective, and sometimes creates incredible moments and fights that you may never see otherwise because teams are really having their feet put to the fire. So we've collected 5 of the best plays from the week for you guys. Let's take a look at them right now.
All right, starting off, we have Africa Freaks versus Sonics here, and Africa Freaks was actually breaching into Sonics building. I feel like Sonics was playing this really well. They did not get forced on the top floor. They went down to try to take the fight, but look at EJ's spot here, how he's holding from underneath the staircase. Knowing that he has the cover, he also has the backup from the other guys that can cover him from the backside if needed, but he takes care of everything by himself, just like that. Easy and done.
And elsewhere, you know, once again, Afrika is on this list, and this drive-by with the COD onto Oath was so incredibly proactive. I mean, Afrika really looked for great opportunities to kill, and as you can kind of see on the mini-map there, the rest of Oath was a little bit pinned down by Gen G, so by Afrika not only taking out both these players from Oath, they were able to kind of double back and play this dip off the additional hardcover that was created.
This was a nice try from FaZe here, but look at Xavier's position here. Being outside, he was already ready for this breach, making sure that he was going to hold this angle. That was the only dead angle. If you look at it, the other 3 on his team, they're on the other side, making sure they're covering all the other angles. But Xavier standing there, having those peaks on face gun, that thought they were gonna come in there totally safe. That was the whole key to take them down.
And here we go as well. Now this 3v3 onto Team Liquid with one little player from Infantry else hiding. You can see Team Liquid has really tried to set themselves up. They're Clib hanging back behind the crepe. Afrika using what little bit of high ground. You can kind of call this high ground to their advantage. Hikari, though, spotting out Clib was a really big thing here. So they can kind of turn, focus their attention, clearing out the rest of Team Liquid. And of course, still needing to spot that last player of Infantry. But Hansio, once again, really great control. And that was a great win for them as well.
We've seen it before on the global stage, a 4-nade kill. Once again, it was 4 a.m., but look at how they were pretty much herding infantry together, using those smokes and those Molotovs, make sure that they would be pushed together. And then just launch 1 nade. That's all it takes. 1 nade to get 4 kills, just like that.
Dream scenario, because if it's a big nade, it's got to be 4 angry men, because you can't have 4 angry men. I guess they make 4 angry men, right? IFTY was miserable after that. We saw them do it at the Face It event. This is not uncommon for those guys. Now, I was going to ask you, what was your favorite moment of the week? But I'm going to assume, like me, it was that 4-man nade that just absolutely was fun to watch. You know, I'll ask just in case. Clover, what was your favorite moment from the week?
I mean, I do love a really good nade, but I think the flashy drive-bys that we're starting to see from a lot of these different teams in various scenarios are kind of bringing out the fun of PUBG. Is what makes it so interesting and enjoyable to watch.
Froz, do you have a favorite?
I think it would be several favorite moments. It's actually seeing all the new teams coming into the weekly final. Nice to see that they finally get themselves their first wins and getting that on board and getting into the weekly finals. That's what was most exciting for me in the last week. Or the past.
Now, things are a little bit different in 2021. 2020, as we all know, was kind of a crazy year. The PCS series was exclusively online. That said, we managed to change it up a little bit for this event. Players are on site for the most part for the first time in a while, and that seems to be having an impact on some of these teams, Clover.
It has. In fact, you know, Team Liquid kind of shared a little bit this week about how much work it's been. You know, it's constantly playing, they're constantly scrimming. When they're not in matches, they're practicing, and when they're not doing that, oftentimes they've got media. And so for a lot of these teams in the weekly survival series, one of the biggest things that they kind of look forward to is getting that chicken dinner early so they can have a little bit of downtime and focus on themselves before coming into this weekend.
Froz, I know that you have extensive LAN experience, and you played prior to your first attending of a LAN. You played online. What was it like when you arrived at your first ever LAN and saw everything else that goes on besides just 4 players at a computer?
You know, there's so much that is behind the scenes that you don't really see, that it's kind of hard to like take in everything at the same time. You like walking through the halls, you like trying to figure out, okay, what people are saying new kind of terms, like, oh, this is your green room, this is your blah, 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 blah. And you're like, okay, well, how do I remember all of this? Like, it's a lot to take in at once, but it's a great experience. And it's, I gotta say, the first time we had a PUBG LAN was basically IM Oakland, which was the first time we had kind of a global stage on the western side. And a lot of us had known each other for like 2 years. We met each other for the first time in real life. So it was a big thing overall.
It was, and to help you guys see a little bit more of what it's like to attend an event like this, we've asked PUBG Man to stop by, try out a few different jobs, and explore the facilities. So let's go to him now and see what he's put together.
Long time no see. So, what's my mission for today?
저희 가시면 만나실 분 있어요.
Okay, my new employee.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Annie from PUBG, and I've seen that first mission is PUBG Man. It was really great. Thank you.
Sure?
Today it's a final rehearsal of PGI.S, so we have a lot of work to do inside.
A lot of work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
So shall we go inside?
Sure, let's go.
So we have a lot of quarantine procedure going in. So you have to show him that you're negative in COVID test, and also I will too.
The place is very strict for the quarantine process.
Yeah, so it's like we have all the global PUBG pro players here gathered around, and we are really taking extra care about this quarantine procedure so that every player and our staffs can work in a very safe environment. Why don't you go first?
Sure.
Okay, so this is it for me just for now.
That's why you should help me.
Okay, good luck.
Good luck. I'm ready. Let's go. Very excited to see the actual stage. Woohoo! Woohoo! I'm pretty sure there's a... Wow, look at this! There's actual stairs to get up at the stage. Wow! The team has their own booth. It's amazing. It's great. Let's go all the way upstairs. Let's see, let's see. Let's see the view, the master view. This team will be scared, actually. Whoa! Hello, PUBG people. Hi. Ever be a team 16? Huh? 내려오라고요? Okay. I'm kind of nervous. I'm staff. Bro, I'm staff.
어떻게 오셨어요?
네?
어떻게 오셨어요?
펍지 밴으로 왔는데요.
아, 그럼 일하시러 오신
일하러 온 거죠.
화이트 밸런스 보고 있는데
네.
판이라도 좀 들고 계시면은
아, 그런 업무인가요? Yes. 제가 또 해야 할 게 있을까요?
카메라가 80대 넘게 있어서 이걸 다 맞춰주시면 되고요.
80대요?
아마 오는 시간이 다 갈 거고 빨리 이동해 주세요.
예. 휴.
여기서부터 여기까지 끝까지 읽으시면 됩니다.
PUBG Global Invitational S Weekly Survival 경기로 인사드립니다. e스포츠 이벤트 행사에 저 역시 Weekly Survival 1주차 지금부터 시작합니다. 오.
너무 잘하시죠. 이제 나오셔도 돼요.
오. Here I come, PUBG man. Good VR. Wow. This is where the staff works. It actually looks like a PUBG map. And how they write in a graffiti style. I like it. PUBG. Main control room. Seems pretty serious here. Wow, look at the cameras, monitors. 피디님, 반갑습니다. 도와드릴 게 있을까요?
저희 지금 리허설 들어가야 돼가지고요. 혹시
네.
그러면 VCR 재생 좀 제가 큐 드릴게요. 가서 인터컴 먼저 차세요.
네. I got a job. 인터컴이 뭐죠?
요거를 치셔야 됩니다.
오.
네, PD랑 PD콜을 이제 받을 수 있는 거고요.
오.
9, 8, 7 이렇게 말씀을 주셔야 돼요. 모두 이제 스태프들이 다 스탠바이를 할 수 있기 때문에
굉장히 중요한.
엄청 중요하죠.
15초 남았는데 35 이러면.
준비되셨나요?
네, ready.
네, MC 멘트 큐.
오늘이 함께하는 도시락 게이밍의 시작 PGI.S 위클리 서바이벌 플리스로 인사드립니다. 안녕하세요. 진해명 같은 이현경이고요. 오늘 저와 함께 하실 두 분이죠. 모릭스.
VCR 스탠바이.
스탠바이.
VCR 인.
13, 12, 10.
카메라 10 스탠바이.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
10.
1.
Dissolve. 네. 4 갔다가 6 가겠습니다. 4 스탠바이.
감사합니다.
네.
잘했나요?
네, 잘하셨습니다.
I'm the PUBG man, huh? Okay, I'm done with the first job. Anything else? I'm ready for the next job.
안녕하십니까.
반갑습니다.
네,
이건 뭐죠?
이거는 AR이라고 하는 기술을 저희가
오.
PGI.S 무대에 적용해 놓은 거고요. 가상의 그래픽들을 넣어서 증강 형식을 구현해내는 기술이라고 보시면 됩니다.
네.
카메라로 한번 직접 테스트를 해보시면 돼요.
좋습니다. 오, 비싼 거 아닌가요?
2억, 3억 정도 하는.
손대지 않겠습니다. 오, 트래킹이 되네요?
네, 트래킹이 되는 거죠. 트래킹이.
오, 되게 디테일한데요?
보급 상자에 연기도 나고 있고.
진짜 같아. 제 얼굴도 넣어주실 수 있나요?
그건 안 됩니다.
그쵸?
하늘에서 돈이 떨어질 겁니다.
에이. 우와! 우와! 이게 어떻게 되죠? 와! 오! 와! 개 신기해. 위너 치킨 디너.
옵저버 체험하신다 그래가지고 먼저 간단하게 설명을 드릴게요.
네.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6가 있고 총 10개 하면 이제 조합해서 방송에 나가는 거거든요. 주 담당은 1인칭이에요. 선수 플레이어 뷰.
제가 너무 잘하면 어떡하죠 오늘?
그때는 제가 스컷을 고려해볼게요.
와우. 시급이 좀 센 편인가요 여기? 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
제 사수님이신가요?
네, 안녕하세요.
반갑습니다.
기본적인 키를 이제 뭐 사전 준비를 가르쳐 드릴게요. 엑스레이 기능이라고 해가지고 이제 벽 뒤나 이제 제가 1인칭 시점에서 누구를 봤을 때 같은 느낌이죠. 네, 그 상대방이 어디인지 볼 수 있어요. 궤적이라 하면은 총을 쐈을 때 궤적이 왔다 갔다 할 거 아니에요.
그렇죠.
이것도 온오프 기능이고요. 이제 무기 UI가 캐릭터가 어떤 무기를 주는지에 따라서 위에 나와 있어요. 추가적으로 이제 시프트 그 궤적에 대한 두께, 컨트롤 숫자 1, 2, 3, 4만 눌러도 그 선수한테 가지는 이 팀 색깔에 맞춰서 이제 그 색깔이 적용이 되는데 이해하셨나요?
네.
그리고 가장 중요한 거, 내 화면이 방송에 나가고 있다. 이거를 알기 위해서는 여기 보면은 이거를 보면 여기 빨간색 불이 들어와요. 만약에 들어왔다. 그럼 이제 내 화면이 나가고 있는 거예요.
생방송처럼 해볼게. 하나, 둘, 셋, 화이팅!
화이팅! 이런 거 안 하죠 원래? 너무 어색하다 다들. 옵저버 화이팅!
8번이야.
20초야.
6세트 백크가 5야. 원컷. 상대팀 2가 잡고 있니?
제가 리퀴드랑 친하거든요. 제가 얘네 다 먹이고 키우고 했어요.
밀려간다. VP 3지? 3 쓰니까 2는 누구 잡고 있니?
15초야.
색깔이 다른데 팀 리퀴드인데?
치킨도 사주고.
투 대기에.
더치페이 하려는데 돈을 안 보내.
투야. 총주순애 누구야? 총주순애. 야, 장난하냐? 야, 1, 2, 3 니네 같이 멍 때리고 뭐해?
괜찮습니다. 보는 사람 입장에서 어지러울 수 있어요.
1인칭 찾아. 1인칭. 원이야? 원 갈게. 원컷. 2 나머지 팀원들 찾아줘.
네. 2 잡았습니다.
네, 잡았습니다.
2 컷.
나오고 있는 거예요 지금.
오케이.
불 들어왔죠?
네.
2 내려오면 얘기해줘.
내려올 때 왜 말씀해달래요.
좋습니다.
2 나왔지?
2 나왔어. 2 나왔어.
2 대기야. 2. 네 화면이야. 네 화면.
말하면 안 되는군요.
2야 2.
나오는
안에 원 있고.
자기 화면이 나올 때 좀 뿌듯하겠네요.
또 어디를 쌀 것 같아요? 찾아내봐.
얘네 뭔가 싸울 것 같지 않습니까? 총 쏘는데.
네, 가면 되게.
쏴요 2.
2야.
네, 나오고 있어요. 지금.
오케이.
위치 모르는.
한시아가 아는 것 같은데? 위치? 2 계속 가야겠다. 2 기다려.
담원 2.
오케이 외치는 거 같아요. 투예요.
사타우 2. 멀리 쏴요. 곧 팀 리퀴드 싸워요.
네.
투야. 투야. 쓰리, 투야.
맞겠다.
와우.
저희가 잡은 게 마지막에 나갔네요.
와. 재밌다.
옆에
팀장님.
사수가 있어서 이제 처음 하는 것 치고는
잘했나요?
네, 잘하셨습니다.
사실
한 번 실수했던 것 같은데 한 번?
그건 사수 탓입니다.
아 그래요?
하고 싶다고 하셨잖아요.
나머지 잘한 것도 패스했는데.
옵저버 막 빨리 못 잡는다 이러는 사람들 있잖아요. 안 쳐봐야 이건 못 잡는다. 이제 옵저버를 존경스럽게 생각할 것 같습니다. Yo, what's up?
확인해보도록 하겠습니다.
How you doing? Missed you, bro. Missed you. Hey, what's up? I actually practiced Observer today.
Oh, yeah?
And like I followed Team Liquid.
Oh,
I
really?
did like for like 1 hour. You guys were awesome. All right, thank you. Have a great day.
All right.
Have a great day. See ya. I hope you win. Actually,
I hope you win.
I hope so too.
Yep. Woo-hoo.
Okay.
Now you're here.
I'm busy too, man.
You gave me so much work.
Well, I heard that you did a really great job inside there in rehearsal, Q.
Of course.
Yeah, you did a great job, so we could finish this rehearsal very well.
Yep.
Thanks.
Finally. I never knew like there's a lot of staff, a lot of people working on the backside. It was a great opportunity. Loved it. Thank you so much.
Your mission's over.
You sure?
Of course.
Oh.
I'm going. Good luck.
PGI.S. 바이바이. 기대 많이 해주십시오. 전 갑니다. 아우 힘들어. 감독 되게 피곤해 보이시네요.
아닙니다. 행복하게 일하세요.
화이팅! 피곤함 좀 들어가 주무세요. 다크서클 여기까지 내려왔어요.
Thank you so much for touring Quadrup. That was awesome. And you know what? That observer segment hit me right in the feels. I remember the old days of observing. It's amazing how big the teams have gotten in Frost. What blows my mind when you watch that is I've been at events where people like Ansvar and Wilhelm are doing that entirely by themselves.
Yeah, it's well, sometimes it's easy with fewer, sometimes it's way harder with more as well, because you're gonna have more chaotic people. Are gonna be screaming action on 5, 5 is about to fight, and so on. So there's a lot to take in, and yeah, it's real well done by the observing team so far here in PGI.S, and I think they're gonna keep it up as well.
Clover, it seems like PUBG, it's not just about coordination on the field for the teams, but there are teams behind the scenes whose coordination is incredibly important. It was kind of cool to see that.
Absolutely. I mean, all the work that people are putting on, both in the studio out there in Korea and obviously for all of us at home here, has made this event just as exciting to see the behind the scenes.
All right, so Pick'em Challenge is going on right now. I got to ask you both, who did you pick to come out in the #1 position for this weekly final? Clover?
Ooh, on the spot.
You should have put your Pick'em in already.
I did. I picked 2 this week. I picked both Shoot to Kill and Team Liquid because I just really liked how they're looking right now.
Cool. Froz, who'd you put your tickets on?
Look, I did a curveball, just like always. Multi-Circle Gaming, they're coming back.
Okay. I put my ticket on STK. Let's call a spade, and a bias, I guess. But that's my ticket. I'm allowed to do that. That said, guys, I hope that you are putting your tickets on the line to get your esport points so that you can get some cool swag. Here's a little bit of information on exactly how those pick'ems work.
Hey guys, the second week PGI.S's Pick'em Challenge has finally begun. If you haven't checked it out yet, the Pick'em Challenge is a great way to level up your PGI.S experience. There's always one surprise after another, with unexpected teams coming out on top or showing some amazing skills. That means that the prize ranking, which determines the winner, is always going to change every week. Which basically means that we can expect some exciting changes in ranking this week as well. As of February 15th, the team that ranked first place in prize money was Afrika Freaks from Korea. They've won $25,000 from the weekly series and received $22,045 from the crowdfunding in total. That team has obtained $47,045 so far. But everything changed during the second week of the weekly Survivor, where Shoot to Kill fought their way to first place. Do you know how the team that placed second last week, Shoot to Kill, made it to first place by any chance? Well, in the first round, Shoot to Kill obtained $10,000 from winning the chicken dinner. In the seventh round, Afrika Freaks obtained $1,000 by winning another chicken dinner there. And that's how Shoot to Kill turned the tables and ranked up to first place. Alright, let's check the status of the Pick'em Challenge for Week 2. It will be choosing a team that you think will win a chicken dinner in the 10-match weekly final. As of midnight on February 19th, a total of 234,232 of you have participated in the weekly Chicken Winner Pick'em Challenge. Let's see who will win the chicken dinner for this week's weekly final. Want to look at the votes for the weekly chicken winner? As of February 19th, 4 a.m. is standing tall in first place with a total of 55,381 votes. That's about 23.6% of the total votes. 4 a.m.'s marksmanship definitely stood out in the Week 2 weekly survival, which meant that everyone had even higher expectations. I think it's safe to say that 4 a.m. has lived up to the hype by winning 9 matches of chicken dinner and advancing to the finals. Coming in strong at third place is Shoot to Kill. On February 15th, only about 1,322 of you had voted for Shoot to Kill, which was only about 3% of the vote. However, as time passed, more and more people have been attracted by Shoot to Kill's incredible performances. Maybe it's because they got that chicken dinner in the weekly survival. On February 19th at midnight, Shoot to Kill's votes had skyrocketed to 37,716. That's 16.1% of your total votes and ranks them in third place after 4 a.m. and Sonics. And the votes are only going to go up, even right now. You know that if your prediction is correct, you can earn 25,000 EP, right? So if you voted for 10 teams and all 10 of those teams win chicken dinners, you'd be able to earn a total of 250,000 EP. So, should we check out the weekly finals top 4? The total vote counts as many as 670,687 votes. Which team do you think 670,000 people expected to be in the top 4? Coming in first was 4 a.m. Second was Sonics, third was Shoot to Kill, and fourth was Gen G. 4 a.m. has almost 21% of the total votes. That means almost 140,000 people thought 4 a.m. would advance to the weekly final. Since they placed third in the last weekly final, I think it's fair to expect an even higher ranking in the weekly final this week. The first team to win chicken dinner was Shoot to Kill in the weekly survival for Week 2. Shoot to Kill, who placed 7th as of February 15th, came in 3rd place and had an incredible impact in that match. I am so excited to see their performance in this upcoming weekly final. Unfortunately, the ranking for Gen G is slightly declining. As of midnight on February 15th, Gen G was in 2nd place, but currently they've fallen to 4th. But it's totally reasonable to look forward to them in this upcoming weekly final. Yanba, who have been competing for the landmark Jorga Pole, have been eliminated from the weekly final, and Furia, who also use Jorga Pole as their landmark, have been eliminated. So surely Gen G is even stronger since they can farm more safely early on. The team that showed the biggest change during the second week of the weekly final prediction event was the Afrika Freaks. Last week, they were in 19th place, which means that their impact was huge in the second week's matches. On the other hand, Damwon Kia have fallen 10 ranks from 1st place to 11th during the first week. And during the second week's weekly survivor, they have lost their way to the finals. It's fair to say that Damwon Kia players will need to show some improvement in the future. It's nice to support the teams that have been voted the most by the majority, but don't you think that watching the match to check out the team spirit and how they're performing is the most important thing? So many teams were active in the second week's weekly survival. I know you guys all want to find out who's going to win, right? Well, wait no longer. Let me tell you the winning contenders. During the first week of weekly survival, Shoot to Kill have advanced to the weekly final in just 4 matches. In the second week, they showed off even higher potential. Shoot to Kill did not miss the chance to occupy an advantage towards the end of the first match. The team masterfully utilized their surroundings to take out FaZe Clan. Lastly, they got rid of the remaining teams Oath and Balefrost and became the first team to advance to the weekly final. They definitely lived up to their name, as they had the most kills. Among the team, Luke 12 scored 4 kills. Even in the weekly final, SCK is still the most likely team to put up the most kills. Once again, Gen G is the first Korean team to advance to the weekly final. Boasting strong firepower from the very start of the game, Gen G is a strong contender for winning. However, during the second half of the game, there were more moments where the team's strategy fell off earlier than expected because they couldn't escape from the difficult locations they selected. So they placed 5th in match 1 and 10th in match 2. They have really suffered from dropping ranks. But you know Gen G isn't going to back down without a fight, right? When the blue zone shrunk in favor of Gen G, Pio took out infantry and came one step closer to the win. Amazing shots from an Onyx played a crucial role in winning. With 733 damage, that type of performance led Gen G all the way to the weekly final. Multi-Circle Gaming, who placed 32nd in the ranked decision match, finally advanced to weekly survival week 1. Because they were bottom 16, their weekly survival week 1 chances seemed to have gone up in flames. However, during week 1 of the bottom 16 ranking determination match, the team placed 4th and advanced to the week 2 weekly survival match 5 for the first time. Since this is their first time to enter the weekly survival, they really used their struggles for motivation to become even more determined. Multi-Circle Gaming's performance has exploded once they have made it to the top 3. With Oath and Detonation Gaming White's engagements, the situation only played out in favor of Multi-Circle Gaming. In a breathtaking situation, the only player remaining was Malofo from Detonation Gaming White. In the end, Multi-Circle Gaming took out Malofo and won the chicken dinner. They were able to advance to the weekly final on their very first try in the weekly survival match. Afrika Freaks were the champions of weekly final week 1. However, Afrika Freaks continued to place lower and lower because they suffered from lost team strategy during the beginning of each match. They really woke up during match 7 though. The Afrika Freaks took out Jayers from Attack All Around, who rolled up on them in a car, and also eliminated FaZe Clan's Gustav and 8C, who were hiding in the smokes. During Phase 9, with smokes in between, Akkad the God wiped out TSM with some insane shots and won chicken dinner at the end. Akkad led the team to the win and scored 8 kills, put up 1,325 damage by himself. Aren't you guys excited to see the Afrika Freaks' aggressive plays during this weekly final? There was a team that showed some outstanding strategies during weekly survival week 2. And that team is Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro have attempted the concept of moving along, which no other team has really been able to execute. Not once, but twice, the team members moved side by side. Although they were unable to get the chicken dinner, that's quite a high rank, don't you think? They placed top 2 by gaining an advantageous position during match 13, so it was worth hoping for their win. Because they were so close to winning chicken dinner, they kept a wide angle and looked out for Battlegrounds United Esports. After a breathtaking fight, they were able to take over and win a chicken dinner. Out of the 11 kills, Spyro scored 4 kills, which helped tremendously towards the win. For that, they were able to enter the weekly final for 2 consecutive weeks. There's a team that have been suffering from being just outside the threshold of winning. Battlegrounds United Esports could not escape from placing second. So in match 14, the team was even more careful and serious in planning their game strategy to improve their ranking. However, when there were only 5 teams remaining, only Canaxi was left from Battlegrounds United Esports, so their chance of winning was almost impossible. But Canaxi was a one-man army in that game and even took out Furia. They made it to top 2 this time as well, but their positioning was not very favorable. However, they moved from smoke to smoke and focused on unforeseen spaces from Division X Gaming to win the chicken dinner. Battlegrounds United Esports have finally escaped the nightmare of being second place. Canaxi came up huge, scoring 6 kills. Do you think the team will be able to wake up from their nightmare of being second place in the weekly final too? I can't wait to find out. So, have you picked a team yet? I hope so, because it's time to vote for which team you're going to support. And don't forget, your Pick'em Challenge votes are due by Saturday, 7 p.m. Korea Standard Time every week. The team you vote for could be the final winner out of the 16 total teams during the weekly final. So don't forget to use your vote if you have one. Deal?
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal, too.
Welcome back. The pre-show is done. The players are getting ready, and everyone's going to have some fun as the weekly final, the second week, kicks off in just a few more minutes. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Clover and Froz once again on the desk as we wrap up a week of awesome. Let's talk about what happened to get to this point so far, Clover. Weekly Survivor Series.
You know, this week two, for the week two, excuse me, was really interesting because it was the second time that everybody kind of really got their hands at this format. We saw a lot of adjustment for teams playing to get those chicken dinners and kind of altered their play style to get here, of course, as we saw the 16 teams finally get the wins to make it to this weekend.
And there is some challenges associated with that, Froz. We saw in the previous week, Digital Athletics grinded it out for all 16 games, never got through, struggled in the sort of reseeding or the redemption rounds. I think there's a lot to say about the exhaustion that teams are going through, especially if they have to play all 16 to make it to the weekly final.
100%, and also you gotta take into consideration DA is one of the new teams coming into the global stage here. Never played on it before. They had a lot of take-in terms of playing against all these new teams, their kind of play styles. But that goes to some of the teams that is here in the weekly finals as well. One of those teams, Zenit, for example, they're coming in here without any experience as well on the global stage. But they're here. They're gonna be playing the weekly finals with us.
We'll probably come back to this because I do want to ask a few questions about sort of mentality and the struggle of, say, being VP who played every game and then seeing Multi-Circle Gaming getting through on their first match, and then you have to go right back to trying to get your chicken dinner. But first, I want to look at the standings, get an idea who's playing today, and then maybe a few other statistics and things of that nature. So let's pull it up, take a look at the standings right now. Obviously, no points on the board, but there is a validity to looking at the rankings, Froz and Clover, because Clover, this is how they got through.
Yeah, you just Shoot to Kill, Team Liquid, Gen G. These are the teams that have played the least this week, and that they were very quick to get through. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're coming in by any means not warmed up at all. In fact, you kind of pointed out, Virtus Pro did play quite a lot this week before qualifying. So I would hope, if anything, that they're just ready to prove that, hey, I can take the top 4 this weekend.
So right now, I believe, Froz, there's 2 European teams represented in this standings as you look at it. Almost all of North America got through. Does that mean that NA is stronger than EU?
Well, we do have 3 NA teams and we do have 3 EU teams, so it's kind of equal. But in terms of who's making it through for 1 week, I wouldn't say anyone's stronger right now. If anything, SCK looks really great. We've seen them grabbing money every time it's possible. They qualify in the first game with glance as well. It wasn't like just a fluke that they just qualified or something. You can compare that to MCG coming in first game. They won in the first one too, but only with 4 kills.
I just had to take a chance to troll you a little bit while we've got even numbers because you did get more invites to this event. Let's take a look at the schedule so you guys know what's going on. 5 games kicking off, 2 to start on Miramar and then 3 on Erangel. So as you can see, we are minutes away from kicking this thing off. Clover, starting on Miramar, do you think that gives any specific teams an advantage?
There are some teams that are very Miramar focused, and I think it's oftentimes we like to say that there's advantage. Now that we're kind of looking away from chicken dinner, we want to see teams that are going to bring out kills, play these areas, and sometimes the really hard, difficult rotations that we do sometimes see. Me personally, I'm really excited to see Ensign VP here on Miramar. I think that that's one of the places that we've seen them perform a little bit better here in this series.
So you brought me back to that VP point I wanted to ask you about, Froz. This idea that you got to play a lot of games to get through sometimes. Do you think that has carryover impact on teams like VP or Oath, for instance, that played, or Buriram, who played so many games and kept seeing teams like Multi-Circle Gaming coming in and winning very quickly and then having to go back and do it again? Do you think that there's carryover to the weekly finals from that fatigue?
I mean, as a team, you got to look from a positive side. You playing more games mean that you got more practice, means that you should be more prepared. But in the meanwhile, we also know that some of the teams got a little bit annoyed over them playing so many games, but weren't really able to close it down. They always got that second, the third place, but never that first, never the chicken dinner to make it through. And it is a struggle. If you time after time after time get that second and third place, you're going to be mentally exhausted. But coming in here, hopefully they've reset their mindset. They're all ready to go, and it's all zeroed out on everyone right now. No one has any points. It's just do your best.
Awesome. All right, guys, I've got word they're about 6 minutes away from the plane launching. As soon as it starts, I assure you, we will watch it. But we've got a few teams that we want to keep our eyes on this week. Teams that have performed well, that are worth watching, maybe because we didn't get to watch them as much as we had in the past. Looking at those stack rankings, most of our teams to watch are going to show up there. Let's start out at the top, and let's start with you, Clover. because I know that you know these guys well. Talk to me about SDK.
You know, Shoot to Kill is definitely one of the favorites coming out of the North America's regions, but this is a roster that's been playing together since the very beginning of 2019. And so with that, there's a lot of comfort. There's a, you know, a belief and a trust in their lifestyle, or rather their, game style here. And I think that finally getting them all back together again on LAN is only going to strengthen that bond that they have. Now, that said, when you take a look at the numbers in frags for the games that they've played, they're being able to put down quite a bit. They adjusted really quickly to the style for the weekly, and now that we're going into the finals, I'm expecting them to frag out because that muzzle has kind of been taken off a little bit. They don't have to focus so hard on just the chicken dinner, and they can start getting points elsewhere.
All right, now let's go to the next one there, Froz. Afrika Freaks have been very strong. A little bit of a slow start last week during the Survivor rounds, but it was gone. And this week, I think they were 3 of the 5 highlights that we saw during the pre-show.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really slow start in the beginning of the tournament, but that's the thing. If you can keep up with the teams afterwards, you can catch up to them and make sure you get the upper hand on them. Well, that's all good. They got the first place in the first weekly survival. They got themselves a lot of money, and as you can see, they're currently sitting on that second place with a good gap to the third place as well. And that means, of course, that they can take it a little bit more easy. They have that little cushion now compared to a lot of the other teams that will be down on $0 right now. They will have a little bit more of a struggle. They want to do that catch up. They want to make sure that they are towards the top.
Let's talk about another team that I expect to be towards the top, but seems to have been a little bit shaky. Came onto form this week as they got through pretty quickly in the Survival Series, Clover. That's Gen G. What's your take on this team?
You know, Gen G is definitely one of the teams that we always see perform very well on the global stage. They're comfortable playing very different types of play styles. Like you said, they kind of had an awkward start, wasn't quite sure what was going on there, and then very quickly starting to figure things out. Now, I know we saw that video earlier today with PO at Uba and kind of learned a bit about, you know, who he is as a player, but, you know, with that as well, I think Gen G is going to come in with the experience that they have. And now, again, kind of get that little bits to start popping off and frag out. On Miramar, on Erangel, they look good on both of the maps, so I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for them today to try and put down a huge amount of points. I also want to say that just in their stats in general are starting to look a little bit stronger, so I think they're finally starting to settle in here to the PGI.S format.
Frost, talk to me about this legendary team that's on the screen right now.
Team Liquid, they starting off with, of course, they have Clip playing for the first time on global stage. We've talked about this so many times before, but they're doing a phenomenal job right now. What we have seen is the rise of a fallen horse. They did not have a good rankings week coming into this tournament, but after that, they've just been plowing time after time after time. And if you've seen their video, their vlog series, you know that they appreciate to have that time off to make sure that they can go to the gym and focus on themselves as well.
Absolutely, and we did see, I think, a little bit of a clip during PUBG, man, of them sort of running in to Liquid after a bunch of games. And honestly, if you guys, I know that a lot of you haven't met the team, that moment sums them up entirely. I don't care if they've just won a championship or if they are having a tough day. When you run into them off stage, they're generally exactly the same, right, Fraz? They are even-keeled, friendly, but sort of keep to themselves a little bit.
Yeah, that's so great. They're always down to earth. Like, if you meet them at a tournament, well, of course, now we can't really have any crowd or anything, but if you go back a year and a half ago when we had a lot of tournaments, you would see them always talking with the crowd, talking with the fans. They will always be there for them, and that's such a great thing to always see them actually not just caring about themselves and the team, but also their fans. They know that the fan base is a big part of why they're doing so good.
All right, guys, I asked you during the pre-show, but I know that a lot of folks have been coming in for the big show. We're here together all weekend, so I'm going to ask you again, just so that everyone has it on record, who you chose as your pick-em to take home the weekend. So that way, if you're right, I can congratulate you, and if you're wrong, all of us in Twitch chat can make fun of you nonstop for picking a team that ends up in 16th. So, Fraz, who are you picking this week as your team?
It's going to be Multi-Circle Gaming. Them coming in from last week, we saw them 32nd place. They didn't get to play anything. To come in, winning the first game, they played that game so perfectly. I believe they can come in here with a strong performance and get a good start here to start things off today.
Interesting. They were a favorite. Clover, who is your pick?
My pick is Shoot to Kill. I mean, we saw, not only were they the first to qualify for this week, they had very strong performances the prior week, and we've also seen a lot of the other teams have mentioned that Shoot to Kill is the team that's on their radar. So they've managed to get in the heads of not only us, but I think all the players that are on the battlefield with them.
That is very true. We saw 2 interviews with Chinese teams when they won during the survival rounds who specifically said our eyes are aimed at Shoot to Kill. And for me, anytime a team is living rent-free in the heads of teams of such quality, they are a top threat to keep your eyes on. That's why I will also be choosing Shoot to Kill to come out on top this week, because they have been playing in top form. But it's time for us to stop talking about how the teams have been playing and time for us to see exactly how it is going. We want to throw a big shout out to our sponsors, Toomey, Zowie, Intel, and Perrier for making this whole thing possible. The Stacks of Cash for bringing the players here. And the roof is opening on our first match of the day as the plane takes flight and Miramar is in sight. Let's go now to the breathtaking baritones of Paper Thin and Toby.
Thank you so much, Toffees, the amazingly accurate and astute analyst desk coming through big time for us with that awesome pre-game show they put together. And Toby, we're here. It is finally time, my guy. The weekly finals begin now.
And they sure do. Weekly finals is going to be amazing to follow these teams all the way through today and tomorrow and see who are going to be crowned weekly winners or weekly champions. Will it be a Freak of Freaks going back to back, or will we see new teams charm in and get themselves a big chunk of that prize pool? I'm very curious to see how teams will play differently now that we're forcing teams to go back and forth between formats. It will be fun to see how teams go back to hopefully playing a little more aggressive and kill heavy here with the super settings being put back into full effect.
Well, I think as a player, you're potentially a little more comfortable. Well, hold that thought. Hikari's all on his own underneath a couple members of Oath. He's got the M4. Iron sight only so far. He's trying to get out of here. Oath has him pinged up. They know where he's at. He's going to get some good damage into Snakers. Snakers has a frag grenade in his hand. Relo's found a Saiga. Looks like a gun going to be found there for Snakers as well as Hikari trying to hold on the outside of this facility. And this is, I think, as close to a hot drop as we're going to get. Recently, although I do see Virtus Pro and Daytrade kind of hanging out in the same area there, but this one maybe a little close for comfort for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think that's why you're seeing Hikari just instantly going, yeah, no, you know what? Even though I know there's some guys in there, maybe one without a gun and maybe one without a vest, I don't have a vest or a helmet either. I don't want to risk anything too early, and fortunately, even without the cavalry arriving to help him, he does get off. And actually, I got hat pushed across the road to try and help out, but seems to me like they should be able to get away safely.
Yeah, I think now he's found the dip, and that should be good enough to keep him obscured from Oath. I think unless one of them does something crazy, gets up on top of a building or something. Are those the ones that have those grain silos or whatever they are? One of them you can get up on top of actually, because it has like that beam that crosses down. So I suppose you could try that, but that's risky, especially with, I think in some ways the circle the way it is, you're gonna have a lot of teams driving through that area, potentially having sights on you. So Toby, I don't think that's gonna happen. You never know, but that one seems to be done. I think we're done with that fight, so I think we can stop talking about it. Let's look over to Shoot to Kill. Our desk is very high on them, Toby. How do you feel?
I mean, I voted for them too. I was forced to. I would put that out real quickly. Uncivil forced me to vote for them, but then Machine Gunner, their coach, came in and said that I wasn't supposed to vote for them because I voted for Navi last time and they got dead last, and now he thinks I might have cursed them by voting for them. So we'll see. We'll see how that's gonna impact things. But no, I did vote for Shoot to Kill. They've been playing really well. They've been kind of similarly to 4 AM. One of the few teams that haven't done too much to change their playstyle from the weekly survival to the weekly finals. They do the same thing and they make it work in both formats. And I think that's scary when you're a team that don't have to go too far away from your, I don't want to say standards, but from what you like to do. Is EB looking for extended mag that got dropped on the road or something. I don't know. He was running in circles on the road for a little while there. No, but I mean, when you have a team that doesn't have to shy too far away, you can continue improving and succeeding and doing the same things. Where other teams, we see, they go super aggressive in the weekly finals, and then you bring them to the weekly survival rounds, and they don't do anything, or they just play like turtle down in the compound and don't do anything at all. So I'm looking for SDK to succeed in or to continue their success, I should say.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm very high on SDK. They're a very smart team, well coached. The players put in a ton of hard work. Purdy Curdy's really been stepping up, not just as an in-game leader, but also as a individual, skill and individual talent on top of it. And Circle did go east, kind of a little bit north of Impala is the center right now. Infantry with a huge 2-2 split to cover some of that territory. Now, Infantry will from time to time, Toby, set up traps around the roads. This go around, I don't see one that's particularly geared towards the one that Gen.G is coming from Puerto. So I think for now, Gen.G can get decently deep into this circle.
Oh yeah, they should be able to very easily. They, I would not assume, as you're saying, Infantry to try and do anything to try and hold them off, and they're in a very, very wide split. I mean, they're playing all the way up towards Junkyard and south of Impala, so trying to take a fight to a 4-man team as just a solo player or a duo, that's dangerous. But speaking of taking fights, let's see if Freaker Freaks, they do seem kind of posed to go here, and yes, indeed they do. They're pulling up at the compound and inside a 2-way split, so let's see how they're going to be able to fortify this. Rust and Squeaky are above, but instantly, Tixu with the nade finds Hikari.
Yeah, Ansia took a bunch of damage as well in that exchange. So now it's up to Akkad and EJ. Try and hold the line a bit while the rest of them come on in. Over to Virtus Pro and Daytrade, still fighting each other over into Los Leones. We've got traded 1-for-1 right now, but Flash all on his own, not able to capitalize on that knock on Hiruzen. Back over to Afrika Freaks as Hikari is getting that heal back up. So Afrika able to stabilize for now, but this has given a lot of time for Ents to get the people up on the hill for that overwatch position.
Exactly. They need to try and get themselves in a position where they can really help. Now Tixu falls down. Every single knock going down on Ends just makes it that much more difficult to come forward. If I Rustenmar still haven't fully committed to getting down the hill, Squeaky the same. Diggory is somewhat left on his own right now, trying to hold an angle on the roof. He does have the kind of overview from his teammates, but 1v4, and even if he starts running out of the compound, there's so much open terrain he has to pass through before he's going to be safe.
And I'm pretty surprised to see the Freaks be this aggressive early. I suspect they knew one way or another that at least somebody from Ents was here. And they might have realized they even had an odd man situation going, and they could take advantage of that. Diggory over the top gets some pretty good damage into Hansia. Grenades being cooked around the sides. One coming up to the roof here, and it's going to catch Diggory.
Wow.
What a grenade off the side of the box from EJ.
Right on his feet, and there comes Lou from afar. Again, a team that doesn't really change things up. If there's a chance to get a kill, we will seize it. And Lou says thank you. Last week, earlier this week, kills didn't matter much. We got a ton of them anyway, and you know what? Now that they matter, we might as well try and see if we can grab some more added here as well. Now, one thing that I thought was really interesting with this circle is we saw Oath and Freaking Freaks land next to one another, but Ents, they normally go down towards Impala, but because Infantry is there, they're pushed up towards Junkyard with Burram there too. So we actually had 4 teams around the Minas Hill, and that's way more than what you'd normally see. So when the circle did go in this direction too, if you take a look at the map, there's such a big pile of teams towards the northwest, where it'd normally be further spread down towards Impala and Arizona. You can see the whole chunk by SDK, 4AM, GEX, Burram, all those teams that are kind of stuck up there because there are already so many teams that have filed in from this side of the circle. So you can say the line you have to wait in order to get to the circle is so much longer up there, whereas when you look down towards Virtus Pro in the south, they have all the space in the universe.
Yeah, well, it seems like a lot of teams, are feeling, of course, that this one probably going to leave the water pretty soon, and there's only so much good real estate dead center in this circle right now, because a lot of it, some of that plains area that you do find from time to time on Miramar, over to Shoot to Kill and 4AM, hanging out on the cliffs north of Minas Generales, and you can see Godby is already up there, Uncivil coming in to support Purdy and Luke here potentially, but for right now, I don't know how aware Purdy is of Godby being up there because he's driving out. And in fact, yeah, Godby steps up, starts putting some shots down, takes a bit of damage in return, trying to see if he can finish what he started. And so far, no critical damage being done.
Just the I fear no man type mentality that Godby has. Is it one guy? I don't care. Is it two? I don't care. The whole team, I'm going to peek and I'm going to shoot at all of them. Because who are they to start shooting back at me? If I can apply enough pressure, they will fear me. Unfortunately, I think one of the teams that don't really fear anyone in this lobby is shoot to kill. But you got to give Godby some credit for his aggression and his just non-caring of where the team or people will shoot back at him, because he will take a peek and he will shoot at you if he gets a chance to.
Well, if the V is the Roman numeral for 5, then he's 5 gods into one man, Toby. So I'm not sure. I mean, he plays at times. He's incredible. I mean, he is. You're right. He's very aggressive. He has zero fear. He'll push anything he feels like he could take if it's going to give his team a better position or more information. He is happily willing to put himself on the line for that. As the phase 1 circle about to end its shift, and we move over to the day shift for phase number 2. Wow. Ooh. Way up to the northeast, hard shift right to TSG.
These days are just kidding. I mean, you get a game where you get a circle and go, oh, that's a terrible one. And then I feel like the game is just trying to improve that with every single game. Now we're forcing everyone towards the northeast, up towards, as you said, TSG and GX over here as well. But we're already now excluding a lot of compounds. We're excluding both Impala and El Azahar, essentially. So we don't have that one place you can really just crash through. Now let's see here. Peng up towards Mao Yi. Does he know that he's in there? He must have had some sort of an idea. Leo is pushing up towards the building as well. But do they know that Peng is right here? I don't think he does. Now he's seen, but no damage done.
Yeah, not the best spray there from Peng. He's able to close the door behind him after taking half health himself. Volibear gonna let go with some mollies into that building. That CC was knocked in after his own grenade started that. Molly connects as well, so that's gonna be CC down and out. MCG. Afrika seems to be fighting everybody early on here. They lose a COD to Multi-Circle Gaming. Summer looks to be pretty screwed himself. Tanky up on the hill, and yeah, there's Summer being flushed, and Tank does get knocked and finished quickly, so MCG loses 3 in a hurry.
And this is the result of the issue I was talking about earlier. There were so many teams funneled together on the north side of the circle that when you then have an east shift like that, you just can't do anything with it. Let's see, Peng inside finds one, but goes down immediately in return. And actually, oh, the flush just gets in. Mao Yi, unfortunately, can't get more of it. Does go down, but I mean, again, kills matter now, so might as well try and see if we can get some of them crazy. Falls down, Squeaky quick to flush, and now, ooh, Forever taken down by Rustenmar as well. Great shooting, finds both the knocks. Squeaky is there to get both the flushes. And that's a 4 AM rotation falling apart. So it's all these north side teams that were trying to make their way across early that are now starting to trip over one another, making their way east.
Yeah, and 4Ents being up on the northern part of the circle definitely benefiting them, even though they lost 2. And those 2 extra points are going to help soften the blow of that early fight against Afrika a bit. SDK putting some damage into Zenith. And Rustenmar now seeing Lingdu. Tries to see if he can finish off more Chinese players, but Lingdu does get that Bronco underneath the hill line. I'm going to chill out there, park it. Time to heal, time to prone. He's pretty well centered. So that one, though, that's a pretty exposed spot in the center. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on to that one for a particularly long amount of time.
It's going to be difficult. I think that's saying it lightly. It's going to be extremely difficult trying to stay alive in that position. But just to go back on ENCE real quickly, I think ENCE is probably one of the teams I've been looking forward the most to see in the weekly finals. They fell short last time, and now, I mean, they have been playing. When you look at the stats, they have been playing incredibly well in the weekly survivals. It just took them long to get that win. Finally, they do. And now they're back into we're playing the super settings like we're used to. I want to see if they can succeed. They are one of those teams that people had their doubts on coming into the tournament, but I think now that we get them to the finals, I think they can go out and do pretty well. Unfortunately for them, they lose 2 players early in this game, but I'm pretty excited to see where they'll end up in the leaderboards over the course of the weekend.
Well, what I like about Ents is their ability to just find ways into the late game, and other things I like, codes down in that bottom left-hand corner there, guys. Get it? Gotta love those codes. Oh no, I don't like that though. I do not like that so much. I got out of that one a little bit early, but that's it is what it is.
He just ran into the bus. Like, what did you think was gonna happen? It hurts.
Yeah, bus
running into
wins.
vehicles like that. It's not smart.
I don't know if you know this. In real life, the bus usually wins too. So I think gotta be pretty careful. Yeah.
That was pretty interesting.
Well, yeah. Let's watch 4 AM now, as they do recover a bit. They're able to cross that road, get past Lingdu, who's I don't think even going to try to reveal his location if he could so help it. It doesn't help that he has a vehicle right next to him, though. That makes it kind of glaringly obvious that someone's hanging out there. STK with a wide 2-2 split over this valley, seeing if they can maybe catch anyone in transition.
They should be able to. They have them caught in the open for a while now, but nope. They do manage to get themselves to the south side of the junkyard compound, and for STK now, I mean, you would think that Alo and Uncivil are going to try and wrap East around. The only issue is Zenith have started making their presence known on the north side, too. They do have Rustinmar and Squeaky right next to them, so a lot of fights could really unfold rather quickly. You can see Shoot to Kill forced to rotate early, I believe, which is so one of the players with a red dot on the SLR. That's, of course, far from optimal. We'll see how all these guys up to the north are planning on making their transition towards the south, because the main issue now is that everywhere south of the road is a steep downhill, which means you can't really scout anything. If you're on the north side and the next circle shifts towards the south, it's going to be incredibly difficult to gain or to have obtained any knowledge prior to where we are right now. So everyone will be coming in blind, and we'll see multiple sends. Now let's see Rustinmar. Does Ruth have any clue? I don't think he does.
Right now, I'm not so sure. Rustamar just took some damage, though. So that's going to set him going for the first aid. Oh, yeah. Now they know. Now they definitely know. All right, Roth thinking about the stun, but opts to not go for it there. Back over to Shoot to Kill and Virtus Pro. And there was, I believe, one finished on 2VP as SDK continues to navigate their way to the outskirts of the southeast side of the junkyard here and continue to kind of set up this barricade onto Virtus Pro. Want to get as many points out of this favorable position as they can before Circle decides to change its mind and go somewhere different. And now Shoot to Kill is also looking into Zenith, and Lingdu comes alive here. Toby, let's see what he's got. He's going to go for the stun. I don't know if Xiaolu is ready for this.
Oh, there's no way he's going to be able to respond to that. Down he goes. Lingdu finds one, and again, when you're a solo player left alive, there's 48 players alive. That's usually a fact that you will not be making placement points this game unless if something crazy happens. So try and see if you can get 1, 2, maybe 3 points in this match, and you will have done essentially everything your team could have asked for you, given that you're a solo player left alive. Now, Circle goes towards the northwest. We're going to force all the teams in the south to make their way uphill, and on the north, well, there are now, 10 teams fighting for, I want to say, 3 spots for teams to be in. So a lot of teams will go down on the north very soon.
Yeah, and Shoot to Kill, I mentioned earlier that they might be out of the next one. They are not, so they can kind of bunker down, figure out how they want to approach this next one. Still opting for the 2-2 split. Alo and Uncivil going to provide that front line power that we see. They're very, very highly touted as frontline players by their coach, and I agree, they're very, very good. Freaka Freaks continues to just damage teams left and right. Even though they've lost a COD, they're really in the thick of it, it seems like, throughout this entire round. Batulin's the only one left for Virtus Pro. Let's see if Hikari can get that grenade to go. It's Team Liquid who's going to back him off. That grenade almost finishes Batulin's, just like 10 health left on that one.
It's so incredibly difficult when you're in a situation, you're outside the circle, you go, okay, what can we do here? We have to try and make it center somehow. They go, but they know it's too early to go center, but there wasn't an alternative. Yes, you can run into SGK, maybe lose one more player, and then you have 3 more teams to fight on the edge. They wanted to get away from the edge, but unfortunately, because of the circle's, I guess you can say, ruthlessness, there wasn't anywhere to go, and that's going to be Virtus Pro out in 15th.
All right, Ents doing everything they can as a two-man up here against AAA. It's only Jayers left against them. Rustin Martin, Squeaky doing a hell of a job here. Some grenades coming out from Jayers, trying to see if he could get a knock onto Squeaky. But those are going to come up well short, or at least short enough not to do critical damage. Now Jayers is going to try to heal up. His team completely torn asunder over to SDK outside of Buriram's compound. Nawadra gets knocked by Hansia from Afrika Freaks. A shoot to kill kind of busy trying to keep the Zenith players at bay over on the north, and then keeping an eye on what's going around them to the south and the east.
Yeah, what Shoot to Kill is doing right now is just trying to make space for themselves. They know if the next circle doesn't go to them, they'll need to move forward, and what worse than trying to run towards the next circle if you have 3 teams trying to do the exact same thing right next to you. So make space now, making your next rotations most likely on foot more doable. In the meantime, as you can see, Zenith peeking over the top from the north side. They're getting shot at from afar from their countryman. Purdy Curdy finds one. It's going to be Konaxi to take him down. We saw, of course, great moments from Buriram in the weekly survival matches, and Konaxi the one to win that 1v2 to get them to the weekly finals. Buriram, they have grown on me, to say the very least, and they, as well as Ents, is another team that I'm looking to see what can deliver here in the weekly finals. Lingdu, he tried, he lasted a while, but out in 13th goes MCG.
Yeah, I think going back to Buriram real quick, when this team starts to heat up, they're one of the scariest teams in the world, in my opinion. We've seen how individually talented they are. Just a matter of putting it together at the right place at the right time, kind of getting their heads on straight, making good decisions is sometimes what can hamper them a bit. But when it comes to fighting, I would put them up there with some of the best mechanical teams on the planet. Now, EJ going to be rezzed for Afrika Freak. 6 kills in the bag for them so far. 3 for EJ, 2 for Hansia, 1 for Hikari. And there you go, Buriram farming the edge of that circle. Zenith just completely pinned, and they are no longer long for this lobby. Pat Caps and Oath finally, getting that win during the week, playing great the whole time, and a big sigh of relief from them, and a lot of confidence, I think, coming into this. Luke catches a bit of damage on that jump with the SLR. As, like you mentioned, SDK really trying to push teams away from them, and now I think Oath might be opting to think about making a move here shortly.
And they're going to have to. Everyone needs to cross the road, and there's only so many places you can go. You can try and go down to where Virtus Pro filled before, and I think that might be a smart play now. We've excluded a lot of the terrain that you could kind of fight them in previously, but 3 teams, oh no, 3 teams towards the south that we haven't really discussed all that much because the south, it's been very quiet down there. Liquid, Infantry, and Gen G. All 3 teams still 4 alive. They hadn't had to use any nades, smokes, whatever. They're now playing in the open on the south side. Infantry has the compound, and if this next circle goes anywhere south, it's just going to make it that much more difficult for any of these teams to get down there, because they'll be trying to make their way south with teams in the crevices and dips right next to them.
Yeah, there's a lot of dead space around Infantry's compound, so the more that their compound stays in it, the more difficult it gets for the teams around them. Hansia going to get a good knock on it to Edie over here with the mini, finish it as well. So another point in the bag, 7 here, all ready for Afrika Freaks. 35 still left, so they're doing a pretty good job racking in those kill points, taking advantage of the super settings while they can. Now, Oath does have just enough of the edge. They have SDK bearing down on top of them potentially. Liquid going to start letting loose as well. Clib finds one already. Ibby going to line one up. An easy knock on the Pat Caps there with the mini. And Oath potentially in shambles here shortly.
Oh, yep. Here comes the pressure from above as well. Ellens does fall too, but plenty of kills found after they lost 2 players as well. Here comes Uncivil. He wants a piece of the points, but Mexi from the other side says, hold your horses there, mate. It's our kills, not yours. So actually doing a great job right now at forcing STK back. Now, they are still within nade distance. I believe one good nade here could be the end of Oath, but in the meantime, Liquid, they know that if they want to get these points, they have to be fast about it. Down goes 1, down goes 2 Snakers, burning both teammates. They will fall in 10th. I think he got knocked with the molly in hand, and I guess that's one way to deny points.
Yeah, that happens from time to time, or it could have got, if it's really unlucky, you get shot right as it leaves your hand or something. Oh, Pio, you're just sitting for him. Fnatica, oh no. You can't stand still that long, and Pio gonna make you pay for it. Luke 12, still up on the hill. Circle has moved over to the east, so just a sliver of Infantry's compound still in it. Gen G barely in it as well with their compound, but they're already opting to move out, seeing if they can pick up some kill points. I like what Gen G's doing, getting a little active on the map.
Yeah, And I mean, they know their, excuse me, they know their compound is getting shifted out, and they're trying to make the run up towards the hill on the east side. They need space, and I think them trying to sweep the east is a very smart way to do so. If they can get the side of the circle where their back is clear, that would be an absolute dream scenario for them. Now, Luke, 1v3 trying to contain Buriram. That's a little bit of a tall order, especially with TSG peeking from the other side. But the issue for STK is now, while they tried to take the fight over to Oath, that didn't really grant them any new spot in the circle. Blue is already starting to close in with Purdy Curdy down already. They have to take fights to teams, and they are outnumbered.
Yeah, look at these angles that Afrika has. These two kind of valleys that are funneling right into them. And they're going to have to hold this pretty well against two very, very good teams. Two mechanically gifted teams in SDK and Buriram United. Let's see if they can get it done here. Circle will force the issue very, very shortly. Let's not forget about TSG as well over on the eastern side of all of this action. Noadra, in fact, going to fall to the blue. And that is going to be the end for him. Now Liquid steps up, and they're even getting into this. They're on the back of Afrika. Some damage done from EJ. EJ really all over the place, left and right, trying to control a lot of space.
Wow, I know, we didn't see it on camera. He just got a drive-by, and that just gave them the entire east of the circle for free. Great play in there. And I mean, for Afrika, they have been very impressive in getting the amount of kills they have already with teams around them all the time. They've been playing on foot, they've been trying to maneuver around and make space for themselves, and they've been succeeding in doing so. Hansia now does fall, and EB goes down as well. More players to fall here on the west side as the circle keeps closing on in. There's really only space for one team on this side, and right now Liquid in a pretty good spot. But that nade! Oh, had it gone inside, there would have been the death of Liquid, but they stay alive for now.
Yeah, I love that Infantry sends two out to third party. That's a relatively safe third party. EJ going to be the last one to finish off Godmeow. 5 kills now, 9 total for Afrika. Huge round for EJ, the in-game leader for Afrika, and a very talented fragger on top of all of it. I love what Infantry and Gen G are doing, getting out of their compounds, getting active on the map. Really impressive to see that. But now, I think for Infantry, they realize, okay, we've done what we can. We controlled the space. We know what's going on. Let's regroup. Let's get ready for this next circle and be ready to push to wherever it goes together as a team.
Exactly. Afrika getting himself 9 kills that game. Very, very impressive. Again, given the situation they were in and where they were sitting, they really couldn't do a whole lot to push anyone. They were just forced to play whack-a-mole and wait for people to come to them, and like that, they managed to do that so well. Oh, I think you're dead, Norrens. Yep, he is. They trade falls in 6, 5 teams left alive, and again, Gen G continuing the push on the east side. Incredibly well played by them. They knew when to leave the compound. They knew they had a better team up on that east side, and they just ran them over. Now they have, well, half the circle to themselves.
And look at this, Infantry's getting right behind Team Liquid, taking advantage of the terrain, covering them from that east side now, and it's going to be 9 up behind. He's going to find Jeems with some help from Longsker. Ooh, no, he's going to be traded by Mexi. Mexi, last one alive for Team Liquid. Going to underhand a cooked grenade a little bit, seeing if he could get lucky. Zhao Yang throws one. Mexi trying to do some damage to finish it, just not able to control the spray well enough, taking a whole bunch of damage in the meantime, and it's going to be Longsker up over the top, finishing the job. Team Liquid out in 4th.
Liquid goes down, Infantry stays alive, but they lose 1. We got 3 teams left alive, Gen G still 4 alive, and look at the amount of control they've taken. Iononyx staying on the south side to try and play spoiler down there, make sure no one's gonna wrap around the southwest. In the meantime, Esther and Loki pushing forward, and Shantian falls instantly. TSG, 11 kills. It's been a great game for them, but I'm not sure they have what it takes to take out Gen G here, because look at the amount of control the Korean team has taken. They're sitting, they were on half the circle before. Now they're sitting on more like 80% of it, and they're not gonna allow for Infantry or TSG to get in here without having to fight each other first. Gen T are forcing Infantry and TSG to fight each other while they claim more and more circle control. Very, very impressive plays from the Korean.
Yeah, it's really, really smart from them, and it's interesting to note that it was Alpaca during the weekly survival for Gen G, and they opt to bring Loki back, and I think I want to talk about that maybe a little bit later, or leave it for the analyst desk to talk about those roster decisions for Gen G. We'll get to it eventually. TSG getting in the vehicles. They kind of come down off this hill potentially, and Onyx is a pretty good line and some good shots. Gets the knock on a volley bear. Sia gonna go down to Zhao Yang, and it's gonna be a 3v4. Infantry, never mind, make that potentially a 4v2 as PO finds a knock on a Zhao Yang. Longsker there very quickly though for the res.
Gen.G moved forward. They knew this open space would be held to cross if they were the ones to do it, and now they went early instead. Let's see. 3 versus 4, 4v3 in favor of Gen.G. They're pushing forward. They know exactly where they have infantry, and they have not had to have a close quarter fight yet, so they can just plummet nades over because they still have them. Here comes one. One falls Gen.G. Loki finds 2. It's just a 4. It's 3v1 now. Make that Xiaoyang down long skirts. All that's left trying to peek over the top. Tries to read out. Not gonna happen. PO finds the last, and Gen.G, after a very well thought late game there, brings home the win in game number 1.
Look out, world. Your 2019 PGC champions coming alive here. They are looking really strong in that, making great decisions, controlling their area so well. The early game, very passive. We saw Pio coming up behind infantry. Never really gets knocked, doesn't get spotted out. Thumbs up. This guy's looking good. And they just backfilled behind infantry and then worked their terrain very well there at the end.
I think control. Control is the name of the game for them in this situation. They were blessed with a pretty quiet early game, alongside with Liquid and infantry down towards the south. But when it came to them having to be proactive, having to push out of the compound and make their way uphill, they made all the right decisions. They pushed east. They knew they had Day Trade, who had been fighting earlier. They take out their 2 players quickly. And then, while the teams are fighting on the west side of the circle, instead of just sitting back and go, oh, we will just sit on this ridge for a while and we can shoot at them, they realize we have a big open field in between us and the opponents that if we have to cross, they will win the game by having control of. If the fight between TSG and infantry ends too fast and we haven't crossed yet, they will shoot us as we try and transition. So let's go over now while they're in a situation of having to fight each other, and we can win because of that. So very impressive plays coming out of Gen.G.
Yeah, really nice all around from them. Probably the best play calling I've seen from Gen.G in quite some time here, Toby. Really excited about this. It's nice to see Gen.G kind of coming alive again.
For sure it is. Now that was all for us. Let's hop back to the desk and see if maybe they'll take a look on what happened with Loki being back on the team there.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Gen.G comes out on top with a low-key domination of that match as he takes 4 kills individually to set up a big win. Froz, let's start out with Gen.G and how they won that thing.
Yeah, what we saw was basically from the beginning, they were just taking the control. Already in about circle 5, we saw him flexing out from that compound, make sure that no one's going to get close to them. They wanted to have all the control in the world. As soon as someone got close, they were pushing them back a little bit. They would also make sure to flex back into circle to not get knocked outside and potentially not getting that person up. Of course, as mentioned, we're seeing Loki on the team again instead of Alpaca, which played the free weekly survival games. The big difference is that we're seeing Loki back in shape, back in form. I think last week the survival we saw him with 3 kills throughout the 10 games. Now, with just 1 game, he's back with 4 kills.
And and you bring up a good point too about Gen.G and circle placement, because once again we're seeing really crazy circles, and this was a lot of movement for many teams when each of these shifts happened. Both infantry and Gen.G, though, kind of keeping par with each other, very close. Their compounds staying with each other through the mids games. But Triumphant Song Gaming actually was extremely proactive this match. They really did a great job playing the edge, rotating out to the north to clear out all of these teams that we clustered. We can see up here as well. And ultimately, of course, only 1 chicken dinner, and that did come out to Gen.G as we saw that circle shifted in their favor. Just took a very aggressive push onto infantry. They knew exactly where they were, brought out the utility, brought out the flash, and got the last kill in the end. So, as you said, they're looking great right now. They're looking very primed, especially with Loki right back up on the roster.
Looking incredibly strong. That said, it's not just about the chicken dinners anymore, right? It is about points and excellent play. And so while Gen.G did win with 9 kills, like you said, Triumphant Song Gaming had an excellent match with 11 kills, so they're going to put a ton of points up on that board. And another team that I really enjoyed watching, Froz, was Liquid. I felt like they had a great game. They did get caught between hammers and anvils repeatedly and managed to continuously survive. Talk to me about their game.
what I liked from Team Liquid was that we saw already in Circle 3 when the circle was just going all over the place. And this comes in effect of the new circle settings we're seeing. We see a lot of new hard shift happening. And what Team Liquid has done is they've started reading this. They started saying to themselves, well, we don't need to go center on the next circle because the circle is going to bounce all over the place. We might as well go back to us. So they opted to play the edge instead on the southwest side, trying to take a lot of control. We could see Genes being very far away from the other guys on the team, but them having that control meant that they had a lot of information on where it's going to be free, where they could rotate in from, where they could play from in the next circle. They basically just prepare themselves for the next step of the game.
Yeah, it's a transition from what we saw earlier this week when it was all about surviving, maybe making a shack work for you, to now control and gaining points throughout the entire process. In fact, let's take a look at how those points were distributed as we have the scoreboard for this match. Taking a look at the the top half first. So we'll see 19 points going the way of Gen G. Triumphant Song Gaming, who actually finished in third place, quote unquote, gets 16 points because of those kills, is able to move up into second. Infantry at 13, Freaks at 10, and it goes on down there from Clover. But really some standout performances up on top.
Yeah, you know, once again, we're seeing a Freak of Freaks as well, coming out a little bit strong and aggressive, picking up 9 kills for themselves. But, you know, taking opportunities. Teams aren't sitting in compounds, keeping their heads down to the very end. They're looking for really any opportunity to take a fight, take some kills, and kind of claim that territory. As even Frost said, you know, Team Liquid really positioned themselves really well that game, especially considering the time that the circle was not well in their favor. And that proactiveness is going to help itself in the long run for all these teams. So you can see there, Volley Bear, 6 kills for TSG, EJ, but Rusted Mar also doing some work with 4. And once again, Loki with 4.
Absolutely. So you see the kills here. Impressive stuff by TSG, but very spread out across the board. A player from each team represented. Ents, by the way, went out in 11th place, but still able to put Rusted Mar up there on those numbers there, Frost.
Yeah, we also saw, of course, that Ents had a little bit of trouble in the start. They lost Digger straight away. I think it was Africa Freaks that dropped, and Digger was basically in their compound, so it didn't work out. But look at this, Burram. This is a team I've been looking forward to see here in the weekly finals. We saw him in the last game there, getting himself 7 kills. This is a great start. This team had a lot of trouble closing down games, getting that chicken dinner. But every time we've seen them in the weekly survival, there's one thing that has been consistent. It's placement, and it is kills, and that's what matters here in the weekly finals. So, seeing them getting that 8th place, not too great, but 7 kills on top of that, that's going to put them towards the top of the leaderboard, and I'm looking forward to see if they can keep that going and get some more placement points in the upcoming games here.
Yeah, Burram's been a story because they had to struggle so hard to get out of that weekly survival round and to come into here. Another team that we've been talking about sort of on this storyline of the struggle in survival was VP Clover, and again, we saw them set up. I think Toby and Paper Thin actually talked about, look at all this space they have, and then phase 2 happened.
Oh, you know, they started off playing very cautiously, as even the joke said how much space they had, and kind of played the edge. And I think at some point things flipped, kind of sent to the center. And as we've talked about, you know, sitting in the center, especially early on, is not a guarantee that you're going to be in a great position when the circle shifts again. And unfortunately for them, they kind of met their demise a little bit early as they found themselves pinched in every direction. And that's kind of been, I think, some of the heartbreaks when we look at some of these ways that VPs has gone out a little bit early in some of these other games. But you know, if anything we've learned from them this week is that they're going to shake that off. They're going to come back and they are going to absolutely annihilate players on the board with kills. So I believe in VP.
Froz, yet another insane first circle. This has been wild through this tournament. I mean, again, all the way at the edge of the map.
You don't need to be in the center, right? You don't need Picado Miramar. You don't need Pachinki on area. Look at the teams that were towards the end there. We saw TSG, they were dropping on the east side of the map. Gen G was on the east side of the map. Infantry was on the east side of the map. all of them basically not going center anymore. They want to be on the edge because of all the circles are shifting as well, on top of them being all over the place. You don't need to be center. Just play it out where you're from, where you've landed, and it's going to be all good probably.
Tough circles, tough players. They are doing everything they can to rack up the points. Remember, guys, 10 games to get the weekly final first place and take home the $50,000 first place prize. Game 2 starts now as we head over to Miramar, powered by Intel, as we join the Titans of Talk. It is Toby and Taperthin.
How are you doing today,
Taperthin?
Taperthin?
I am good. I'm going to hang some things up on my wall using some adhesive. Thank you so much, Toppies. We love you. You guys are great. Great job by Froz and Clover, as always. PGI.S, presented by Intel, where the gaming happens. And that first one, we're seeing the emergence of these Asian teams, Toby. They finally settled in. They're finally ready, it seems like, to go. We had MCG recover from their massive slump to make it back here, even on the first game they played in their weekly survival. At TSG, once again, proves themselves to be an incredibly strong Miramar team. It's just really interesting to see how this one unfolds. Ooh, Relo actually takes a little damage there. But as this one unfolds, Toby, these Asian teams just seem to get stronger and stronger.
They are. I mean, they're just all around incredibly good players, and I think one of the key components to them having the amount of success that they do is. Hold that thought for a second. I think there's something we have to address here, which does not necessarily include teams trying to maintain control. Taperthin, would you like to explain to me why my eyes just started burning?
Well, there is a potential that we're going to end up down in the chicken wing. There is potential. It's not guaranteed yet. That circle at least has a chance. It's not that deep down, so I'm not convinced it's going to go down to the prison island, down to Los Igos or wherever.
It's pretty deep down.
You think so?
It's pretty
deep.
Can it get further south? I mean,
probably.
For first circle?
Maybe a little bit, but I'm not exactly sure. That's not the furthest south I've seen one go, but it's pretty close.
Not true.
It's pretty close.
True.
But it's very, very south. Okay, here's the thing, Toby. I've never had one end on like the main prison island. I've had a circle end on the little island to the east.
What?
To the east of Los Igos. I've had one end there in PUBG Korea.
Yeah, we had that in PK.
But I've never had one.
Didn't you?
No, it was.
We had that in
No. This was this past year. It was PWS, or not PWS, excuse me, PCS Korea 2, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And it was a farm PC win. Get your pitchforks in chat if you're a farm PC fan, all 12 of you.
So what you're saying is we could have a paper-thin world first.
Yes.
At PGI.S. if it goes to the prison island. I'm going to do everything in my power because I've been blessed with having both the East and the South Island circles, but I've never been to the East, Impala East Island circles. I've never gotten to cast any of those before. So I'm just gonna go with everything in my might to send all the energy to PUBG Corp to bring those circles down there. Just for you, Paper. Then all the players will hate me, but just for you, I'll see what I can do.
Well, as the coffee king of crazy circles, I'm ready. I've got plenty of coffee. I'm ready to drag it on down there as well. We're ready to go.
One thing I'm starting to look at already now is how many teams are going to commit, or at least not commit, but at least send some kind of open up a pathway to the island, right? Either send a player over there, or you make sure to sit next to a boat, or you do something else to say, okay, so if the circle does go towards the South Islands, at least we have a way of getting there. Maybe some teams will full-on commit. Maybe they'll just sit next to a bridge. It doesn't really matter. But right now, what I'm seeing is that we still have, I want to say, 11 teams in or north of Picado that haven't opted to make an early rotation. So it seems to me like people really ain't in a hurry. Oh, that's unfortunate, too. That's unfortunate.
Unij has been clicking some nice shots in the last couple of days since we've seen Zenith get their win And oh, he lands another one there onto Crazy. Really good shooting. But yeah, this one's going to be a wild one. It could be one of those. Okay, never mind. They're giving him more opportunities. So hold the phone here. Okay, now Punaj is going to get in his vehicle. I wonder what his decision is going to be. He might have to let this. Did they hit him? Or somebody else sitting him? Somebody else sitting him.
It was crazy. It was crazy. Oh, I got hyped for a second there as well.
I know. We're getting debated there, but yeah, I mean, for this one, this could get interesting, and you know, there could be a lot of fighting on the outskirts early. We'll see. Sometimes there's not. It kind of depends on what teams want to do and how they want to do it. But one team that I really liked that they showed us very early on was Genji's maneuver. They are hanging out on the southern coast in between Los Igos, and that's like one of the narrow spots that also can have boats and other things that spawn around it. So I really like that maneuver because you put yourself in a good position if it goes either way.
Exactly. You establish a kind of a pathway for in case it does go. Will be very similar to when we see teams go. Oh, did we get one there? Ding-a-ling, ding-ding. Yes, wait, what? Okay, let's just ignore the vehicle and just look at the fact that James got knocked there. Let's see if more knocks gonna coming in earlier. Nope, not gonna happen. At least not for now, Luke. Does he manage to get away? Seems to me like he should. And this is the result of what we talked about just before. Teams just didn't seem to be in a hurry to rotate anywhere. They go, okay, it's a terrible circle. We'll just come in late. But you cannot have 11 teams come in late, especially not in a circle where you can really only enter it from, I want to say, 35-40% of it, because we have the entire west side over there by the Shadowlands, or Shadow Hills. You can't get in from there. The water on the south side, sure, you can take a boat, but I don't think anyone's going to do that phase one. So you really only have half the circle that you can enter from. And then when everyone's coming in late, there's just not enough space for everyone to make it in next to each other.
Well, and if you go west, there's only two main arteries that you can use to get through, right? There's those two roads that kind of become that V as you get to Valle del Mar. And then there's Chumacera kind of in the way, which is mountainous. And then there's a couple more roads on the east, which are actually open all the way to the center right now. Little do maybe some of these teams know, but yeah, it's challenging, and you get slowed up if you try to go anywhere off the road. So this one's going to be really fascinating to see how teams are able to maintain their control of their ability to go forward as this one goes on, if that makes sense.
Everyone trying to do small roadblocks all the way down. Ooh, Esther shooting at the guy, shooting at the other guys. That's how it works when everyone is trying to play Hilltop and take control. The warriors here on the hills forced back into hiding as Virtus Pro managed to make their way to a pretty decent center spot in the circle.
Yeah, actually, you know, despite those kind of early shenanigans there, it's not so bad for them. 4AM trying to cut in front. They are able to get their res. Did they hit the tire on a Gems? Oh my God, they did. They spun him out. They are so good at shooting out of their vehicles. Like 4AM, I mean, I know it's easier for everybody, but they're actually like so aggressive with it and so good at it. It causes so many problems. And I mean, I could think back to them doing it to Sonics, now to AA. So many different teams have been victims of these drive-bys.
The fact that you can now do drive-by tire popping on other vehicles that are also driving 100 meters away, that's that opens up a whole new world of terrifyingness and things you have to keep into account when you're making rotations. Will we lose our vehicle? I don't know. Do we see any opponents? Oh, these guys are 500 meters away. Oh, there goes our tire. That's how good people are now with the stabilization of the aim while in vehicles. It's pretty crazy how good these guys have gotten with it.
Yeah, I mean it is exactly that. I've been so impressed, top to bottom throughout all the regions to see how good they are. Not just shooting from vehicles, but at everything that they do in the game. Everything has gotten better. Everybody's gotten better. Speaking of, Leo takes Shinboy out of his vehicle and Kickstart. I think they're going to have to leave Shinboy to go on this one. They're not really able to get in a good position to set up. They're worried, I think, about teams potentially being on the high ground as well. A couple other angles. That's a pretty exposed hillside, Toby. So, and indeed, Pooch Hills is up there. So I think the right move, unfortunately, for Zenith is to let their fallen comrade be and roll on and try to get to whatever destination they had in mind to begin with.
Gotta say, taking into account how many teams we've seen shoot up rotations or try and take each other down on their path down towards the south, the fact that we've only lost one player, now we might lose two if Jan Lee goes down. Yep, there you go. Forever finds him. The fact that we've only lost two players at 9 minutes, almost 10 minutes in, that's kind of impressive.
What the heck is Yanli doing outside? Anyway, I don't even know. I maybe we'll get a replay and we can see exactly what happened. Now the very important phase 2 circle. Are we gonna get it? Are we actually gonna go to the prison island? Is it possible? No. No. Oh man, sad trombone. All right, well, it is what it is, and nobody, I think all the players are wiping a bit of sweat off their brow. Maybe not GEX or 4AM. They were in prime position to take advantage of this. I mean, because like, okay, if you don't know this part of the map that well, if you are by Via Del Mar and this goes to the prison island, you have one way over, and that's the bridge, basically for a solid 2 kilometers on either side. I mean, there's actually no paths to swim over and climb up to the prison island.
No, it's unless if you get very, very creative, similar to what we saw with Batulins the other day, where he then first try ended up falling down the cliff and getting himself knocked. But unless you get really mountain goatish and creative with it, I don't know how Tixi just went down to blue. They must have been shot at in blue, or
I don't see him on the map.
I don't even see him on the map. Where is Tixi? Did he get knocked by? I don't know. I guess we'll have to get an update on that at some point. Maybe we'll be blessed to see a replay. But no, we are headed towards the north, and one of the main components to being good in this circle is control over hills. It's such a steep uphill, and not only do you have to fight your way uphill, but the hills are extremely scarce of cover. It's just big, I mean, diagonal pancakes, if that's even a thing. It's just flat roofs that you have to run up with no or very limited cover. So keep your vehicles intact and hope and pray that you're on the correct side of the circle early on.
Yeah, 4AM's harassment of GEX is relentless. They get another one there, and that's only CC and Mao Ye left. Afrika over on the eastern side of the circle with Oath just a bit to the north of them. Afrika up on one of the tops of the mountains, but like you mentioned, they're going to have to go down and up another one if they want to continue on in this lobby, and they are getting prepped to do just that. But yeah, this one's quite an interesting area because getting to the tops and knowing what's going around and having good sniping, like this is a part of the maps, of any of the maps we play, where snipers really shine. This is where you're going to see the best of the best with those minis and those SLRs, and really could see what they're capable of doing at long range.
This is where indeed certain teams they thrive and other teams they do what Poochie's supposed to, just chill out behind a vehicle and hope that that no one's going to be looking your direction. Oath up close with Liquid now on the east side of the circle. They just had Afrika into this area as well, and that's not going to make things any easier. In the meantime, PO, again, you can't see any of his teammates anywhere near him, and Afrika freaks are coming in his direction. Maybe you should worry a little, PO, because you are far away from any teammates. Does he back off now? Nope, he sticks around.
Oh my god. He's so confident. He's just incredible. I think coming off that win, feeling very, very good. I can see the rest of Gen G is maneuvering in his direction. Afrika under fire. James catches Akari in the air. Some very nice shooting with that mini. Like we mentioned, you're going to see a lot of good sniping shots, particularly from high to low angles. And Hikari is able to find enough of a hill for now. Buram with a vehicle accident on the backside. Oath trying to work their way forward, but they're kind of nestled in between Team Liquid and Afrika right now, even with Relo on at the back to kind of watch their angles. But let's watch this fight between Gen G and Daytrade as it does kind of circle around this area. So even more valuable now is the real estate in this compound. But I think for Gen G, they're content to hang out and just let Daytrade be until they, kind of have to make a move.
I think it's very good for Gen G that they got that first kill, because that's, at least I would imagine, going to make Daytrade think twice about pushing out of the compound to take a fight on the hill because they are outnumbered. So Gen G up on that hill. So hopefully having gotten that first knock will mean that Gen G should be able to play without having to fear too much from the west. Of course, you don't want to stand still if you're in vision from one of the windows, but other than that, I think they should be fine on the hill for now, and I don't see a big reason for them to push into the compound. Speaking of pushing, here comes Ram trying to drive underneath, shoot to kill, and so far it's working. That vehicle is not looking good, though.
Yeah, a lot of damage done, especially to the vehicles and the players themselves, and they're going to roll up. Punaj is going to get Nawadra. Down and out goes another member of Buriram. Edie out quickly as well. So Buriram crashes, Godme out, Kanaxi, the only two left. Kanaxi stuck way behind Got me out still on the road with SDK on top of him. Looks like SDK might have been able to either pop a tire or something to force Canaxi to not be able to make it as far as the rest of his teammates, with Zenith still hanging around here. But you got to be real careful. These guys can definitely handle themselves even when in odd number situations, Toby. We've seen it a couple times so far in this tournament already.
Yes. Oh, yes. And I'm respecting that Zenith ain't in a hurry to go out and try and push that last player, or one player, and they don't know if it's one or two that made it. And of course, Canaxi is trying to make a run off. You can see him trying to make his way down towards his teammate. But now, finally, Punich and Roth. You can see Punich dropping the DMR, picks up a shotgun just for the sake of this one push, and then I'm expecting that they'll be going back to DMRs again after the push is over. In the meantime, 4AM and VP fighting off one another. Canaxi spots one. Okay, that could help out from the hillside, but no. In return, got Meow actually able to find one. Canaxi does fall to Roth, so it's a 2v1 for now at least, unless if he can somehow get Canaxi back up. Nope, Uncivil denies the rest.
Yep, and there's Kickstart finishing Got Me Out. So for Zenith, they lose another one, but they're able to successfully defend against Buriram United and pick up a few points. Uncivil continues to be a nuisance for these other teams, particularly these Thai teams right now, as it is AAA who have rolled up on the northwestern side of the circle to find the side of the hill. Genji still content, still happy, still locked down. Pretty well on the center. Afrika underneath them. Oaths trailing all of that. Ents has the southern part of Chumasera, the high ground area. And our next circle, very, very shortly, will tell us what the situation will be. And we are going northeast this time.
If there's a hard shift opportunity, that's what we're getting, and it looks really bad for Oath now because they had Rilo on the other side. His job was just to scout and try and make sure that he could spot something for the team to rotate towards if they needed that. But since he was alone, just the one rule, do not, under any circumstances, get knocked up there, because we cannot risk having to lose this position trying to get you up, and unfortunately both that's exactly what happens. So maybe Relo overextended a little bit trying to get a good peek, and he goes down to TSG, and now Oath forced to play the remainder of this one with 3 alive. In the meantime, Virtus Pro comes in from the south, straight in between Gen G and Freakin' Freaks. This should mean disaster.
Yeah, Pio's got a really nice angle, gets a bunch of damage into Hires. Is going to switch over to the SLR and catches him. Hansia, in the meantime, making Lou pay with some good damage of his own. Pio is going to secure his point. Now, Nurz did get a knock on Esther, so Daytrade does reach out of their compound a bit. With all this firing that Gen G is doing, they thought this might be a good opportunity to see if they can get a third party, because they are on the edge of the circle now. It has not been favorable to them with that hard shift. Esther knocked, a lot of mollies and other throwables being used here. Daytrade going to make their way up to the hill. Push on top. They're going to catch the res happening. Nobody's ready for it. The grenade and the shots are going to find Esther and Loki. Really well done by Puchils and Nurins there.
I'm smiling all over my face. This is what I've been waiting for Daytrade for so long. Proactive playing. Don't just sit in the compound. Go out and take control. And as you said, they heard them shooting at a team driving by. They knew they had the element of surprise. Not only that, but they get a knock in there as well. That is the perfect time to push. They run up. They get 2 kills. Now they can back off again. And then think once more about when they want to make the committed push out. But they've wounded the team. They've forced the remaining Gen G players to leave. And now they have space on their side of the circle. Very well played by Daytrade in that situation.
Yeah, 100% agree. Just great decision making there. I think Halo might have overcooked that grenade just a bit. Svit going to throw a few grenades up. Stun first, then going to follow up with a frag. Seeing if he can catch anybody from SCK. But that is a steep angle to get grenades up. And it is hard to get them very deep towards Luke 12 and SDK. Luke continuing to work the side of the hill here. Some more throwables coming out from SDK, and AAA getting forced over into Chumasera. Want to really dislodge SDK from this hillside, and it's going to help with Gems getting a knock on to Purdy and a finish as well. So let's see if AAA wants to push even more.
Purdy thought he had a good flank position, but he gets caught in the open, and down he goes. And now, Zenith trying to stay put. It's difficult to do so when you have multi-circle gaming right over the top, and down they go. Multi-circle gaming as well. Out here being proactive, not allowing for teams to get too close to them. They push up, they take them down, and now they can reset with more space on the west side.
All right, new circle, phase 5. Centers up back towards Chumasera again. And towards that That's not the same compound Liquid got their win in earlier, but it's just to the west of it, so not too far off from that position. A good grenade from JQ. Find Luke 12. Let's see if he could get the flush as well. Gonna cook up another one. Alo's on the spot, but it's just not quite deep enough. That one's gonna go too far. So SDK avoids 2. How much longer can they stave off disaster? Uncivil trying to come over and see if he can help. The smoke is in the way of JQ's vision. JQ checking that left flank, making sure he can successfully push in a bit. At this point, the alarm's got to be going off that the res should have come through, the heal should be up, and SDK should be back up to those 3 men that they have left that AAA should be well aware of. Ooh, he's going to sneak out to the blue. This is cheeky from JQ, and he's going to get the second knock onto Luke, but now he's in the blue. Can he outduel anymore? No, he cannot.
Smart play to try and go out there. Knew the blue, knew that the smoke was fading. Had to make a hero play, and unfortunately, can only find one. So down he goes. Infantry now haven't been forced to fight a whole lot this game so far, but now they do. Up against GEX, they trade 1 for 1 early, but it's to the advantage of Infantry. They had the numbers, and while Xiaoyang went down, he should be able to get back up. They're still far outside the circle, though. If they're fortunate here, though, there's a chance they can make a good third-party attempt against Oath and Afrika Freaks, because they're really close to one another with Daytrade third-partying as well.
Yeah, you can see that Oath is even getting shot at by PO. He gets a finish, but then quickly Evil Lee from MCG off to the west. It's going to take him out of this particular round. Afrika, no kills, not quite as hot and heavy for them in this particular one, but it probably won't last too much longer with Oath and Daytrade hanging out not too far away from them. Infantry as well. Team Liquid, it's just going to chill in that compound for now. They've got it. No reason to leave it. MCG, Uncivil on top of him, but Lingdu's got a great angle to find 2. He's going to get some points. That is such a great angle for Lingdu.
That is the faith you put in your teammates. I'm going to be sprinting through the open, and I need you to do all the damage you possibly can to try and make sure that my path is safe. Unfortunately, they do lose players, but great hold from Lingdu there, trying to at least allow some sort of escape route for his teammate.
Yeah, it's good cover from MCG. They do end up losing a couple to Alo being patient. Akad's gonna find 2. That's some help from EJ. Daytrade, sit down. Afrika with some good defense over the hill. Flash still up there, but I don't know what in the world he thinks he's gonna do now.
Preferably go the opposite direction, because you do not want to have happen to you what just happened to your teammates. The good thing for Oath is that means no third-party opportunity on the other side. The bad thing here is they might end up going down, and indeed they do. Let's see, Boliang just fell as well, so it's actually just Longsker left alive. Of course, we do know Longsker, a very capable player. But one and done, maybe. Nope. As I say that, Akad does fall down. He's going to get flushed as well because of the nade. Boliang was out as well. So it's just Longsker left alive, and Hansia is getting rest right now. Actually, there's a chance for Longsker to do something, but he has to do it fast because TSG, are coming over the top.
Yeah, TSG, I think, recognizes that they have a potential opportunity to third-party this fight. EJ is going to connect 1 onto Longsker. 1 more could finish the job. Multiple throwables coming out from them. That one's a flash, though. So that's just going to annoy Longsker for a little bit. Shandian, the members of TSG now, going to come up and crest the hill. That grenade's going to slow them up just for a second. More and more grenades being tossed out. Shandian letting some of his own fly now as TSG wants to push up and over. They've got a pretty tight hill line to shoot at the heads of Afrika there. And Afrika just trying to work their way forward. But it's so tough with TSG bearing down on top of you.
TSG has been blessed with some circles going east when they were over there. They haven't had to fight anyone really up until this point, hence why they only have 1 kill. The kill on Relo from Oath earlier in the game, and now they're coming in here. Plenty of utility at their disposal, and good vest and helmets as well. They have to go in towards the circle too, though now. Okay, so Longsker does find 1, but EJ is immediately there to trade. Doesn't mean any way, shape, or form that Afrika Freaks are safe, though, because as you can see, EJ in the blue. Is he going to deny? Seems so to me. No way he's going to give up those points. And down he goes. TSG gets control. They do have to get through Anonix, though, who's the solo on the side of the circle right now.
Yeah, you can see he's already, with the help of MCG, hampering the movements of TSG over there. I think that's smart by EJ. He doesn't really have much hope at that point and time with the phase 6 cert blue coming through. That one is not going to keep you alive for very long, and there's no way TSG is going to let it happen. Flash is going to open up. Now he's got to be careful. I think he should just go for the point. He isn't able to readjust in time. Kind of not able to really make the decisions fast enough. There is Flash, even though he got a knock. He is going to be taken down. Grenades from, is this Anonix up top? Oh man, Anonix, can he get a 1v4 against TSG? Be one of the all-time great plays. We've seen them from him before. That's going to be one. Couldn't get the flush, though. There's just enough of the hill in the way. He's got to be super careful, trying to angle over. Chandian shot's going to push him back, and it's going to be Volibear on the side, taking Anonix down.
Finally, Liquid leaving the compound. They've been there since phase 1. They've been blessed, again, similar to TSG, with circles going in their direction. But the circle favors only last so long. Evil will go down. TSG able to do even more damage. They have been fighting through all of it here at the end of the game from the south, and now ENCE finally starting to shoot from inside Chumacero. A similar story to them. It's been a quiet day for them, but finally the favor goes in for the teams that have been fighting on the hill, and now the teams that have had the pleasure of sitting tight in compounds and cities are the ones who have to move.
Yeah, and Evil Lee, even though he has, okay, now he's been flushed, but it is Lingdu has been doing a really nice job for MCG this round, finding some good angles, landing some good shots, and does have a Bronco available. Not a lot he can really do with it other than reposition and continue to try to maintain his westerly hillside. Clip, I'm going to go for some heals as him and Ibiza still in the compound outside of the circle to the east. Let's see if they can maybe regroup, but it's Volibear with that SKS. Chalking some shots down and fending Team Liquid off.
I like that Mexi's already made it to the hill. He just has to find a way to... Oh, is that a rogue vehicle? I think it is linked to his cargo down towards the compound. He just has to find a way to become viable. You can see now he is trying to pressure and push forward and make some space for his teammates to move out. Shots fired, but no! Shots fired from the side as well, but it does allow for enough time for at least EP to make it up the hill. You can see Clip still trying to make his way out from the compound. Nate's being thrown forward now. Shandian down to low HP. Needs to try and make a play here to prevent Liquid from wrapping out. And while all this is unfolding, ENCE said, great, you guys focus on the east side. We'll take the hill and the high ground control towards the west and get full vision on anything going on downhill.
Yeah, Team Liquid has a really difficult fight ahead of them unless they can get a lot of help from ENCE, and not able to secure the knock on to Sia. It is ENCE right now, and they're just maneuvering around, jumping, and just seeing what they can see, and using the smoke on the side to kind of keep them blocked off from Team Liquid. Really try to focus on TSG, keep them pinned at the back of this, and force TSG into Team Liquid. Love the play here from ENCE right now. Really good use of their smokes and utility to get the fights to go the way they want. Peng opens up, gets Mexi. Volibear tries to come up and over. He's got a steep hill there. He's got to slide all the way down. Oh my god, he didn't take any damage. That's a miracle in and of itself. But Ibiza, the only one left, and he's going to have a great angle. Doesn't matter. A grenade from Peng M finishes the job.
Great game so far for TSG, and the fact that he fell down that hill for Volibear, even though he didn't become the guy shooting him, it might actually have ended up working out in their favor. Now let's see, ENCE, what can you do here? You have the high ground, but you have to get down the hill. Potentially, we'll see where the next circle is going to go. The final circle centers east. Yes, get down the mountain, Finns, because... well, I mean, you have to, unless you want to die to blue, but you have to run through the Triumphant Song Gaming players, and they are not in a happy mood. They want to take you down, but ooh, Dickory, solid headshot coming in to do some early damage.
Yeah, the Angry Bees of TSG have the circle, so you're going to need to work your way forward. But I like what they're doing here. Coming along the side, Diggory doing a fantastic job up top. One of the best, if not the best, fragger on ENCE, and grenade into Peng M. Rustinmar has Peng M pretty well sussed out where he is. That grenade's good, right on the money. Very nicely done by Rustinmar. That opens up a lot of space now for ENCE.
Looked like it had a heat seeker on it too. Rustinmar once again using the utility to full effect. It's gonna make some sort of space for them to at least get down the hill. They are one plateau lower, but as you said before, and as we can see, there's such an open divide between these two teams, and unfortunately for ENCE, they're the ones who have to push into it. They're throwing smokes down towards the south. Still 3 smokes for Squeaky you're left to utilize. Trying to make any smoke wall possible for them to push forward. It's just very, very difficult. I like how TSG are positioned with Yamsa and Volibear over on the other side. Up close here, they have Peng, they have Shandian. Squeaky needs to hit a bang of a shot here if they want to make any space at all on the side of the circle. Peng finds one, shots fired in return. Squeaky finds one, Diggory finds a second. Now it's a 3v2 in favor of ENCE.
Yeah, this is huge for Ench. Pang stuck down below the hill, seeing if he can get a grenade to connect, but Squeaky comes over the top, gets another knock. It's only one left, just Volley Bear for TSG. The push is on. Rustinmar around the side, trying to get the angle. Diggory up front. Rustinmar looks like he's gonna bump heads with him in here in just a second. Rustinmar up and through, has a pretty good spray, and it's gonna get it done. Ents is gonna take game number 2.
The full merry-go-round from inside the city all the way up the hill, all the way around and practically back towards Chimacero. Again, they make it work. They make it look easy as well. Very, very well-fought endgame for Ents in this particular match. Sure, it was quiet on the top for a good while, but they knew when to push it out. They knew how to do so, as you said during the game paper, forcing the fight between TSG and Liquid by throwing smokes and blocking their vision uphill. They knew they had the extra utility to use once they had to get down the hill as well, and once it came to the end game fight, they hit all the shots they had. So Diggory and Squeaky both there extremely quickly with double knocks catching TSG off guard, and they made them pay. Very well fought by Ents.
Yeah, extremely well done. Good grenades, good shooting, everything you can ask for out of Ents, and this is why we talked about them earlier, Toby. This team is really well disciplined. They play very, very good. They're really smart. Yes, they're very passive, and they do, try to just let the circles do their thing, and they want to save up all that armor and utility for as late in the game as possible. They're not going to be a team that's going to come out there and put up a 20-kill win, but they're really smart and they are really efficient, and at close quarters combat, they're very, very good, as you can see.
Indeed they are. We wanted to see them succeed in the weekly finals, and here they come up with a good game in game number 2. Let's hop back to the desk and see what they have to say about that one.
Oh, you're muted, Steve.
I wanted you to apply your own thoughts to the start of that win that seemed easy for Ents as they come out strong at the beginning. I knew eventually I had to make a fail. That said, though, Ents didn't fail. They had a massive game. It was awesome to see. Let's take a look back at the highlights. And why don't you guys talk to me about what made this work for Ents? We'll start out with Clover.
Ents very early on did get themselves in a nice circle position. I know that we were all really excited and then disappointed. It didn't go chicken wing. We wanted a little bit crazy, but teams were all very careful not to get themselves in a situation badly in that position. Unfortunately, though, a lot of teams found themselves right on top of each other once again in that mid to late game, as we see even Attack All Around taking some blue damage, trying to get up kills. And so it's kind of a change back up, right? We're no longer focusing on chicken dinners. Everybody is looking for those opportunities to frag.
Something that I kind of realized now, looking at the teams and how they're playing this, is that they're adapting a lot to the new circle settings here. Look at Team Liquid, look at TSG, two teams that normally would be playing in the center. They would be in the center, splitting up a lot. But what we're seeing them do now is they're playing way more edge. And this is unusual for these two teams, but they're doing that because of we're seeing all these hardships. They know that there's a high chance that they'll get the circle back on them, so they want to play a position where it's favorable if it turns back towards them. If not, sure, we'll fight our way in. Both of the teams know that they're really great at fighting, and they can take the fights if it's needed. But as we can see here, of course, both of them had to fight each other towards the end there. Ents was just on standby. They were looking at them. They were saying, hey, you guys finish that fight, we'll come and clean up the rest and grab that chicken dinner.
Absolutely. They grabbed the chicken dinner, and it came to a great end for them, but it was a very difficult start for everyone as the saga of PGI.S Circle Chaos continues to cause these teams frustration, I would imagine, as they have been very, very, very hard on the players. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Clover and Froz here on the desk. Clover, this was yet another game in the saga of WTF First Circles.
I think that all of us have said that we wish we could cast some of these just because of how insane they are. And I know that the players have found themselves really frustrated. But as Froz pointed out, teams are adapting really quickly. Team Liquid, that we're often known to likes to set its center early, is kind of setting themselves in nice compounds along the edge. And luckily for them, the circle shifted and stayed in their area. And so they didn't really have to move too hard, but they still found ways to be proactive from that situation. Multi-Circle Gaming, another team today, this match, that found lots of great opportunities to play that circle.
Let's take a look at the match results. Remember, this is back to the super scoring, so every point matters. ENCE gets a win with 17 total points, but TSG, Froz, puts up another burner of a match.
Yeah, and this is one of those teams, right? They might have a little bit harder to close down the games, but when it matters, they do what they need to do. And right now, it's getting those points by getting high placements, a lot of kills. And look at this, 1,400 damage, 14 kills. That's a 14 points, 8 kills. It's a good like damage ratio to the kills. This is kind of what you're gonna see from a team like that, because we know that they like to fight it out as well.
Yeah, I think they got 14 and then 16 in the previous game. So TSG is going to be a team we're keeping our eye on as they start out very strong. Talk to me about this comparison of players, Clover.
I mean, Norens is not a player you would necessarily think right off the bat to be compared to Pio, and in this match, obviously only 1 to 6 kills, but his damage right up there tied with 592. And in the weekly final, Norens actually had a heck of a week, putting down an insane amount of points for his team. So this is definitely a player that you want to watch. We're seeing Day Trade get themselves in really good fragging positions and actually come out in, you know, good situations. Unfortunately for them, I know we saw that rough circle rotation that did not end well for them that match, but Norens still putting the work in.
You brought up a good point about Day Trade, and we'll talk about them if we have enough time. But for now, I want to take a look at what matters the most, Froz, the overall standings. Who is on a trajectory to take home the $50,000 grand prize and put that into the pool for the big win at the end? TSG climbs into first.
Yeah, and take a look at their points right now. They're sitting on 30 points and they have 0 wins. A third place, a second place. Meanwhile, on second and third place, you have Gen.G and ENCE. Both of the teams have got themselves a win each. So it's kind of obvious that we're going to see them towards the top there. But basically, TSG has double the amount of points what Infantry has without the win. And both of the teams, of course, without a win. It's a really strong performance from TSG. But again, they're playing on the edge. And they've been a little bit lucky, let's be honest. They've been a little bit lucky. The shift has been coming towards them. We've seen them doing a little bit of rotation, but there's also a high chance when you're playing edge like they do, there's a high chance the circle won't come to you and you have a really hard rotation to do. But that's, yeah, that's the gamble you take, a high risk, high reward.
I mean, and the other side of the coin, Clover, we got a team like Team Liquid. They got third in the last match, but no kills. It seems like they're like getting the timing down, but not the execution.
Yeah, I just don't know if it was a bad vantage point for them. We did get a decent amount of damage, but no real kills from any of those knocks. I think, though, going forward, especially as we switch up the maps a little bit, some of these teams are going to have a little bit easier, hopefully, of a time on Erangel, especially with some of those circles that might be a little bit more predictable for them.
You know, Froz, we'll keep talking about them, and everybody's gonna be like, oh, you're talking about Liquid. But the fact is, they finished, I think it was top 4 in both games that they've played so far today, and only have 14 points. That seems difficult to do, to be honest with you.
Well, in the first game, they had a 4th place with 5 points. Now, in the second game, they had a 3rd place with 0 kills. What we do see is that they're playing it smarter. They're playing with the circle. They're trying to adapt to this new kind of playstyle that is not their normal playstyle. And they're doing a good job so far, make sure that they're getting into the circle and playing from there. But the thing is that if the last circle there, if it shifted towards Liquid instead, you would have seen them not with 0 kills, but probably with, like, we're talking about close to a double digit. And that's kind of what they're going for right now. They know that they're playing on a little of a gamble. But if the circle comes to them, that's when they're going to win big. So they can just keep on doing this because they just get themselves a few points, a few kills, but also good placements every game. It's all fine.
It's all fine. Well, it's all fine as we go into the third match of the day in just a few minutes. We're going to see if Liquid can put a few more points on the board or if TSG will continue their absolute dominance of these circles. Don't go anywhere. Game 3 coming up in just a few minutes.
You guys gotta be hyper aware of them like being on you.
There's gonna be another team coming in from the northwest. It looks like.
I'm just sitting in my shag.
Inside blue marker. Inside blue marker. I can go nade that.
Should I come to you guys?
I just got two tap. You got the. I'm safe though. Then it. Oh my. I died. Oh my god.
Snaves, I think we need you over here.
Yeah, you need to come. You need to come. They're pulling up. Roll on Ox one. One more. Same spot. No, one up.
He's nading something. Nice.
One up.
He's still in the trucks.
Good job, get the res.
Welcome back from the break. We've got a few minutes left until the action kicks off on the third map of the day. We're leaving the desert behind and we're headed to the beautiful island of Erangel to see the last couple of matches. Let's talk about that. I'm joined by Clover and Froz to kick this one off. Froz, talk to me about the change to Erangel.
You know, coming into Erangel, I think it's going to be a little bit interesting because we'll know now that on Miramar, a lot of teams are trying to adapt to the new circles, trying to play more edge. But typically, when we go back to Erangel, we see a lot of teams going back to the center, even if they kind of do that kind of stuff on Miramar. Now, on Miramar, you have more dips and more kind of open space to work with, while on Erangel, it's more about taking the compounds in the center. You want to hold that down, and you're basically doubling down on that. It's going to end on you. Now, so with that, I'm kind of interested to see what we're going to see from teams because we have a lot of the teams that are new coming into this weekly final as well. I mean, we have teams like Day Trade, we have Zenith, we have GX, we have Buran. These teams are playing the weekly finals for the first time. Sure, they've been playing in the bottom 16 last week, but it's kind of different. Now you're in the big group here. This is where the money actually is in. You got to get to the top 4, and you only got a few games. We got 3 games of Erangel in front of us. How do you want to play it out?
Can't be the top dog unless you run with the big ones. All right, Clover, tell me about the transition to Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, like Froz said, we do have a lot of teams that are starting to come in and play. I mean, Multi-Circle most notably, right? They didn't play at all week 1, and they got in on the very first and only game they played on Survival this week. So for them to get to come in, have another opportunity to start to play these teams, they're playing just as fresh as everybody else is experiencing them. Now, as you said, we've had some really crazy circles and teams trying to find that balance between playing the edge and sitting center, and Erangel has been no exception this week. We've had a lot of crazy circles up in Georgia Pole and Hospital, out in the shelter areas, along the edges of the map that sometimes don't even see very much play like Swamp and Quarry. So teams are going to have to be very, very quick to adapt. I think they're going to be a little bit quicker to loot and play a little bit more aggressive in holding their positions. We've seen a lot of very unfortunate pinches happen, and that's the teams that I think, like we saw with Ints last game, not really pushing too hard, not taking too much of an unnecessary fight to keep them healthy to the end game. I think that's what we're going to need to start seeing from teams when we go into Erangel.
So these have been extreme circles. There's no way around it, Froz. And in the survival rounds, that's kind of okay. You maybe drop on the right side of the island. You can keep doing that because eventually, you know, hey, this will work out for me. Is it different in a game where every point matters in every game? Is the middle more advantaged in this series versus weekly survival?
The big thing with the whole circles going a little bit crazy right now is that the circle set is a little bit different from what they used to. They just got changed, basically, and we're seeing a slightly smaller circle 1, which also means that we see slightly smaller circles beyond that as well. And this has causing a little bit of a shift in where the circles are going. So most of the teams, they're trying to, of course, read where the circle is going to be, where they're going to be going. They're trying to find out the tendencies. But right now, this is kind of new, so they're still trying to find that out. What we've seen so far is, of course, all these kind of hardships. And they're trying to figure out, okay, which side is it going to hardshift to? That's what we need to find out. Once we can figure that out, we're going to be playing with an upper hand against all the other teams because we already know where the circle is going to go, and we can read it before you can do, and we can take a position better than you because of it.
Clover, that first circle being smaller as Froz brings it up, how does that impact the sort of early game? We're used to seeing a lot of teams sort of looking for real estate early, and things seem a little more chaotic now. What's your take on how that's impacted the early game?
I mean, you know, exactly that, right? There is less real estate for 16 teams and 64 players to put down. You want those big compounds. You want places that might not just only be in the circle for phase 1, but in phase 2, phase 4, and so on, and give you as well a good vantage point, you know, being able to catch teams on their rotations, having a better vantage point on the area of which you reside. You know, we've talked sometimes about when these circles go Gatka and whether or not playing Gatka is the smart play just because of what you might have viewpoints for. And so that's what some of these teams need to look at. And with those smaller circles come that harder predictability of where it could go next. And I think that's where some of the struggles have been coming from these teams.
Well, I can tell you where I know exactly where it's going next, and that is into the game. Stacks of cash leading up to the $50,000 prize for whoever gets first. The roof is opening, the plane is loaded, and we're headed to Erangel, powered by Intel. Let's go live to the game right now with the very vivacious vibratos of Toby and Paper Thin.
Yo, yo, thank you very much, Desk. Well done, as always, bringing us over to Erangel for the last 3 games of the day. So buckle up, folks. We're not even halfway through this one just yet. The plane path gonna start its journey over to the east of Yasnaya, Palania, and then work its way gently southwest over Razak. A nice, easy ride on this one, and I'm really curious about this. So for me, Toby, when I look at this first set of games, and TSG has come out on top after Miramar, I'm not super surprised, and it's important for TSG because Miramar's their better map. I'm just going to be brutally honest about it, and they really need to rack up those points there. Can they continue that is a big question for me.
I'm trying to think further on the line that you're going with, and I'm starting to go, is it just a Chinese thing?
It is. They're very good at Miramar.
When you think about it, Tianba, extremely good on Miramar. Infantry, extremely good on Miramar. I mean, 4AM, they can play both sides pretty easily, but MCG also plays extremely well on Miramar. Is it just a Chinese thing that they're better on Miramar? I never thought of it before you kind of hinted TSG right now, but then I started adding, well, it kind of is the same storyline for all of them, isn't it? Not saying that they can't find success on Erangel, but if you do the stats, a lot of them just, at least in global events, just oftentimes fare better on Miramar than they do on Erangel. So maybe it's a cater to the Chinese playstyle or meta of how they play.
Yeah, I mean, I think it benefits their aggressive play style. Having that extra terrain changes, that extra surface area to work with to give you places to maneuver around and with, I think benefits them a little bit more to make the moves that they want to make, control the sight lines they want to control, and those kind of things. I think there's a lot that you could break down with it for sure. I'd say 4AM is kind of probably one of the better Erangel teams out of them. Tianba's just good all around. I think MCG as well. MCG, you can't win like everything for 2 months in Asia and China, you know, that you attend without being good at both maps. So for them especially, I think they're pretty well balanced. And I think MCG's win did come on Erangel, didn't it, during the week?
Yes. They had.
You have a better memory than me. So.
You should know. You were the one that caught their north side swamp rotation when I didn't even see it. You should remember.
Oh yeah,
that
that's right.
Paper.
It was that one.
You finally outsmarted me. I'm kidding.
No, no, I did not.
It was a good game for them, and I think. I mean, Frost said on Des that he picked them on his coupons to be the. I didn't hear if he picked them as his top 4 team or as a chicken dinner team, or if it was just overall him wanting to see them win. But if they can play on Erangel the same way, the same kind of heads-up play that they did in the previous, like on their weekly survival match, I see absolutely no reason why they shouldn't be able to end up in a top 4 spot overall by the end of this. By the end of this weekly final, because they were playing that game very well, and we can go back to the previous 2 games of how ENS played the late game and how Gen G played the end game in their first game win. Very similar in putting yourself in a position to force the other 2 teams to fight. And I think maybe that's where people are going to start, instead of just sending it full speed forward, are going to start doing a kind of hybrid of weekly survival mentality and finals mentality. Maybe it has hit them a little bit, the whole weekly survival mentality, and teams are starting to maybe just lower the guns a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's some ideas that have been learned from that new format that can carry over into the normal super settings. That the ideas of making other teams fight to really give yourself that win. Forcing conflict away from you, controlling space to make sure you have room to do things. Not a lot of good teams are already doing a lot of this anyway. I don't know what in the world Mexi's doing, just testing that mini, I guess. But like it's just kind of reinforcing some of the good ideas that you can bring to the table early. And I mean, I still remember, I still go back to that TSG game where they just let Virtus Pro go across the road into Oath. And that's the one where I was just like, all of a sudden the light bulb started going off in my head. And I'm Thomas Edison or something. I'm like, yes. Yeah. I'm not nearly that smart. I don't know why. I should never compare myself to anyone smart. That was mistakes are made. All right. Well, it's a Western Circle, so this is where a lot of the fields tend to happen. But we had a great finish between Virtus Pro and Buriram yesterday. 2 days ago.
This whole
What's up?
peacocking thing is smart sometimes, but Nine has no idea that opponents are around, and by him running around and shooting is pretty much just him putting a GPS tracker on his foot, informing Buriram where he's coming from. And now Xiao Yang is coming, and he has no clue that Buriram has made it this close, and this could be trouble. This could be dear trouble. Tags connected, and Godmeow is going to find him, and now I think Xiao Yang, while they don't speak Chinese, could assume it's like, wait, Nine? You have people outside your compound. How did you not tell me this? And Nine is only now learning about it.
Yeah, that's definitely going to make the play caller for Infantry a little cranky, as Zhao Yang is going to be like, bro, this was supposed to be open. What are you doing out here? Buriram's completely up in your grill. They have invaded, and you were just completely unaware. Now the rest of Infantry has returned to try to see if they can maybe potentially win a fight here against Buriram. I wouldn't be too surprised if this one either just kind of stalemates for a while, or if with the way these two teams like to play, maybe they get really aggressive. But maybe Buriram just doesn't want any part of this. This is risky, though. Godmeow is very, very hurt.
I'm loving the commitment from Buriram, though. They ran all the way from Chopsticks. They played on foot all the way from Chopsticks over to this compound. Now Conaxius a little on his own. Oh, Luke holding the open, wanted to transition further forward, but not gonna happen. Dares finds him. Let's see if he can hold off against the rest of STK, though, because they are here. They are around. Now he's surrounded. Jairus folds down, and I'm not seeing any attack all around players anywhere nearby, and that that should indicate one thing and one thing only, that they just lost a player.
What in the world's going on over here? Now Crazy's all on his own, kind of, with Zen coming in. I mean, yes, the rest of 4AM is on the hills on the outside, so Zenith is going to have to try to pop in, and they find themselves in the firing lines of the 4 angry men. Crazy going to see if he can get that grenade on a kickstart. I think he got the word that he's out there, and it just doesn't make it around the fence. My word, another 2 inches forward, and that one's going to roll over. Roth going to be found out by him anyway. Shinboy is trying to push in, and Zenith really needs to get in here, dislodge Crazy, and see if they can get away with only losing 1.
He's all alone on the roof right now, and while he does have teammates in the nearby vicinity, because of his position up on the roof, it's very difficult for any of the 4AM players to really do a whole lot in terms of helping him. Ooh, that nade, I thought it was going to do some damage. Not quite the case. If Crazy gets a jump off here, I think he knows there's a player on the balcony just below. Yep, Shinboy was in the position to throw that nade before. If he can jump off on this side, maybe he's going to be able to run back towards his teammates. He might be able to get up on that side, jump off, and make the run along the roof over to the other side. I mean, while we see it being a possibility, of course, he doesn't know that none of them are holding that angle.
Well, and it might be 4AM that just decides to swarm in here, try and take advantage of their high level of skill in building fighting. And now Punij comes out the side, though, finds Forever, trying to cut in front, gets the flush. There's another knock, but a grenade from Grodby gonna set him on the knees. Another one from Crazy. That's Shinboy down, kickstart into the back room all by himself, clips the head of Crazy, isn't able to get the knock. Crazy has to jump outside. And for now, both teams taking a lot of damage in this fight.
There's so much pre-firing going on. They're just playing, this is how I would play it. I'm going to do the same kickstart, immediately pre-firing the window up above. Such a smart play. That is going to be the end of them, though. Lou finds him with the nade, and not only that, should be able to get Godv up as well. So Forever will fall, but they find 4 kills, and that's, of course, that's always something when you're forced to take a fight like this. At least you come away with points. Now that we are back to the super settings.
Oh, I think 4AM will take that every time. I just feel like they're fully comfortable with those fights, knowing that if they can win them as handily as they seem to, they will take those every time. TSG over on the west, making the long trek down that long westernly road, the Highway 1, as I like to kind of think of it, which is the long western road in America that runs down California. Really scenic views and the like. Purdy finding himself a crate. I gotta credit SDK. We didn't really get to talk about it because there was all kinds of wildness going on all over the map, Toby, but their ability to get to their fallen teammates so quickly, like their adjustment to instantly surround Jayers, was really impressive.
Yeah. That's one of the things that I've always found extremely, as you say, impressive about STK. I've talked about it with many people. I think all talents have used to move as a unit, and how they do things very military-esque in how they maneuver around, and especially in team fights, how even if they do have a player knocked, they're always there to try and trade, or they're always within reach of each other. Even when they're split, they're always in a position where they're somehow going to be able to help each other out. Now let's see East Side Circle. No one is east of Pachinki right now. Everybody out towards the west, and if you're 500 IQing this one, which I think VP are right now, they're gonna wrap north around and gonna come into a very free east side of the circle.
Yeah, I absolutely think they should. I think Day Trade might consider something like that, although they might get kind of happy that some of these compounds down on the southern side of the circle are open, as well as infantry had already moved up more towards the Pachinki area. Afrika MCG jostling for territory to the hills, to the south of Pachinki. A lot of teams really like that compound where Lingdu and Summer are. In some respects, I find it a little bit wild, a little bit tricky. Speaking of tricky and wild, oh, you got it, no problems. Uncivil able to land that maneuver. But I don't know. If we see that compound again, maybe we'll talk about it. But I think for now, let's focus on some of the things that our observers are showing us. 4AM coming into the north side of Pachinki. Gen G's going to watch STK. Let's see if PO's got any more solo kills involved. Ooh, he waits just a bit long on that one.
And now he has to play it passive. He needs to buy himself some time because Gen G, the remaining players, just aren't there. And that is, of course, I don't want to say downfall, but that's the risk involved with sending a player out early. If the opponents can take you down fast, if you miss that initial shot, that's kind of the contrary playstyle to what SDK likes to do, right? How Gen G does. If they do put a player out as a solo and have him risk going down, with the potential reward of gaining a lot of information. Reload tried to cross past there. That ain't gonna work either. He's gonna go down as well. But that's, I mean, those are the two polar opposites in playstyles when you see STK and Gen G next to each other.
That's a very good point, and that's the one team that Gen G, one of the teams that Gen G has to be really careful with, because shoot to kill, always working together, always coordinated, never leave a man behind. Definitely one of the ideas that I think gets brought to them, and I think that's a great idea. And you know, I think it's something that a lot of the best teams are always doing, always there to res each other if things go sideways. But PO is as great as he is. The one downfall, the one criticism people have had for him for quite some time. Solo player, he sometimes overextends himself.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, again, a risk they're willing to take, because when you look at the math, when you look at the statistics, and you go, how often has us expanding him to a, I guess you can say, risky position worked out for us? More often than not, it's been a success. I mean, yes, he's in a position from where if he goes down, he could die, but he's given us the info we needed in order to get into the next circle or get the better angle in a fight or whatever it may be. PO has been the one to get that info, and that's why, for the most part, they've won that fight. So they will take, every now and again, losing their IGL for potential info.
And also, he's pretty good about just picking up one kill and piecing out, like getting that point and not... once he has it, he doesn't stick around too long. The problem is getting caught out before he can get that 1 point. Sometimes even 2 if he's really feeling it. But for Gen G, I think with Esther there, this is a really nice bolstering of their ability to function in game without him. Esther is the sub shot caller for Gen G, and he brings a really calm veteran presence to the table. They were talking about this in an interview with Korea with Esther, that he kind of was watching a lot of PO and is able to kind of explain to PO what he's doing wrong and why it's wrong and kind of reel him in a bit. But well, heading to Pachinki here, Toby, just more east, more cities, maybe. We'll see. This one still could go anywhere around this.
Yeah, it still easily could not be a city ending, but I'm already starting to cook up the witch. What do you say, like the big soup bowl and getting the hands together while doing evil smirky laughs, because if this one goes into the city, it's gonna be so horrible for absolutely everyone. Now let's not take the downfall in advantage. Ooh, got me out once again. Gets one out of the vehicle. Great shooting then. Esther, only speak of him, and down he goes. This is gonna be the one to fall. 2 kills per ram so far. Kanaxio went down early as they tried to make the push on forward, but at least now they get something in return. Infantry rotating on forward as well. They were on the southwest side. They have to go towards the city, but Liquid already here.
Yeah, there's nowhere for them to go, and that's going to be 2 members of infantry on the back of a motorcycle, finding their death at the hands of Liquid. So that's going to send Bullying a little further to the east, but waiting there potentially is MCG, and they're forced into a less than ideal compound. No doubt about it for Bullying.
Into the city, gets himself an 8x, not gonna complain about that. Not sure how much you're gonna be using it while inside the city, but we'll see if it comes to good use. The big uptick there. What is up with everyone running around and hipfire shooting today? First we saw Mixie do it, then we see other people do it, even with in periods where there's no one around. I don't know if they're Morse coding each other, what's going on here. Let's see. A little bit of a flip, got a reverse into the dip. Will you succeed in doing that? Bootjuice, you're driving scarily slow, and Vanotika does fall because of it.
Yeah, Tire got shot out there, and now it's a shooting gallery. But Poochills, yeah, he does. You're right. He does fall into this this trench. So actually, unless a grenade can connect, Summer's going to let fly with a few of them here, and that one might bounce in. Yes, it does. It just gets over the lip of the trench, just enough to find Poochills. The rest of Day Trade backs off underneath the bridge, and this team, MCG. Interesting thing about Summer, I was kind of looking back at him. Not just when he was with VC Gaming, but also he played at PNC for Team China, and he was one of the top 5 fraggers at PNC. So this guy, also an in-game leader, but a great player on top of it. I think he's a name that people forgot about, myself included, forgot about for a while. But man, he is really talented.
He is a terrifying player, especially at a distance. He fulfills the same kind of long skirt, give him a DMR, and he'll find 5 kills before the rest of his teammates have even seen an opponent yet. It's I remember seeing him in the early days, just always doing so much damage before they even started fighting, which, I mean, worked out while he didn't always get all the kills with it. It would be whenever they then do have to take the fight, they're going up against teams who barely have vests or helmets left because Summer had been just slaughtering them. all the time. And now, from a southeast hard shift to a northwest one. Why go into Pachinki when we can go into an open field?
I gotta take a quick point out of Buriram's rotation there. No, hold that thought. Let's see, Gen G trying to survive their round. They're extremely beat up, and Onyx very, very weak. As he drives over the hill, 24 hit points left, just seeing if he can find some spot to hide for the rest of this round. Oh my god, Purdy, 1 hit point, that's gotta be one in there, okay. In frustration.
24 hit points left.
Yeah, anyway, Buriram, good rotation. Like I was trying to say before Gen G sent it.
Yeah, they rotated down very successfully. Unfortunately for them, it didn't really pay off, but now they have to go back to the north again. And in the meantime, on that side, GEX, get one. Down they go in return, though. Solid trades coming in from a Freak of Freaks trying to hold this north side. There wasn't really anyone up here, so they both had the same idea, trying to rotate to what we call the highway of rotation areas right here now. And if GX can hold out against the Freak of Freaks, that's them a really good position to be in.
Ooh, now they're getting it done through the side seat. Buriram all over the place, and now they're just going to try to pull into MCG. Summer is going to get sprayed down by Noadra, cleaned up on the finish. Lingdu trying to see where the heck Noadra went. He's around the corner, jumps up and over, is going to get the knock. Where is Godmeow? We need some help here, my guy. Lingdu all alone as well, a 1v1 between Godmeow and Lingdu, and that is going to be Tank out early. Lingdu seeing if he can get back into the building. Smokes out in front of him. Oath getting crashed in a ditch, and TSG makes quick work of them.
Not gonna happen. They tried to make the workaround, not quite. So a Freak of Freaks will fall as well. Plenty of teams being eliminated as they tried to make their way towards Pachinki. A lot of them opted to stick on the south side. Now, on the other side, we see trouble brewing. Lingdu, that nade could be golden. No, a little too short. Throws one more in the exact same position. That one bounces over the top of the vehicle. Will he get the knock on repeat? No, but he does get the flush on towards Edie. No, after you're in phase 4, you cannot rest in the blue, mate. You will be going down. Should have started running forward. Not gonna happen. Noatra goes down once more. Simply too much time being spent here. And Lingdu and Godmeow, while they're trying to get points, I don't see a lot will come of it. Godmeow does find it. Lingdu falls out of the vehicle. 4 kills secured, but he's all on his own now, barely with a car to drive.
Yeah, he's in a really tough situation forward, but there is a little bit of forest, maybe. Hopefully we'll see if he's able to get it done. Now, GEX, between the two of them, I guess they did something to Afrika. We missed it on screen. Godmeow does get blown up by Flash there. The vehicle was on fire, and he will find himself out sort of early in this round. We're going to center up right on top of TSG, so their move to take Oath out really going to pay dividends. James sees GEX. He knows the smokes, of course. They've been trading some damage back and forth. He's waiting. And Leo, he saw it, but I don't think Leo saw him necessarily.
Nope. Now they're trying to make them run. No, Leo, you don't do that! You do not do that! You saw him right in front of you, and they die in seconds. These are the things there is simply no room for in games like these. You don't run straight in front of the buggy. You don't drive the guy straight over. Stop the vehicle, do something. I know it's much easier said than done in the heat of the moment, but oh, you just hate to see it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for GEX. And down in 10th place they go. STK filtering out along the northwestern side, and they're going to start making their way in. Towards the new circle, just keeping Team Liquid staved away. Gems finishes off Bolayang. Bolayang finally had to work his way through quite a bit of Pachinki, but his luck does run out eventually. Now Gems, a solo snake, so a little one-on-one action between those two guys. STK has the hill on the side here. We know you can hang out here. We saw Damwon Gaming Kia do it on the very first week, and they can work this out pretty well. There's no one behind them as long as they can avoid some damage. But Hyruzen on the money with that first grenade.
100-0 grenade. First one gets him in. The second one almost to get the flush in, but not quite yet. Uncivil will full-on commit to try and get the rest towards his teammate. As we know, STK very, very, very good when it comes to try and pick up their teammates. Oh, Uncivil, so much damage done as well. And the Batulins ain't gonna let them sit around. We saw, as you said just before, we saw Damwon Kia allow for so many teams to get up close. Tianbo were the ones on the hill, but VP ain't having none of it. They're not allowing for teams to lurk outside their compound. They want the space. They want the benefit of knowing their gutters are free. Here's the Oath pull up again, which I think it's easy, safe to say, did not quite work out the way they wanted it to. Good thing Shandian was crouching there. I think he might have got a vehicle to his face if he hadn't.
That was Oath that pulled up into that fight. Okay, we just caught the end of the carnage, and it kind of looked like it was actually TSG who had rolled in based on their perspective, but it was in fact Oath. Yeah, I love what VP does there, because when you in that same situation, you trade out for Detonation, for Damwon Kia, and you trade VP out for Detonation Gaming. Detonation Gaming White never leaves that compound. They hunker down. That allows Damwon Kia to get into that 3-stack on the western side. And VP is much more aggressive, active, and they just completely eliminate that SDK could cause them any more problems. All right, sorry for the technical delay, everybody. We are back, Toby and Paperthin, with you to finalize this one. There's a lot of action coming out of the north side of Pachiki. 4 a.m. on the priority movement here. Gems still alive as a solo. Gets some good shots into Flash. Finally, as Flash has to jump up over the fence. Going to get the knock onto that. Just Nuren's left for day trade. Team Liquid doing a good job working west to east on this one, Toby. And they have a good opportunity to maybe flush out the rest of the Pachiki Rats.
And the good thing in a bad situation is that while the feed was frozen, we didn't actually miss a single kill before. No one had died prior to what happened. And now let's see Liquid looking over. They want to try and contain the day trade team inside the compound. Mixi is pushed all the way up. James now trying to file his way back for safety. He needed to not maybe be this close to the compound, trying to run back, trying to get over to the other side and maybe play down the hill a little.
Yeah, now they've got TSG, who we saw defend successfully against Oath early, 4 a.m. And they are just barely in with Xiaolu up ahead on the road, just on that lip there. And Triumph It's On Gaming just going to start setting up smokes to cover from the sides there as they get ready for this push from Team Liquid. Sia tries to open up into the damage. Sia's on point here, and he needs to get something done. James does get taken down by Squeaky, so TSG gets helped out a little bit by Ents. Grenades ringing out, catches Clib, almost gets him knocked. Sia's going to throw one more, but Team Liquid doing a good job staying active, avoiding these grenades.
Very, very impressive play. I like how James was kind of just debating all of this. They sent the solo player in the vehicle over the top first. He's going to attract the attention, which in the end of it allows for both remaining Liquid players to get down on the south side. Now, once again, TSG, Ents, and Liquid in endgame situations. 5 teams left alive, and we see the same teams on repeat find themselves late game presence.
Oh, Clib finds Volibear there. Great shooting, good grenade to finish that. Gonna throw a few more up and over. He is out of utility right now. Ibiza trying to cover from the side, but it's actually Batulins from VP. He's gonna get the knock on to Clib immediately. Ibiza trying to come back. 4 a.m. is gonna take this opportunity to try to swipe the side of TSG. That's a couple down there between Crazy and Xiaolu, just paying up in the smoke, waiting up on the hill, but it's actually Squeaky and Ents putting the shots into him, trying to end their round once again.
4AM knew they had to make a move. They were on the other side of the street. They knew they couldn't force a fight down towards ENCE on the east side. So they know, like, while knowing the fight is escalating on the west, they're trying to make their way over in this direction. Now ENCE trying to make the exact same push that 4AM did. They know there's a fight going on, and they want part of it. They want to claim some territory for themselves. And there's so many teams over here fighting. Somehow TSG gets eliminated. We still have 2 players alive on Liquid, but look at their HP. They've got none combined. Are they both going to go down to that nade? Yes, they do. Crazy finds the double with a crazy nade in there for sure, and somehow 4AM are still alive after all of that.
All right, Rustedmar loads up in the Dacia. Time to try to send it somewhere. You still have Tiksu down here actually in the circle, so you know you have this safe, and Spyro still catches him for a little bit of damage, even as fast going downhill as that Dacia can get going. Still able to find a nice shot from Virtus.pro, and Rustedmar is going to settle up underneath the hill, and I love this, again, being a little active for Virtus.pro. They've got 4AM on Overwatch from Spyro and the others, and they know they could reach out a bit, see if they can maybe catch a grenade potentially, but nope, they don't feel like they could safely get close enough, so Blue's going to back up into the compound, and it's a 4v2v2 to finish this up. Still phase 7 though, Toby, so most everybody's in a kind of safe spot, except for Godby, who's just kind of waiting on the edges, I think, checking that out, and then probably just going to prone on the top of this plateau.
I think both 4AM and ENCE are praying for this final circle to go anywhere except into that compound, because as hard as this one is looking already, you don't want to give any more circles to VP in this one for 2 duos against a 4-man team. Virtus.pro, very, very good team in the end game, but if they have to leave the compound, if they get caught weak, maybe there's a chance. Let's see, ENCE will have to cross the road. We already have Rustedmar across, but he's going to have to somehow make his way up that hill. 4AM, they need to make their way further forward, and I think just those few meters that have to go down to the next plateau might put them into the firing lines. If not of Virtus.pro, then at least of ENCE.
Yeah, I think for 4AM, the idea is drive the car down to the next step on the plateau, see if they can get him down there, see if they can hide behind him and wait this out, see if they can wait for the moment that Virtus.pro has to maybe leave this building, or they might just crash it. It is 4AM. You never know. They had a lot of mollies. They might just think, well, you know what, to heck with it. But I think this is the right play. Get down this hill a little bit and wait here. This is really, really smart by 4AM.
They have the plateau inside the circle, and they will be able to stay on this plateau, actually, for longer than Virtus.pro will be able to stay inside the building. Come to the end of it. If not this one, then the plateau just below. They will have to make their way continuous down. You see Crazy. They're trying to do all the damage they can now. Even if knocks do come in, they should be able to get the reses up with it. You see them playing on the far backside of the plateau that they're on right now. In the meantime, ENCE trying to figure out what they're going to do in response. There is still a plateau to play below where they are now, but that's where you get into the firing lines of Spyro on top of that building. ENCE, both in their vehicles. Where are you planning on going, guys? Up the hill they go, but it's not accelerating all that fast uphill. Somehow, Tiksu is still alive in this. Rustedmar does go down. Couldn't expect them all to stay alive, and there comes the far throw. The Hail Mary, full speed forward. It's right on money, but no! Just cooked a bit too short. I thought it was going to be right on him, but stays alive all the way through it. In the end, he will fall down. ENCE falls in third, but great game from them overall.
Yeah, who knew car hoods are bouncy? Apparently they are. That one is going to bounce right off of it like a hockey puck on a goalpost. All right, over to Batulins. He's trying to sneak up into 4AM, and this is really nice by VP. They recognize that if they have to leave, they're going to be in a bad spot. So get ahead of 4AM and get underneath them and really put the pressure onto them. Grenades coming out. Crazy takes a whole bunch of damage. There's the knock from Batulins. Godby trying to come onto the side, seeing if he could pull out the miracle 1v4, see if he can live up to that name of Godby. Grenades coming out, but VP is swarming. They are flanking. There's the first one. No, it is going to be Batulins to finish the job, and Virtus.pro takes the first win on Erangel of the day.
I've said it in the past, and I'm glad we got to bring it up during this game as well, how Batulins and PO function so similarly. We spent time talking about PO in the beginning of this match, and Batulins did right here exactly what you talked about PO doing earlier as well. He comes over the top, he's the one up front, he's the first one to get there, spots the first guy, spots the second guy, knows, guys, I know where the last two are, but instead of just staying up there and taking a solo fight, he backs down the hill, waits for the teammates to get up there, and they can push and contain together. Extremely well played end game. Yes, okay, VP does get a lot of circles going their way, but they were never hiding inside the compound. When SDK came over, Battlegrounds was the first one to run on out and make sure they had absolutely no control of that hillside, because they knew if we're going to try to play this compound later on with teams all around us, there's simply going to be no way in hell that we can maintain control. We cannot peek out a window without people shooting at us. They maintain control, they played it well, and that's going to be all for us, guys. We're going to throw it back to the desk to see what they have to say about that.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to Virtus Pro, who's been given a hard time so far in this tournament with new nicknames, chat being tough on them. But in lieu of all of that, they come out on top and get themselves a beautiful chicken dinner here in our third game of the day. Not too shabby. We'll take a look at the highlights in just a second, but we'll start out with you, Clover. Walk me through how that game started. It was a reasonable circle for the first time in Lord knows how long.
I think that's probably the nicest circle that these teams have gotten all week. We love a good Pachinki circle, nice, good center rotations. In fact, I think if anything, it probably caught some teams off guard that were setting themselves up on the edge. And now 4 a.m., you know, they like to land the center. They've got their school, Razak. They rotated really quickly in a water compound, and then they sat in Pachinki. It's an area that they really love to play in. They're comfortable. Anytime a circle touches Pachinki, we usually see 4 a.m. playing the north, and that put them in a really good position for the late game. Unfortunately, wasn't a good enough position as we saw VP take the win.
You know why 4M likes to play that compound, right? It's because it's called the God compound, and they have God V on the team. Jokes aside, no, that's not the reason, but they like to play God compound. They play that a lot. We see that all the time. You get a good overview over the city. They know that they can move out to the north as well, and they know how to play. They know how to hold against a crash from the north side, which is the highest potential something would happen. But we saw during this game, it wasn't too many teams on the north side. We had a few ones trying to go for some crazy rotations. Gen G going out in the blue for a long time before they rotated into SDK. And I mean, SDK did a good rotation as well, playing on the field there, trying to take control over it. But we saw him being forced against VP, and VP just held that down so well. VP, of course, they did really heavy rotation as well, coming in the start of the game. They started on Starboard. They went west to North Jaws before they went down there. But something that was interesting was how they had 3 guys going to that mini Pachinki compound, while Batulians would go out on the Potato Hill to scout out a little bit and then come back down. And what we saw was how they were flexing back and forth. Batulian would flex out on the west side, Lou would flex out on the east side all the time, make sure that they had control over the whole situation, the whole game there.
Absolutely. We'll double back on that later because I do want to talk about the flexibility of Batulin and how he has been doing those sort of really nice one-off positions for VP that we saw work out so well in that game. But for now, let's take a look at the match results. You can see the point totals gained by the teams in 9th through 16th place. Gen G and Freaks both on there. A little bit shocking to me to see them continuously having kind of a tough day today. But let's look at the front 8, the top scorers for that match, Clover.
There you go, 18 points, a beautiful 18 points for Virtus Pro, 8 kills and 10, of course, for that chicken dinner. And it just shows that, you know, they weren't compound cursed at all. They really played that position beautifully. As Froz said, they kind of held out their position there against shoot to kill against other teams that kind of tried to wrap around north. And even for a bit, Ints, right? Kind of holding anchor, watching that compound that VP was playing from. See them making it up here once again in the top there with 9 points.
It's not too shabby and very exciting for them, I think, after such a tough week for us.
Yeah, I mean, they had a tough week, but they're coming back strong now, seeing them getting that win in the last game and now in 3rd place. Looking down in 3rd place, so you have Liquid, once again, a top 4 finish, and you were talking about them earlier, how they were not getting kills. This time, 7 kills, so that's really great. But here we go, Virtus Pro versus 4 a.m., as you can see on the heads up here. You can see the damage on 4 a.m. It's a lot more than VP, even though we saw VP having that compound. But it comes down to 4 a.m. once again on the guard compound, having so much vision all over the town, down to the south as well. So they could basically just shoot at everyone.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, VP was sort of playing that defensive, whereas 4 a.m. had no other choice, Clover, to play very offensively up on top of that hill. When you don't have hard cover, all you can do is try to stop other teams from sort of encroaching on your space.
Yeah, and you know, there was a lot of teams that were encroaching around the Pachinki area, and we kind of saw Team Liquid struggle a bit to get past their attack all around, as well as TSG trying to hang out in that area, and 4 a.m. really fought out and beat them out for that whole area. And It is a bit difficult to play from. You know, as Frost said, we call it a god compound for a reason, because if you can play it well, it's going to be a very, very good tool for you and your team.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule just so you know what's going on for the rest of the day. And then obviously after that, we will pull up what everyone wants to see, the standings in the race for that 50K. 3 games down with 2 left to go. So both are going to be here on the island and coming up very, very shortly. It has been a barn burner of a match day so far. Let's take a look at the overall standings and see who is in position to take home the big money. Remember, the prize pool gets bigger by the week. So $50,000 for first place this week, and Triumphant Song Gaming does remain in that pole position, Froz, despite the fact that they got 5th in this game.
Even at 5th place, they're once again doing what they're so good at. They're getting those kill points. They got themselves 6 kills in the previous game here, and that puts them on 25 kills in total right now for these past 3 games. I'll tell you why that is impressive, because the closest teams have 16 kills, and that's 3 of the teams. It's Ants, Gen G, and Africa Freaks. So basically, they have 10 more kills than all of these teams. That's a lot.
That is very, very impressive. Any other teams on this board that you want to take a little closer look at, Clover?
You know, maybe in a kind of a bad way, right? We've got some teams that aren't putting down kills and are struggling a little bit to the late game. Shoot to Kill has had a bit of a fortunate couple of plays thus far today, and we haven't really seen them do much of anything. Oath, another team we're seeing right now on the screen, who's kind of found themselves an unfortunate demise a little early on. So I think for some teams right now, they need to just kind of shake it off, move themselves forward, and look for those more opportunities to get kills, because as we've often seen, the teams that get the most kills find themselves in a really good place later to get those chicken dinners.
Yeah, people say take the Oath, but Oath has been having trouble taking the points, Froz. Is there any changes you can see that they could make? Like, where are they failing?
Well, right now, we're not seeing them taking the fights. Right now, we're seeing them trying to take a good position for the circles to play from, but that is actually costing them a lot of lives, and I want to see them go for the fights instead. Try to get that 1 kill, 2 kills instead, and that's what's going to get your momentum going. Instead of just trying to go for a compound and hide in there, waiting to get crashed, and then you're all cold. Your aim is not on point. I want to be more aggressive.
Ents, on the other hand, has been very aggressive, Clover. You saw them up there on the leaderboard performing very well. 3rd in the last game, 1st in the second game, and then not great, but a good kill count, 11th with 5 kills in the first game. What are they doing right?
You know, I mean, Rustenmar and Diggory are really putting themselves in fantastic positions to frag out, but as we even saw with this last Erangel match, they didn't overextend from their position. They didn't cross the road and push into VP's compound. They kind of played the edge of the circle and kept a watchful eye on VP, waiting for the circle to come to them, and that still put them in a good position as well to frag out from that. And as we've continued to see with throwables, you know, Rustenmar is going to be a player that I think is going to continue to grind out points for this squad. So for Ents, they just need to keep doing what they're doing right now, and I think that more wins, more points are going to continue to come their way.
I want to double back very briefly, Froz, to VP. Their only weakness was north of their compound. STK pushed that ridge, and you said, and I quote, all STK has to do is avoid being naded here. Well, you were right, because they went out immediately to a VP attack.
Yeah, so that's what's so great with VP, right? They saw the threat coming in. They knew exactly that they need to act straight away, or they were gonna have a problem, a big problem next to them. So straight away, we saw them taking these kind of positions, make sure that we're gonna have the upper hand against this fight. We need to finish this quick, because if we don't finish this fight quick, what's gonna happen is someone's gonna crash it from the east side, from the south side. So we better do this quick, and that's what they did. They finished off SDK and continue to finish off the whole game after that.
Let's see who can finish off the next game as the penultimate match for today prepares to get underway. We're returning to the Island Paradise for match 4 of our weekly finals, powered by Intel. Let's head over to the game right now with the sensational storytelling of Paper Thin and Toby.
Well, thank you very much, Toffees. We start a little bit further south this go-around over Mill to Power and heading up to the school and ultimately finishing by Georgia Pole for the penultimate game. 2 games left here, Toby, and I wanted to talk about Virtus Pro a little bit more, but you know what? Well, all I want to say is, like, the tale of two different stories of that compound. The last time we saw that compound in a circle. And the biggest difference for me, in a general sense, is that Virtus Pro is active around their compound, whereas Detonation Gaming White, for example, let two teams crash into them. And it kind of caused further issues.
Oh, yep, and it's, well, I was gonna say, while I was gonna elaborate on that, there is an M249 in play right now, and I want to see how that's gonna fare. Akada's literally chasing a player with a gun that takes 15 years to reload. Let's see if it's gonna work out. Here falls one, nothing you can do about that. Still plenty of guns and ammo remaining. There's a shotgun in play, there's an M4 in play as well, and two teams have lost two players already. As I say that, not quite the case. I thought that one was a dead giveaway, but no, a freak of freaks are in control, but they have a shotgun they need to run past. The S1897 is here. Will it get them all down? I don't see it happening, but let's see. Around the corner goes one. First shot missed, only 4 more in the chamber. Can't find one with a second, can't find one with a third. Hikari even shoots! And Sia takes down his teammate just to make it a little bit easier, but nope, not gonna happen. And TSG, within seconds. Why? Could you imagine? Just last 14 bullets,
serious?
get yourself an extra kill. Just get yourself an extra kill just because. Virtus Pro fortunate to stay alive there, but no, it was an interesting finish, and as you said, complete opposite to the ending we had previously when we saw, what was it? Damwon, Kia, Divine, Detonation Gaming, and Tianta on the outside, all in that compound. Yeah. And as you said, it all came down to the team that had at one point the control of the compound not maintaining it, not caring enough to go out and try and take control and force teams to play elsewhere.
Exactly. Now, we should really point out, you are seeing this correctly. Virtus Pro has dropped Zarky and Novo. They have 2 in each. This is something I can't say that I have seen often in competitive PUBG. Every once in a while, I'll see a 1-3. I'll see a team send one somewhere on a bad plane path. But 2-2 here, Toby. This is quite interesting.
They did it in week 1 as well. Together, it was just after a very long time, whereas to now it's they're voting for either we get the target circle, or if it goes military, we have somewhere to play from. And then, I mean, Hiruzen and Batulans have fun getting down here. At least we have a spot in case you do manage to get into this position. But they've done it before, and I've actually forgotten. Not gonna lie, I've forgotten. I'm gonna write it down as we speak. I've forgotten to reach out to Batulans about, like, just hearing his thoughts on it, because I can always make up my own mind. You and I can theory craft, but I would like to hear their thoughts on doing it, because first I was like, maybe it was a mistake, a weird mistake, but maybe it was a mistake. But now they do it twice, it's got to be on purpose.
Dude, screw that. Let's theory craft. So, let's think about this. So, if you're in Novo, if you're Spiro and Lulu, do you grab boats here and try to make that work? Like, wrap all the way up, maybe towards Severny or something? I'm not sure. Like, is that actually maybe your best option? You grab like 3 gas cans so you have enough gas to get all the way around and just eat a bit of blue and no? Okay. I don't know. I think you could maybe get away with it. I don't think anybody's going to be near the coasts.
I just think it takes too long. I mean, boats on the east side, like wrapping east, if you want to go all the way to Kameshki, even just Lipovka, it's going to take you 1.5 circle. So I think, I mean, just, I'm not going to say wait late. I'm going to say wait ends late. We're that far in the blue now. We're that far out in the blue. Wait ends late for Spiro and Lou's perspective, and then have Hiruzen and Batulans play a very passive position on the edge of the circle, on whichever edge they feel is going to be the least pressured, which would in this case be up towards the northwest. And then, once Circle 2 pops, should it go east, they can sit up there, wait for a little more in blue, and have Spiro and Lou wrap west around and come to them, and then they can gather up there and rotate together. But, of course, that does mean they're going to be crazy late to the 3rd circle, which you can then go, would it have paid off? Would it have been the same had you just all landed in either Zagi or Novo?
Yeah. Or if you just take a boat.
Or if you just take boats, you can take boats too.
I don't know why I'm so keen on, if I could take boats. I don't know. I don't think it'll happen. It's so rare. Because if I really like boat rotations when they pay off. But it is a huge gamble, because if somebody sees you out in the water, in competitive PUBG in a boat, you're pretty much dead to rights. I mean, you're just done. People are too good at shooting at this phase of the game. Well, let's talk about some other teams. Gen G finds the Western Hill. They're going to school up around this and then just kind of figure out what they're doing. And probably send either Esther or Pio ahead a bit, figure out what's up ahead. GEX trails behind that, and you can see Team Liquid going to make their way over towards 4 a.m.-ish a bit. Oath up on Stalber, MCG trailing behind that. SDK loves that mini Yasnaya compound, the water, the one with the, what do you call that? The water tank? I remember. The water tower, that's it. It's a water tower. Goodness. And then Ents just comes out of Severity, and you can see there's VP making their way towards Severity. But yeah, I think Lou and Spiro are heading into Crossroads and then just going to come in late, like you mentioned.
Yeah, my eyes right now are kind of hot fixed on Hiruzen and Batulans on the other side, because it's gonna be up to them. Like, they're the ones that quote unquote got the circle. It didn't go military, and I guess since it didn't go military, they are the half of the split that needs to now find a spot for the other two players to get to. Because if they just go dead center, you're pretty much just telling your teammates, well, we're not going to be playing together for the rest of the game unless if you do something absurd to get to our position, because you're going to be driving through like 6 different teams to get here. So VP needs to find a spot where they can play from that is viable while still in an area where Spiro and Luke can get to. And because they have practically got the entire server of teams in between them, that's going to be difficult unless if Lou and Hiruzen wrap all the way east around, as you said.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much what's going to have to happen. As I look at the map, it seems to be kind of the ideas that are happening there. GEX just going to maneuver their way forward, leave Yan Li behind in a 3-1 split. There you can see SDK. They really like to do this. They really like to fan out around the Yasnaya Lake. Just get a little bit north of it, get a little bit west of it. With the way this circle is, they feel pretty confident that this one is likely to head north of the river in the long run. Razak still going to leave Mexi in it, as he is watching for the back for the rest of his team. And that's about it. There it indeed is Batulans heading around the east side of Stalbury here, but oh my god, he's getting shot at by Snakers. He gets up there. Probably doesn't expect anybody to really be hanging out in Stalbury. Yeah, just get out of here.
Keep on driving, Batulans. And by the way, to everyone out there in chat, whether you're new to PUBG competitively or you've been here for a long time, I have to put emphasis on, because now Paperton and I, during the early game, and oftentimes during the early game, the casters tend to talk about a lot of stuff that happens rotation-wise and on the map and whatnot. And it's not always we're looking at the map. For example, now we're seeing Hikari, once again, one of the players that likes just hip-fire shooting at everything. But do make sure that you have the PUBG Esports map up as well. It's the channel name, PUBG Esports Map, on Twitch. That way you can really extend your experience and just in my opinion learn a lot more about competitive PUBG, because so much happens off screen. While one team is fighting, other teams of course also doing stuff too. So keep that map open and learn some more.
Yeah, particularly in these early circles, a lot of the importance is these early rotations, teams moving around the map, jostling for territory, how fast they move, how quick they get out of their loot locations. What does that mean for the late game? How much do they have to sacrifice to do that, et cetera, et cetera. This team is coming in very, very late, actually even later than Spiro and Lou, all the way from Novo in a sense, as Day Trade rolls into Potato. Oath still up on top of Stalber as they kind of wait to get ready for this next shift.
One thing I just came to think about, and this just puts an absurd emphasis on what we said before with Gen G and VP being similar in playstyle. They're rotating into the, I guess we can call it Gen G VP coast or edge split, where you have like full control of one side of the circle. You know what I mean when I say that, right? They're rotating into that by being so far apart. And now they should have not an easy, but a doable transition north around. Yep, you can see Batulans and Hiruzen 180s immediately, and they're going to be going down towards their teammates, and they should be wrapping in together.
Yeah, actually, this could work out kind of interestingly for VP. They're going to have that eastern edge. Something, potentially, they could claim pretty quickly. I don't know. If it looks like it'll be relatively safe, too, if they play very close to the edge of that eastern side. Day Trade's going to be very happy about this, as it does kind of work in their favor, coming in late from the south. Buriram scrambling around the field, trying to find things to play with. Infantry is already set up at the Wizard in there. Zenith has those apartments that if it keeps shifting towards the Yasnaya fields, you can oftentimes pick up a decent amount of kills from. And Buriram's going to take the Blues. And there's the Volcano for day trade. And a lot of teams are coming around from the south now.
So notice how there's no European teams in heaven right now. If as a small flashback to anyone who was watching the weekly survival matches. Whether we have 4 of the EU teams fighting inside heaven at the same time at one point. Not quite the case this time around, as that position, of course, over by Mansion is quite far outside the circle. In the meantime, now STK are trying to get into the city, but it ain't really working out for them. Luke already gone down. Alo caught behind the building. They do find Kickstart, but this is a fight for the south side apartments. They want to have the vision over the fields and into potential rotation paths coming forward, but it ain't gonna be city taken.
Man, had that grenade gotten in the window, that could have done a lot of damage to Punij, but it just hits the ledge, doesn't make it on in. Godmeow does find Nurens, and a few people have been downed or taken out in all of the chaos going through the circle right now. Liquid might be thinking about the heaven position. They are kind of wrapping in that general direction, staying underneath the hill of Buriram, or I should say the hill that Buriram controls on the other side to make sure that they avoid any fire from it. VP, they find each other. They have it. We've done it. Mission accomplished.
That's like a win within
amazing.
The win.
Yeah.
Small accomplishment inside, a mini game inside the game. Can we actually get back together? What you guys can get while VP reunites is promo codes. You can get yourself coupons, e-points if you get themselves correctly. You can get themselves skins off of that. Nothing bad is possible with codes. And also, I mean, nothing bad is wrong with loose aim either. I guess he had 2 bullets to fire on clip between those trees, and he connects both of them.
Well, and now Spiro has a good angle potentially, but there's other vehicles driving around him. It's going to change his attention, put it in a different direction. Mexi taking some damage a little bit. Batulin's there with a spray, and now Clib has been finished. The smoke's not good enough to cover, and you can spray pretty well through those smokes. A pretty good idea. A little bit more damage being done here to Liquid as they try to drive on out of it. Ibiza, now it's Buriram on the other side, and Ibiza's going to get knocked by Spiro. So Team Liquid driving around, trying to find any kind of safety. It looks like they could potentially lose 2 in the process.
As much as I said no EU teams are going to fight over heaven, 30 seconds later, we have Liquid and VP right over here. I did not think that was going to be happening. Let's see now. 5 seconds to go. Phase 3 will pop. It can still include water. Gen G could get gifted here. Will they? Well, it didn't go to Gen G, but it did go north. So everyone on the south side, how do you rotate into this? Either you go over Yasnaya, and if you want to rotate northwest of Yasnaya, you have to cross a bridge. It's going to be either or, unless if you want to wrap all the way east side, but there's already 3 teams out there, and I'm thinking 4 or 5 might be joining. And we know this one should be going north after this shift as well because of the water. Tough rotations coming up.
I mean, this next circle's going to have water in it in some shape or another. I don't think there's just any way it can hard. Maybe if it really hard shifts up to the northeast or something, but even then, I'm not too sure. 4 a.m. Does get across the bridge by the gas station. Oh no, Hansia runs over Akkad out for nothing. Essentially, that's on the edge where there's not really any danger. Seeing a lot of this desire to be quick on your rotations is costing teams. Exactly. We've seen it with Oath. We've seen it with others. It's, I get it, but got to be super, super careful, of course. Oath, speaking of, now with all that hard work they've done to stay on top of Sulver at VP and then Ents above them, this is going to be potentially a tricky one.
A complete cluster over on the east side. Luke, the first one to fall, will get flushed as well. Ents able to find him. Ents continuing to find success. They had a win followed by a 3rd place, and now, well, I mean, while there's still 15 left alive, they're finding themselves in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited by what I'm seeing from Ents here today. They are playing some darn good PUBG. Speaking of good PUBG, there's Snakers, the good barrel spray onto Batulin. 2 left now for VP. Snakers going to hear Hyruzen, going to go for the grenade. They're being traded. Hyruzen's comes up just a bit short and hits, but his does hit Snakers. I should say Snakers comes up a bit short. MCG's fighting people, attack all around, taking shots at GEX as GEX tries to work their way up to the northeast. In fact, it's going to be Svit It's going to get Leo there, and GEX is going to just say, well, sorry, bye-bye. Multi-Circle Gaming, speaking of bye-bye, sorry, bye-bye. Infantry, going to take them down.
Down they go, and as TSG went out earlier, we've already eliminated 2 teams 15 minutes in. In the meantime now, STK and the Freak of Freaks fighting. This could all have been avoided for Freak of Freaks. Had they not run each other over, they would have had so much more time on the rotation to get up here, and I think they would have gotten here before STK would have gotten into position on the hillside. The Freak of Freaks now taking even more casualties. Hikari all on his own. At least for now, they trade are trying to chime in from the side and see if they can do some damage. I don't know if that's going to spread to Hikari. Nope, not quite the case. Teammate does get flushed, though, and now it's a 3v1.
Yep, the grenades are exploding all around Hikari. Shoot to kill, want to finish the job, and I don't blame them. That's quite smart, especially when you know you've got Hikari done. That one, that molly, no problem, right in the corner. Alo's molly, gonna finish the job. A Freak of Freaks out. Great push here by Shoot to Kill, and you said it beautifully, Toby, that this is all because they had that vehicle rotation, oopsie, and then it's SDK capitalizing on it. Wow.
Everyone was hoping for this circle to hard shift north, and I was looking at it going, there might be a universe. There might be a chance for this one to actually go east. I did not expect it to go southeast, maybe more up towards where ENCE and VP were, but I guess we still have half a city, and so good luck, have fun, everyone. Are you going to the city? Are you going to stay on the hills? You can see both Virtus Pro and they're going full speed forward. It seems to me like they're pretty keen on getting back inside Yasnaya.
Yep, that's going to be the idea, and Roth trying to get some damage, but it's going to be Longskirt getting the knock, a little bit of help, and Balefrost down, Pat Caps pushing forward all alone on the fence line, very low health. God, I was going to see him and finish him. 3 different teams getting involved, putting Oath out of this particular lobby. Gen G's turn to try to send it. I don't know, they just had to have seen that kill feed where Oath was, and they're like, well, maybe we could fit in now. Everybody's busy fighting each other. And Onyx just jumping on in. Everybody's falling apart. Loki runs over Esther. What in the world is going on? Gen G falling apart. Loki and Pio find some kind of safety, but at what cost?
At what cost? Indeed, Pio found himself inside. And it's been a while since I've seen a player booted that far into a wall. Luke, he was like, Esther jumped out of the side of the vehicle. Luke was like, no, 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 no. And he could not stop in time. Unfortunately, I think they tried to break the wooden fence, but the car got stuck in it. Didn't have enough speed to clear it all. And Loki just sent Esther flying. Don't kick the baby. I think the saying was there for any South Park fans out there. He just... Yeah. He got whiffed really far. And now 9 starts nading himself too. There is a lot of small errors happening all over the place right now.
This is like Yakety Stacks is playing as everyone tries to get forward into Yasnaya. These hard shifts wreaking havoc. Diggory trying to wreak some havoc of his own, but it's going to be Mexi getting around the corner in time. And it's going to be able to continue to work their way north to south, top to bottom from these hills. Plenty of trees in the way to obscure a lot of the vision from Yasnaya. So doable for ENCE, and they can just kind of do what they do best. Buy time, wait on the wings, and make their move late game and see if they can get it done.
They're fortunate that all the teams that were up in the north, none of them really opted to stick around. I mean, I did not expect to see Oath hard commit that much to getting into the city. And also, I mean, massive surprise on Oath. 3 games in, not only 0 placement points, but haven't been able to clutch a single kill yet. They did get the knock onto a VP player early up towards the northeast, but just have not found any success whatsoever so far.
Yeah, and I'm a little shocked to see Gen G try basically the same maneuver and have basically similar results. I don't know why Gen G wouldn't wait on the northwest side of the circle. They could have been where GEX or 4AM is. Now, granted, they would have had to fight for it, but I think that at least gives them a better chance for points one way or another. Maybe not placement, but at least kills. Well, that's neither here nor there. GEX underneath 4AM and 4AM Shaolu. Reaching out around their territory. Mao Ye hasn't made any noise for a while, trying to see if he can avoid detection and potentially spring a trap on top of 4AM's Shaolu. Shaolu prone by the tree, healing up, and that's going to be a sight line for Mao Ye. He sees the equipment sticking out. It's going to finish him off. Godby does get Yan Li. So it's a quick trade between the 2 teams. Is now 4AM retreating a bit. Some grenades going to force the issue. Some shots as well getting into Forever.
Yeah, I'm liking the real slow approach from GX here. Unfortunately, they just don't have the amount of time they want on the side. You can see Mao Yin constantly shot at from STK, and now he's going to go down, and CC just not at all in a position to help out in any way, shape, or form. Had they not been down here to look uphill, GX played the one really right. I mean, they were trying to utilize the terrain, trying to maneuver underneath the hill to get potentially underneath for him and hold them from inside the circle, but STK wouldn't have any of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, STK, again, so good at controlling space around them. Only 10th place here so far in this event, but wouldn't be too surprised to see them continue to maybe improve as this one goes along. VP has pushed out just to the edge of the fields by the power lines, and they are trying to make that work. That's tricky. And there's a lot of high ground, or I should say high ground, but buildings, high buildings, so you can get some vantage points potentially. And now it's ENCE going to make a move forward towards Team Liquid. They have a pretty good idea that Team Liquid's somewhere around here. They've been shooting at them for a while, and there you go. Jeeves comes to life, though, finds one, tries to get Squeaky, just isn't able to get a reel in on the pre-fire. Squeaky holds fast, should be able to get over to Diggory.
Able to get the res up, should be pretty straightforward one. They got plenty of space on the east side of the circle. Next shift will be interesting. Either we go down south and all the teams up towards the north will have to find, well, either two of we've seen not successfully but attempted earlier in trying to just full speed send it into the city and find somewhere to sit, or all these teams that are currently inside the city will somehow have to try and make their way out to the north. There is also the off chance that we get to stay in the middle of everything, and then there really isn't cover for anyone to play around other than VP, who already now are going full Virtus prone behind the electricity pole.
Attack all around under pressure. Purdy Curdy's going to finish CC and GEX off as they continue to do a fantastic job working the rock lines along the Yasnaya Lake. And they're kind of out. Alo Purdy up there, Uncivil down below. Going to watch exactly where this next one wants to go. It just kind of centers up a bit. So, yeah, it's not ideal. It's a little awkward, but only a couple teams going to be outside of it, and Yasnaya, attack all around, is going to go down to Zenith there, kickstart. Trying to see if he can get that res onto Punage. Looks like it should be doable, but Day Trade, one of those teams that's out, and Zenith is one of the others. And everybody else that's in Yasnaya pretty much has a foothold somewhere.
I'm curious to see what SDK are planning on doing here. They didn't get the shift going their way now. They could try and wrap north around, maybe try and play behind some of these big antennas. I think that might be what they're opting to do, or maybe go even further north and try and position themselves to hold out 4 AM. Is that what they're opting to do? Maybe so. Here they go, full speed forward. Purdy already tackled. Are they going to stop here? Nope, straight down to the antenna they go. And they should have themselves a decent spot to play from at least. Oh, one out, don't watch out, don't want to run each other over now. Loki. I was going to say Loki, but it's actually got me out doing the damage from outside.
Yeah, actually, Loki getting gifted a bit of distraction caused by Buriram, and Day Trade seems to be really focused on that. That might buy Loki a free kill, somebody coming up the stairs that isn't ready for him to be ratting up. And now it's Puchil's coming up, and indeed, he's not ready for it. Loki makes quick work of him, going to try to get a grenade down there as well. Where'd that grenade go? I don't know where it landed. Loki comes down the stairs, Flash is ready for it. Did that grenade stay up in the attic? Is that why he had to push down?
Yeah. Yeah, he had to run down. It bounced off the helmet of the knocked player and went back upstairs again. He had to push down because of it. That's really unfortunate. Maybe a chance for him to get some more damage done, but not the case with that unfortunate nade throw there. 4 AM now trying to hold off ENCE here from pushing down. The hill smokes from forward. They want to eliminate the vision. They need to take down one of these two sides for him. They need to pressure down to SDK or push up and hold out ENCE. And right now, ENCE doing a smart job at trying to take them out. But at the same time, 4 AM throwing smokes behind them, disallowing for ENCE to get vision on. And I think that's a smart play as well.
Yeah, good happy feet from 4 AM to avoid the damage, the grenades from ENCE. Alo has to send it now. He can no longer safely maintain that back position. Go to set up that car wall, ever so important. Another thing I'd like to really stress to new PUBG players, those car walls, really effective, at least giving you a little bit of hope and cover as the late game progresses. So the longer you keep those vehicles, the more vehicles you keep alive, the better. I don't care how lazy you are. I don't care how much you don't want to drive them. It is very, very important, particularly as we get towards the, phase 6, phase 7 stages to have those vehicles alive.
And even more so than ever when you're forcing fights in the open, when you're forcing everyone to play where there's no cover, having a car instead of, well, being proning in a field can mean the difference of whether you win the game or not.
Yeah, really well said. Over to the east this time, and shifting completely out of Yasnaya finally, so people that are in there are going to have to make their moves out. Ed's still 4, doing a really nice job. A decent grenade from 4AM, going to back them up a bit. Crazy. Only one molly left in there, and they really want to keep Ents off this hillside to either make a push into Ents, but I don't think Ents is going to have any of it. Godby already knocked. Forever and Crazy stuck. Godby does get flushed. Forever gets his heal off. Rust and Mar just spraying into smoke. Crazy actually gets a little bit of damage into him. Forever has one frag left. It's going to roll and hit Squeaky. Well thrown, well timed by Forever, and that's going to be him trying to make a push. It's still a 2v3.
Tiggery trying to hold off here. They do lose one. Rust and Mar, he needs help in order to stay alive. Nice headshot from Forever, but at the same time, fortunately, Tiggery is in position to do damage. Rust and Mar does get to his teammates, but gets popped out of the vehicle as soon as he gets there. And 4AM, they need to continue. They're only 2, but they have to push forward. Texu falls. Noadra from afar founds 1. Now it's Crazy to go down. So Tiggery trying to stay alive here, trying to force the fight. They need to really desperately do damage. Tiggery needs to get the kill, and if he does, he might be able to get a res onto 1, but not gonna happen. Forever around the side finds the kill. Great game for 4AM so far.
That's a huge win for them. It's a 4v3. They just keep hammering away at Ents. They never let go, and Forever shows why he is one of the best in the business, winning that fight in the long run. A little help from Buriram, no doubt about it. Now Buriram in trouble. Zenith already out to one of the power lines. Canaxi gonna let go. The hero, 10 kills already for Buriram, by the way. Grenade splashes short, catches a feds, but it's Roth's grenade that's gonna get 2 onto Noadra and Canaxi. Edie, the only one left standing, forget it. Forever gets him. Down goes Buriram United, but a hell of a lot of kills for them.
So nice that first Buriram helps out 4AM, and then 4AM comes back and helps out Buriram a little. Unfortunately, they would go down regardless. Infantry out as well. So Zenith, STK up with 3. 4AM and Daytrade both just 1 alive. Zenith were in the city for a while, so were Buriram. They got 20 kills in total, those 2 teams. Now let's see if they can rack up more. Flash is on his own. He's trying to stay alive here. Blue is gonna... Is he inside the circle? He might be, but that's going to make it very easy for Shoot to Kill to know exactly where he's positioned.
USA, USA. All right, Flash does go down, and it's looking pretty good for either Zenith or SDK. I haven't said that chant in quite some time. I've been living in Korea for over 4 years.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Hold the phone on this. Forever is showing us why he's one of the best in China as he gets another knock, and this could open the door for Zenith as they look to put pressure onto Pretty Kearney SDK. SDK stuck between a literal rock and a hard place. Forever does have a tree, bit of a ridge line to work with, and I love what Zenith is doing here. Spreading out, taking control. They could find themselves getting a win. Love it.
They did not hesitate whatsoever. Once they saw they were focused on the shack, they knew that's our time to push up the hill and take full control. Now they're in a prime position to really hold out STK from, well, essentially doing anything here. Zenith, very smart positioning. We've seen that from all the wins so far today, how they play the late games. It's the team that positioned themselves the best up, like coming into the late game. They end up getting the wins, and none of them have been gifted for free. Very smart heads-up playing from Zenith and knowing when to run out and doing it at the exact time they had. So look at the spread of kills as well. Everyone playing it so well, and Civil goes, nah, I'm not going down to my comrades from NA. I'm just gonna give it to them. There you go, Zenith with a 12-kill chicken dinner, almost 2,000 damage in that game as well. What a hell of a performance. They were in the city early. They held off. They took fights. The team that tried to crash forward. They went out. Roth got himself a double molly first on towards VP behind the antenna, and then a double nade later towards Buriram to grant them even more space to play around. Very good game for the American team.
It was a tough fight the whole way, and Zenith, the young guns from NA, get it done. Well done, Smile Boys. Give it those thumbs up. That's right. Excellent, excellent performance. And after that win that they had towards the end of the day, on the last day, Toby, for the weekly qualifiers, it seems like maybe now there's a lot of confidence on this young team, and maybe they could propel themselves to some really impressive results going forward. I mean, this was a tough one for sure.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, Zenith arguably one of the teams, at least coming out of NA, that people, I mean, just for sure, the team out of NA that people had the least expectations for coming into this, both making it to the finals and also now a very, very hard-fought win. It wasn't just them sitting in the comfort of buildings and shooting at people without any fear of their own. No, they were constantly out there doing damage, getting themselves a very, very good chicken dinner to kick them up the leaderboards here coming into the final game of the day. But that's going to be it for us for now. We're going to go back to the panel before we hop on over to the final game of the day.
Thank you very much, guys. Paper, I loved that insight at the end of the game there. I could do some regional bragging, but nah, we won't do that. As the top two teams are Zenith and STK, but Zenith fights Froz, and ultimately comes out on top with a whopping 12 kills.
There was some rough circles going on in this game again. But Zenith can come on top after playing in the city for a long time, actually. I think in Circle 3, they already went into Yasnaya, and they were backing it down. They knew this is where we want to be. This is where we want to stay. But I want to talk about this a little bit as well, because we saw this early on, right? Africa Freaks versus TSG in the start of the game here by Milta and Crossroads. The thing is that Africa Freaks normally doesn't drop it. They would drop Milta Power. But we saw in the previous game, before this one, Africa Freaks actually went Milta. But this is also TSG's normal drop spot. But TSG was in Starboard the game before. So it's kind of just a big cluster. No one knows what's going on there. And they end up fighting that early. It could be a tactical move from Africa Freaks because they've seen how good Triumphant Song Gamer has been doing so far this weekend, that they want to take them out early, actually.
Yeah, and you know, kind of you talk about with these drop spots and the rotations, especially for circles like this, where it centered up on Yasnaya pretty early, and the water was in play. And when the water is a factor, teams kind of anticipate where that shift's going, and we saw everybody left no lean alone, left the yellows alone. The entire north was pretty much empty, and when the circle shifted back up in that direction, everybody just kind of sent it. And Zenith was in a beautiful position in Yasnaya early. They kind of started off on the southwest apartments, rotated up to the northeast apartments, were able to clear out VP and the rest of the teams that had come up to the north, and when the circle centered itself up, had prime position to push down onto SDK after SDK kind of depleted the resources dealing with 4 a.m.
Let's take a look at the match results. Zenith is at the top of the leaderboard with 22 points on that win. Shoot to kill right behind him with 14. 4 Angry Men and Buriram bringing out the top 4. Froz, it's the first game that it hasn't been Liquid in the top 4, which I guess is worth noting.
Of course, it's always worth noting when they had such a good start, but it comes down to the rough circles. And we saw how they were rotating back and forth, trying to find a real good position. But they couldn't really find it this game, so it just didn't work out for them.
All right, let's take a look at the top 5 kills. Purdy coming out on top, and he's an IGL, Clover.
You know, he is, but as we've seen throughout this series, an IGL doesn't mean that you are not going to be a top fragger, and we're seeing a lot of that from these teams. Purdy, of course, with 5, Roth, and Kickstart. Nice to see them up there for Zenith. We also saw God Meow for Buriram and just the work that they've put in. But look at this. This is a wall of NA featuring Forever. And I want to point out really quickly, because Forever, once again, with the nades, right? This is kind of becoming a duo that's coming hand in hand. We think of Forever, we think of these beautiful nade plays. We saw another one come out of it today, but just the amount of damage that all of these players were able to put through just kind of shows as well that positioning up to the north, you know, all 3 of those teams were the ones that were finding themselves those proactive positions from the mid all the way through the late game.
Froz, is this something you see in other regions a lot? The fact of the matter is the top 2 kills and the top 2 damage dealers on those boards were both IGLs. And it seems like that's something that NA has been focused on, that IGLs are no longer allowed to just be callers. Are we seeing that evolve into other places as well?
This has started to be, evolve like a while back, actually, where we're seeing IGLs being way more aggressive. They're being the front man, not just being the IGL, but also the entry man. Because if they lose out, they can still watch the game from their teammates' POVs and call things out from there. So it doesn't really matter too much. I really like what we're seeing, because you don't want to have an IGL that can't really frag out. that's gonna be someone that is dragging you down a little bit maybe. But seeing IGLs being able to frag out is something we see more and more being a more common thing along all the teams here around the world.
Gotta love it, actually. Let's take a look at the overall standings to see where everyone is after that match. Clover, why don't you walk me through this?
And there you go, the top 16 teams. Triumphant Song Gaming was still very proactive in getting a little bit of damage that game, but Ince had a fantastic position, and that helped them out with total points. They were climbing back up to the top, but for Angry Men, we see the growth there. Shoot to Kill finally shooting themselves up to 5th after a little bit of a rough start, and Buriram, right? Up here in the top 6. It's not a bad bit. Gingy, a little bit of a struggle that game for them.
For those of you who may be new to the competitive scene, I know this festival has drawn a lot of folks. IGL is just a short, easy way to say in-game leader, often the person who makes the final decision when it comes down to choices you make in the match. Right, Frost?
Yeah, 100%. One thing I want to point out, though, looking at the standings right now, is how close it is between 3rd place and 11th place. That's a lot of positions, but it's only 12 points between all of those teams. So basically, we're talking about one decent game. It's going to shift everything around. And coming up to, like, all the way to the 1st place, it's not much more. It's just a few more points there.
Just a few more points. No one has an insurmountable lead as we head into the last game of the day in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal, too.
Let's take it, yeah. I think we take it. Let's go towards hospital. Okay. The second floor right side. I'm knocked, you need to smoke me a bit. You should all just go and push. His boys are coming from the other compound. I'm gonna keep crawling.
I need sound.
He could be outside.
One guy southwest of me.
I think one guy's using the fire stairs, like outside. Nice. I just survived my Wookiee. There's a guy, nade on us. Yeah. And now just go in and heal. Reset. Oh no, flow 2 guys. I'm flashing iron, flashing. Nade. On me. Nice. All dead.
And welcome back, everybody, to PGI.S. It's the Week 2 weekly finals. The best 16 teams from week number 2 competing to see who will come home with that big money at the end of all of it. It's Paper Thin and Toby here to bring you the last game of the day. One more Aaron go to go, and it's been some highs and some lows, as it always is with PUBG, Toby. But I think we'd be remiss without at least mentioning that Oath is struggling today. I was really excited for them coming into this. I thought they played great during the weekly survival. They finally got that much needed win, but here so far today, it's definitely been a struggle.
And the thing is, I mean, while they've struggled and or failed to get placement points, you can't really fault the team. Sometimes the circle shifts away from you and just ain't a whole lot you can do about it. But Oath is a team that likes to frag. Oath is a team that succeeds in going out and taking good third-party engagements, and even when they're getting third-party, sometimes they get out of there alive as well. But 0 kill points. I mean, the placement points is a story in itself, but 0 kill points. It's not like they haven't had a chance to take fights. They've just been losing them, and 4 games in, still having 0 points. That is very baffling to me.
Same here. I really have a lot of high hopes for this team, and it just is an off day. That's all I can say about it. And I hope they can right the ship here in this last game. I can hope they can mentally gather themselves and get ready as we get ready for match number 5 on the day. Erangel coming at you to wrap this one out. Don't forget, guys, PGI.S. presented by Intel. where the gaming happens. And also, guys, if you're just tuning in a bit late or something like that, or you just happen to wake up, or God only knows what time it is where you are, don't forget that you can find every single game, all the video content from this event, all the fun videos we do, PUBG Man, the PUBG, esports news, whatever it may be. You can find that on the PUBG Esports official YouTube channel. And also, you guys, by getting onto the map screen, you can see what you're seeing right now in front of you. The whole map, PUBG Esports map on Twitch, all one word. So, Toby, let's get into this game. Last one of the day. Not the worst playing path, I would say. I think this one's actually relatively fair for Aaron Gull, with a lot of the eastern side stuff being in it. Are we going to see Afrika and TSG fight over this Milta stuff again?
I don't think you have to ask that question, because looking at where they're flying, it seems to me like that's what's going to happen now. TSG were in first place coming into last game with a decent lead. They still are in first place with barely a lead, and if they end up going down now to Afrika Freaks again, they could lose that lead coming into tomorrow. Is it worth it trying to fight over these small buildings? Hell no. Look at the plane. There's so much other stuff available for them. I do not know why they're doing this. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. But they do them. It seems to me like, at least this time around, they're not landing on the exact same buildings. They aren't gonna take some other houses, but it's pretty confusing to me why either of these two teams want to care to fight for the little crossroad down here.
Yeah, and by the way, IMC, he clips EJ through the air there with that Iron Sight M4. That's good shooting. Akkad finds a bolt. Hansia has a vector. Hikari's going to flank out wide. Looks like he's going for the vehicle over there that UAS potentially, I think so. Yes, okay. He is going to get this UAS, and that's the hard top UAS. I'd say I don't know if you guys talk about it this way, Toby, but here in Korea, they actually have classifications for the UASs. There's 3 of them. There's 3 different levels of UAS. There's the open top UAS, which is level 1. There's the hard top UAS, which is the level 2. And then the soft top UAS, which is level 3, all based on the amount of cover that the UAS itself gives you from bullets. Because, of course, only the windows allow bullets through on the vehicles.
Yep, makes pretty good sense to me. I don't see why it wouldn't have a classification. I've never really thought about it that way, but I mean, I know that there are vehicles with open roofs and some that aren't, but it makes pretty good sense that you classify them like that. It's
yeah, just bringing
smart.
my Korean culture over to
Well,
the rest of the world. Our PUBG Korean culture. We did so well in 2019. 2020 was all China, though. These Chinese teams are just so crazy good, as we saw TSG on Miramar earlier, and they're still on top of the leaderboard with 4 a.m. trailing Ent by 2 points, then Genji, and then SDK playing very, very good. And Buram's getting it done with those kills. I mean, that last round, Toby, that found them with a boatload of kills.
They did indeed. It's this is where to just focus on this situation for a sec. This is where the whole scenario of these teams landing on top of each other tends to become it starts becoming pointless. No one wanted to push. I can respect that. Then why fight in the first place? And now you're in a situation where Buram is on one side, Attack All Around is on the other side, and you don't have vehicles to leave. The circle is away from you. You have terrible loot because you've only had one building to loot and maybe a shack. So if you aren't going to fight, I mean, as little as I like teams just landing on top of each other and RNG looting and hoping that they get a gun before the opponent does, as little as I like that, if you are going to land on top of each other, you might as well just get it out of the way. Just rip the Band-Aid off. Don't penalize yourself further by sitting around and then having to rotate into a circle with terrible loot and barely any vehicles to move with.
Yep. I can't even add anything else to that because it is so on point with exactly what I am thinking about what is going on down here. And meanwhile, Buram gets in a Milta, gets all the loot, and they're going to be well situated to deal with Afrika when they come out. And you can see Noadra, Edie underneath, Canaxi over there. They're all just hanging out. And look at this. It's only a Bison and a Vector for Hansi with a 4X on the Vector just to hold on to the scope more than anything else.
And 0 mets whatsoever. I like that Buram are, to some extent, sticking around here, but I also want to see Buram leave. They're the team on the outside that has a chance to make a move to the circle. And while they've been sitting here trying to figure out what Afrika Freaks are doing, 3 other teams have rotated in from north and taken positions that they could potentially have wanted to play from. I'm not saying that Birmingham is to some extent an edge team, so it won't be the biggest issue for them, but they have a chance to back out, and I don't understand why they're sticking around.
I mean, Buriram, they kind of play for kills more than anything else. They are, like you mentioned, an edge team. I think more often than not, that's where they end up. Part of that is due to their drop locations, but also part of that is just kind of their nature. They like to fight. So often they find themselves in situations like we're seeing here right now. They're fighting early. They're waiting for Afrika. They think there's points to be raked in potentially relatively easily, and they're willing to roll those dice. It's not a hugely stacked favor for them. Like the odds aren't massively in their favor, but they'll take it, and they'll at least blockade Afrika long enough that they can get out of here and get ahead of them, and then maybe take a better fight later on potentially.
Thank you, though, Buriram. Thank you for leaving. Thanks for disengaging and reading that this fight just is not worth it. Also, kind of rude by TSG that they kind of just threw the problem over on Buriram when it was TSG who were the ones with the hop drop on Afrika Freaks. It was like, you take care of this one, like, and then they can actually from having nothing. TSG will actually have at least some sort of space to get themselves looted up around the farm area. But they're liking to see that Buriram leaves, and for Afrika Freaks, fortunate they didn't have to fight anyone as much as it maybe seemed like they kind of wanted to.
I'm not sure what to make of this new Afrika Freak squad. I'm not sold that they want to fight early all the time, but they are an incredibly talented team in their team fighting abilities. We've seen it time and time again. I mean, I can go back to the first game on Miramar today where they did a great job fighting together. They were fighting through a lot of that game. So I think in some respects, they're not afraid to fight, and I think that's a good thing to have in your basket. But at the same time, there's a time and a place. Like, what is that saying? Bravery is the better part of valor. Valor is the better part of bravery. Whatever. However you want to think of that. For Afrika, I think there's nothing wrong with having confidence about what you're doing, about how you're doing it, and you're really good at fighting, no doubt about it. But there's a time and a place for it, and better situations than out over by Milta, which is outside of the circle, and you're not getting great loot because you're just, like you mentioned, taking small compounds, et cetera, et cetera.
My thought on it is, just because you can take a fight doesn't mean that you have to take a fight.
Correct.
It's because the damage that goes on you might be collateral, might be too much for you to handle. And now let's see Akant. He is the gunner. He is the passenger. Whoa, you do not want to shoot your driver while mid-rotation. Akant almost shooting them, but nothing hidden. Here comes the... Okay, so while one was almost down, Edie almost tanked out. It's going to be actually no Atra in return doing the damage, and we said no damage wanted to see, and this is damage all over the place. Afrika Freaks in trouble. They lose too early. EJ with one on the buggy. They're trying to get away from Canaxi. Oh, can he get himself in position? One tag. Only able to connect. Does he get more with a 2x SKS? He does get one more, but I believe this should be Afrika Freaks surviving. And then you can go. So Afrika. Was it? Wait, what? What?
Canaxi! He gets Oxia!
What?
Oh my word! Insane shooting from Canaxi. Oh, heck yeah, they should. They've started it. Let's finish it. Don't even let EJ get away, but I think at this point he's well and gone. I think Noadra's lost, sight of him. So for now, maybe it's a better idea to not chase him. But then I say that it is Buriram. It is Buriram, and you have to understand that Buriram doesn't think like other teams. Buriram is very much hungry all the time, and those kill points are what feed them. And they are going to have to bail off of this. I mean, EJ's just swinging way too far up for them to even catch up to it. So, Oath. We got a knock. Are we going to get a point? Let's see. Relo has to back off of this. Oh, boy.
I love how do we cheer when they get their first point?
Well, I don't mean to be mean about it. I really want to see them do well.
I get it. I do understand what you're saying.
It's been a struggle.
We're allowed to make small throw small jabs every now and again when a team is struggling, the way that Oath has been in the start here. And it's not like they haven't found knocks. I think they had 2 or 3 knocks in the previous game. They just couldn't confirm any of them, and now the rest is up once more. So still 0 points for Oath in this one. But interesting hold. And again, I mean, for those of you guys who didn't see Connex's 1v2 that got them the spot in the weekly final, let's go back and watch that game. It was a great end game, and now, of course, 2x SKS. Oof, that's painful.
That's a tough one to use. I mean, the SKS, definitely not the gun that most of the players are looking for in the first place. Pretty much everybody is keen on the Mini 14 or the SLR. Flash has a pretty good angle. Doesn't get any shots to go, though. That's a little bit of a... I'd actually call that a little bit of a miss there by Flash. He had a pretty good opportunity to do some damage to Hiruzen. Team Liquid says, nope, we don't want to fight 4AM in compounds. Nobody should. They are absolutely just terrifying in those situations, and Glib's going to try to drive on out of here, doing a little side to side, and he should be able to get up on that hill well enough, and the fun doesn't stop, Toby. It's shoot to kill now with MCG. MCG's going to slow up and hang out and do some decent damage to shoot to kill, but no knocks just yet.
Coming into the tournament, we were afraid that a drive-by meta was going to be in full effect, and we were afraid that that's all we were going to see. Then we got the first week over, and we're like, okay, so it wasn't actually too bad. We didn't see that many vehicle drive-bys, and now it seems like that's all people are trying to do, drive past opponents and shoot them while doing so. Shoot to kill, they have indeed pulled up here on Multi-Circle Gaming. Multi-Circle Gaming, only 17 points in the day. We'll see if they can stay alive here. Luke falls early, making it a 4v3.
Yeah, well, Uncivil's on the other side of the fence of Luke Purdy. Curdy underneath Lingdu. Lingdu isn't able to get the knock. Purdy's grenade lands, but it's Evil Lee and Summer are going to find 2 more onto SDK. SDK hanging on by a thread with Alo. Purdy has been flushed. It's all up to him after such a good game in that last one. Looking to try to finish out the day strong, but MCG in their way, barricading the door, and there it is. The finish comes through. Summer gonna do it, and MCG takes SDK out.
One good nade there could at least have gotten them 1 or 2 points while he might have gone down. At least they would have had something. And now from one pull up to another, Ram coming over to say hello to TSG. They do not want to move away from fighting. Might as well keep doing it if it's working for you. One's on fire, and Raptor finds him with the molly. That's Yamcha going down. It's just Ping left alive upstairs. You can see Bear on your map. Wally Bear and his Shandian are making their way over towards them, but will they be there in time? If they get the kill, if they get to reset, it could become extremely difficult for TSG to do anything. They're out of the vehicle. I'm pretty sure Burram heard this, but they haven't decided to push upstairs yet.
Well, this is what makes Buriram tough to deal with. There's a grenade from Nawadra that finds Peng, and that's going to send the rest of TSG packing. But, Toby, this is what makes Buriram so difficult to deal with, is they come at you in unexpected ways, in unexpected manners. That with TSG, they have this huge spread over on the eastern side of the circle. They figure, okay, there's no way anybody's going to like try to push onto this. We're way on the edge. It's only phase 2. But Buriram doesn't care. They just will send it at you, and they aren't afraid of anything. As soon as they decide to fight, it's over. They're gonna go for it, most likely, until it's over.
They expect the splits, and they find ways to punish him, and here they do it once more. Code on your screen, get it in there. It's going to be the last for the day, so make sure you get it in fast to get yourself the rewards with it. Let's see, New Circle, who will be rewarded with a shift in? Well, I mean, if I didn't think twice, I would think we were repeating last game. At least it looks that way. Also, I mean, as you were saying, Burram, I like the fact that they're trying to contest these splits on the edge, and similar to what we saw in the center before when we had Liquid in the 2-1-1 split with Church, Northside Pachinki, and that compound at 4AM. And now that's one thing I always like to compliment Liquid for, is they're so good at not only maintaining wide splits, but also disengaging fast when they feel a threat coming towards them. GX up here, they played this area last game, now they'll try it again, but this time around, Gen G is around.
Yeah, Gen G is gonna get the knock. PO finishes what Esther started. PO just quick flicks over there, finishes this knock, and GEX is able to avert any more disaster just yet. The real question is where the heck are they gonna roll up to, because they've got 4AM and Team Liquid hanging out by Pachinki and the northern compound. in front of it, and Crazy's on the hillside, gets some decent damage. Forever's going to get Leo. Forever almost gets CC, but CC able to get out of his vehicle, get some damage in return. Crazy still trying to see if he can finish one. He does. Oh, okay, maybe not, but close enough. CC does knock Forever, so that's going to send all of 4 Angry Men pushing towards CC. They're going to get the knock just in time. They're going to finish the job as well. Yan Lee goes down to infantry, and for GEX, that was a desperate run across the middle, and they are just cut apart by many different teams.
And why does it work the way it does? Because, and we bang the drum all day long, because the team that has the compound doesn't allow for other teams to go. They know that with that circle shift heading in their direction, if we just sit 4 inside the compound, which most other teams would have, then that hill will be taken by our team. And had it not been for 4 AM, GEX would have been 3 alive up on that hill. And they know from having been there themselves the very last game how much of a threat you are to the compound team. So very heads up from 4 AM and seeing the circle shift and go, okay, great, if we put 2 players up here early and we leave the other 2 inside the compound, but from spots where they can help uphill, we can prevent anyone from getting control.
I think you really make a great point here, because I think when you watch a circle like this, you think, oh my God, we just saw this earlier, right? We saw this kind of a similar circle, but you're seeing the teams and the adjustment. And at 4 AM, you're exactly right. Come out on that same spot that it is a pretty barren landscape that they find in front of them. as much as you would think fields bring fruit. In this case, it is not so much. They are very low to the ground. It's hard to see. So the smoke wall, the Team Liquid special coming in here as they inch their way forward. They can get to the edge of the circle here, and there's some plants and other things that they can try to hide in, but with somebody up on a roof like that, you can't really get away with it, Toby.
Good thing they had 3 teams of corpses, whose smokes they could pick up. I guess they still have quite a few of them, but they just need to find a rock. They need to find somewhere. There's only bushes so far. Finally, some hay bales out within reach, and now eyes on EJ and Norins, the 2 solos who most likely won't have the biggest impact, but if he can get 1 or 2, since they're split in each their building, and if he can get 2 down, EJ can essentially grant the win to Liquid, who are right now in a much worse position than where Attack All Around are.
Absolutely correct. I'm really curious to see what EJ is going to do. I'm really just kind of like watching the map to see what he is thinking, how he's going to make this do. He's going to chicken dance his way up there to the back of the building, and it stays inside of this circle. Now, next circle, it does have the edge. So phase 8 circle, to begin with, is going to have the edge of these houses in it. Team Liquid has found one of those hay bales. Those are the destructible hay bales, but for right now, no destruction to be had. And Nurins is stuck. I think Nurins actually has maybe the worst position.
Yeah, I mean,
he's in a lot of trouble.
He is dead. And to be honest, Liquid don't win this if EJ don't get at least 1 or 2 down. They need to push further forward. You can see the smokes coming into use here as well. Attack All Around does have to leave, but you can see the push forward. Only 3 smokes left for Clip. That's just not going to buy them enough time, I would think. If they have just a split second of EJ getting a knock inside the compound or just forcing them to look the other way, I hope to see Liquid be incredibly fast in reacting to it and just full speed sending it forward to the next set of hay bales. And there comes the first knock in. Knock comes in, flush comes in as well. That is exactly what he needed. Damage has been done, but they looked away. And look at Liquid. They're sprinting. They're sprinting because they got the 3 seconds of time they needed. EB, full speed forward. They go to the next set of hay bales. This is second reaction speed. This is millisecond reaction time from Liquid. And they just got themselves the dot in the final circle because of it.
I mean, it's just goes to show you why Team Liquid year after year finds themselves at these big global events and they do well. It's because they're so smart. They make such good decisions. Nurins somehow gets to this artillery piece and he's going to be able to hang out behind the sandbags, get a heal off. I'm not sure what he has left for utility. Nothing. Okay, he has a first aid and some bandages. He has nothing else outside of that. Now, Attack All Around still has a decent opportunity here, but over to the hay bale is Mexi, spreading around Team Liquid, really wanting to see if they can barricade Attack All Around as best as they can. They do find a deeper part of this circle, and this definitely looks like it could be Team Liquid's round. Nurin's gone, and it is a 4v3 with 10 kills for Liquid.
I mean, it's just so incredible to see now. EB does fall down, making it a 3v3. Let's see if they can stay put here. There's an MK and there's plenty of utility on the side of Attack All Around. They've been playing it very passive. 7 kills have still gone their way. Now let's see Yankov using the ditch to try and make his way further forward. Gets on the side of one. James falls as well once again. Gems active with the MK14 clip. Trying to get up on the hay ball. I didn't even know you could do that. Ooh. Now Yankov finds one more. It's going grim. It's being very, very difficult. 2 down. Clip and Mexi alone. It's a 2v2. Mexi on fire. Gets out of there alive. He needs to really stay put here. They've seen him. They know where he is, but he can't seem to find the knock.
Well, the flanks on both sides fall apart. Now Mexi is down. That Groza getting their money's worth off of that is AAA. Gems and Jayers have Clib surrounded. One on his left, one on his right. He's got to be so careful peeking around to that left-hand side. He's exposing himself. He's going to go for that first aid. Jayers reaching around the corner, finds a different distant angle. They're going to get it. It's going to be Attack All Around, taking the final game of the day.
11 kills going their way, and I mean, a great game for them. They were blessed with the compound for the entirety of the game, but they made great use of it. They did allow for EJ up close. It didn't work again. It didn't work out for them early on, but Gems 2 quick knocks with the MK there when they had to push out. That was what allowed for them to wrap further forward. Great push there. I thought Liquid had it dialed in, but they lose too early in the fight, and Jankov was allowed to push up the right side and get a good angle because of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really nice job there by AAA to really flank out take the fight to Liquid. As much as you want to talk about AAA being a passive team in the early game and such, in the late game they're very proactive when they need to be, and that's what gets them the win in the long run. It's not going to be a huge kill win. I think Liquid shouldn't be disappointed in that game too much. They played extremely well throughout, picked up a lot of kills, and a second place finish is really going to help them in the point standings halfway through this Week 2 weekly finals.
Yeah, I think they felt that they had it too once they got up to the next set of hay bales there. Now I gotta say, I was very, very positively surprised to see Liquid actually managing to pull off that move in time. We could see it, we knew EJ was there, but there's no way, unless if they have some absurd calculations of the kill feed tracking, there's no way they should know that a Freak still had a player alive on that east side of the circle, but they reacted to it instantly and made the move. What a play. Any closing thoughts on you after this game, Paper?
No, I mean, it was just a really fun last match there. I love what I'm seeing from a lot of these teams, Buriram in particular, but really fun first day for these weekly finals for Week 2.
We're halfway through the weekly finals, but before we throw it to the end, we're going to go back to the desk first and hear what they say about that final game.
Thank you very much, guys. We've been waiting for Gems versus Gems, and it turns out that Gems and Attack All Around come out on top with perfect clarity and a phenomenal play to bring home that carrot. Before we go to highlights, I just want you guys to know that if you missed the stream, there's no need to be worried. You can still watch every single bit of this plus all the video content on PUBG's esports official YouTube channel. So if you want to extend your PUBG experience, head over there and take a look. Also, esports map on Twitch is a great way to get more information as it goes on throughout the day. Cross?
A crazy game we got here. Gems might have won the game, but Gems actually won the kills. He had 2 more than Gems. This was a crazy game. Once again, we had a circle going straight towards Pochinki, and we saw something that I really liked from Team Liquid, actually. Even though they didn't win the game, what they're doing is that they're adapting real quick to what the other teams in the lobby is doing. So we saw that 4AM playing the God compound in the previous game, but this time, Team Liquid make sure that they have that on lockdown. They're not letting 4AM to get there at all. And also, of course, towards the end that we saw here, when EJ is actually going to get the knock straight away, that's when Liquid starts moving in. They know this is the time we need to strike at. And you can see, though, that Attack All Around basically did the same. They got the knock, they started moving straight away.
Yeah, and you know, that peak at the very end, you got to give credit where credit is due to Attack All Around. They played that compound beautifully. They racked up quite a bit of kills for them. And additionally, too, I mean, we talked about, like, Team Liquid, their ability to hold that position there on the corner. You know, it was, what, I think 4 teams trying to push in and out of Pochinki. Mixi did have that position right there on the edge of the pipe, and that was a great position for Team Liquid to play. They held the push from Genji, they held the push from Oath, and got, obviously, quite a lot of kills from that to show as well.
Let's take a look at the match results. Attack All Around does get 21 points and 11 kills, but the reality, Frauds, this is the first time today that they have been north of, I believe, 3 kills in a match, so that may be a bit of a struggle for them going forward, where the opposite side, Team Liquid has been on fire today. They have only had 1 finish outside the top 4.
Yeah, great day for Team Liquid, but you can't take anything away from Attack All Around. Even if they only had 1 game above 3 kills, it's all that matters is that they got themselves 21 kills. 21 points with 11 kills. It's a really great game from them.
Let's take a look at those kills and walk us through them, Clover.
Buriram, Edie had a beautiful day today. Obviously 5 kills this match, but there have been proactive each and every game that they have been playing, and this has been such a fun team to watch, the amount of points they put in. But obviously, you know, Noran's again having another great role for day trade there. JR's Janku, AAA, we can't stop talking about that. But I want to point out really quickly, Rello finally up here on the damage. Oath broke that 0 streak here on the last game. They picked up 6 points this match, 5 of which went to kills, and we can see right there the work starting to pay off.
Yeah, phenomenal. A lot of teams came to play, but I'll say this, Froz, Buriram came to go to war. They have been a non-stop aggression boat. I mean, I don't think there were any games, even when they were finishing in like 11th place, that they were getting south of 5 kills. Like, these guys came to put points on the board, and it has been exciting to watch.
I've been super excited to watch Battlegrounds playing this one because we knew they have a problem closing down the games. We've seen it several times getting that second place after being in a 3v1 situation where they couldn't close it down. But they're really great at killing stuff. They're so good at getting those kill points. And they proved that today. They got themselves 33 kills in 5 games here. And the closest ones behind them are TSG and 4AM on 26. So even though they aren't on the top of the leaderboard, they're still towards the top, and they got all those kills. That means that if they keep on doing the same thing tomorrow, we might see them towards the top. We might see them in #1 spot without even a win.
At the very least in the money. I mean, they went out in 6th place with 9 kills. Like, even Dave Trades couldn't take them completely out without losing a little bit. Like, Dave Trade ultimately did win that final push, but it almost cost them everything. These guys are just blowing. I know you've watched them before, Clover, and you sort of talked about this team through the last rounds. What is it about Battlegrounds' style that is making them so ridiculously strong?
I mean, right now, they're just quick to move quick on their feet. We actually saw Battlegrounds kind of take that quick rotation into the trenches there that they ultimately were fighting Day Trade for, and that was such a prime position for them this match, not only against that fight for Day Trade, but for the rest of the teams that were trying to send it across the field. And we saw crash after crash after crash come through, and I think it's this quick thinking now that, you know, before we kind of saw some passive plays where maybe there was a little bit of a hesitation. They didn't quite take the fight when we wanted to, and that gave us a lot of frustration, not only in the ranked matches in the first week, but in the very beginning of week 2. And then something clicked and changed, and now we're seeing them completely commit and follow through to each and every one of these fights, and that's where all of these kills are coming from. And it's just so
it looks
glorious.
like we've got an interview, so let's go to that now.
팀 리퀴드의 4명의 선수 만나보겠습니다. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
일단 이번에도 순조로운 출발을 보이고 계십니다. 좀 소감이 어떤지 이비자 선수에게 물어보고 싶은데요.
So to player Ibiza, it was a really great start to the weekly finals today. How does it feel?
Honestly, we didn't expect to be first because we played all right today in our books. We had a few mistakes, like the Miramar game. Obviously, we could have won the last game, but I don't know, feels all right, I guess.
굉장히 기분은 그냥 괜찮은 것 같고요. 사실 오늘 1위를 할 기대는 하지 않았는데 전략적으로 나름 순조로운 게임이었던 것 같습니다.
미라마에서나 오늘의 마지막 매치에서도 좀 아쉬움이 있었던 것 같은데 마지막 매치에 대한 질문을 좀 해야 할 것 같습니다. 어택 올 어라운드와 분명히 좀 수적으로 좀 유리했던 경기였는데 짐즈가 눕기 시작하면서 약간은 좀 어려워졌어요. 상황이 어땠는지 좀 물어보고 싶어요.
I'm sure you guys had some disappointments in the last game because you didn't manage to win the chicken dinner. When you guys had your 2x2 face-off with attack all around, things got pretty intense. What do you think? What was the situation like when you were knocked out a little bit?
So I will just explain the situation. We knew it was a 4v3. I kind of got knocked, what made it a little bit rough. I should have been knocked there, but they hit some nice shots. I think then one more got knocked, and then it was a 2v2 situation, like you said. They landed a good molly on Maxi, so he was instantly mollied. And then clip at the info, one left, one right. He tried to make the best out of it, but it was pretty rough, and AAA won the game, so well played by them.
상황이 굉장히 그때 좀 어려웠는데 이제 짐지 선수가 그 AA 트리플 어택 컬러 라운드에서 화염병을 굉장히 잘 조준을 해서 이제 2대2 상황이 벌어진 것 같고요. 하지만 오늘 트리플 A가 정말 좋은 경기를 보여준 것 같아서 굉장히 축하의 말 전하고 싶습니다.
네. 클립 선수와도 인터뷰를 좀 이어나가고 싶은데요. 사실 지난주 파이널에도 토요일에는 누적 포인트 1위를 기록하고 있었습니다만 우승은 아프리카 프릭스에게 내줬습니다. 그 순위를 지키지 못한 것에 대한 아쉬움이 굉장히 있으셨을 것 같은데요.
So a question for you. Last week, you guys also managed to come first on the first day of your weekly finals, but you unfortunately didn't maintain that position for the second day. I'm sure that was quite disappointing for you. How was that?
It's obviously disappointing coming into the second day as the leader and not finishing even in the top 4, but we're just going to take the lessons from it and improve.
확실히 아쉬운 점이 굉장히 많았습니다. 1위를 첫날에는 기록했는데 둘째 날에는 4위도 기록을 못했어서 하지만 그로 인해서 실수 같은 거를 감안할 수 있는 기회였던 것 같고 전략을 더 세우게 됐습니다.
전략적인 부분이 또 궁금한데요. 이 팀 리퀴드는 슈퍼롤과 치킨롤에서 어떤 전략적인 좀 차이를 두고 있는지 듣고 싶어요.
And so a question about how you guys strategize for the games. In the weekly survivals and the weekly finals, there's a different set of rules that get applied. How do you guys plan for each?
In the survival stage, we play a bit more passive, while we take a bit more risks in the finals, since you need kill points. That's basically how we do it.
일단 저희가 세우는 거는 위클리 서바이벌에서는 조금 더 이제 마지막까지 버티는 전략을 더 사용하고요. 위클리 파이널에서는 이제 킬 포인트를 얻기 위해서 좀 더 공격적인 전략을 세우게 됐습니다.
짐진 선수와도 좀 인터뷰를 해볼까요? 짐진 선수 지금 굉장히 좀 피곤해 보이는데 내일까지 힘내주셔야 되거든요. 지금 소감이 좀 어떠세요?
So you look a bit fatigued right now, but you have to play the games tomorrow as well. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good. Today was decent. We're just working on the stuff that we want to fix. And yeah, maybe I look a bit tired. We're playing a lot. We've had 3 off days, but it's not technically off days because we always play every day. So yeah, maybe I'm a little bit tired, but it's a good grind.
오늘 경기가 그래도 나름 순조롭게 잘 진행이 돼서 사실 지금 기분은 되게 좋은데 지난 3일 동안 물론 게임이 없어서 쉬는 날이긴 했지만 완전히 쉬지는 못하고 그래도 연습을 계속 해야 됐어서 근데 지금 실수했던 것들을 감안할 수 있는 기회를 잘 얻은 것 같아서 지금 기분은 굉장히 좋습니다.
굉장히 빠르게 치킨을 가져가고 이 3일에 조금 쉬는 시간이 있었기 때문에 체력적인 문제는 없는 것으로 보이는데요. 맥시 선수와도 좀 마지막으로 얘기를 나눠볼까요? 이 중국 팀들 같은 경우에는 굉장히 공격적인 좀 플레이를 하는 성향의 팀들이 많고 또 유럽에서는 조금 버티는 수비적인 플레이를 하는 팀들도 있는데 어떤 스타일이 조금 더 상대하기 까다로운지 맥시 선수의 생각을 좀 듣고 싶습니다.
So the Chinese teams seem to be showing a more offensive, aggressive kind of play, and the European teams seem to have been showing a more defensive kind of play. In your opinion, what style of strategy is hardest to play against?
I don't really know. I don't think it matters. It's all about adapting. So if you have a lot of teams who play aggressive, then you just adapt around that and maybe play a little bit slower. But like you still always just need to know that like these teams might push you at any moment. So you just need to expect those surprises more.
사실 잘 모르겠는 게 일단 그 게임마다 적응하는 게 제일 중요한 것 같고요. 이제 조금 더 공격적인 팀들이 많으면 이제 그거에 맞게 또 적응을 해야 되는 것 같습니다.
이번 주에는 반드시 순위를 지켜야 하는 팀 리퀴드인데요. 내일 경기에 대한 자신감 어느 정도인지 맥시 선수에게 마지막으로 좀 들어볼까요?
And the final question for you. So you guys are definitely going to have to maintain this position for tomorrow as well. How confident are you feeling?
I mean, we're always confident. It's all about just those small mistakes that we keep doing, but we keep fixing them all the time. We know we're the best team in the world already, so we can win all 6 weeks if we just play our normal game. If we don't win, it just means that we play bad.
사실 자신감은 항상 있고요. 저희가 이미 세계 최강의 팀이라는 걸 알고 있기 때문에 그냥 종종 이제 저지르는 작은 실수들만 저희가 고쳐나가면 될 것 같고 걱정 없습니다.
네, 다시 한번 1위 축하드리고요. 인터뷰 고맙습니다. Thank you for the interview, guys. 자, 이렇게 해서 현재까지 누적 포인트 1위를 기록 중인 팀
It wouldn't be a competition if the competitors didn't look exhausted after a day of play, and you gotta respect their mentality. You heard him at the end. Unlike some other teams, they just straight up say, listen, if we don't win, it's because we played bad. You gotta keep that in mind. Let's take a look at the schedule, Fraz, as you unpack that statement. Is that a mature way to look at this game?
There's always gonna be like that. You always gotta playing your best. If not, you're not gonna be winning. Most of the times, of course, it could be other factors as well. But here we go. The winners of today, of course, we have 5 different winners. They're all over the leaderboard right now. All these 5 teams. Team Liquid, they don't have a win yet, but you're gonna see in a bit that they're still on the top though, because they've had a phenomenal day. How they've been able to get all those top 4 positions. Here's the overall standings.
What
yeah, Team Liquid,
a day.
Team Liquid on the top there, but one thing to take away from all of this is look from 1st place on Team Liquid down to 6th place on Genji. It's 6 points between them. And remember, we're playing for the top 4. The top 4 is the ones who's gonna end up with money after tomorrow's games.
I want to step in real quick before I throw it over to you, Clover. I want to point out, great play from the top 3. Buriram is in 4th place, 3 points from the top of this board, and they've never been above top 5, Clover.
No, a phenomenal day. It just shows how much frags and those late game placements are important. I mean, you've got Zenith, Attack All Around, and Virtus Pro outside of the top 4 right now, and those are 3 teams that have won chicken dinners today. And so it just kind of goes to show that even getting a chicken dinner, unlike during the week, is not necessarily a guarantee that you're going to be on the top of the list.
It is still a wide open scoreboard for a lot of teams. Maybe not for the bottom, though I do want to give a shout out for Zeroth getting up to 6 and maybe changing up the narrative just a little bit there. But we'll see if those teams, Gex as well, can continue the climb back into the mid-tier as they move forward here. Guys, that is honestly about it for today. We're back tomorrow with even more action, but you know I love to get closing thoughts from my analysts before we log out for the day. So I'll start with you, Clover. Final thoughts?
You know, I knew we were going to have a really exciting lobby, but these games have been absolutely explosive. We've seen just a big display of carnage, teams being really kind of changing up the meta style just a little bit in the way that they're playing, and I'm just loving this PUBG that we're seeing right now.
It has been beautiful. Fraz, final thoughts?
Let's hope that history doesn't repeat itself. Last weekend, we saw Liquid taking the lead after the first day, but it did not end with them being in the top 4. On top of that, with it being so close on the leaderboard right now, it's still anybody's game. I don't care who you are. We saw it last weekend how STK, they went basically from the bottom to the top in the last 5 games of the last day.
Absolutely anybody's game, and like Liquid said, you got to trust when a team with that kind of pedigree says it. If I lose, it's because it's our fault. That's the name of the game. Teams like Battlegrounds making the most out of every inch that they are given, and you got to show a lot of respect and a lot of love for those. It has been great games today, and I just want to say the true heroes are you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. So much thank you to PUBG as well as the broadcast team for making this possible. And I want to finish with a thought. We saw the prize pool up north of $4.8 million already. Guys, if my memory serves me correctly, that puts us in the top 15 esports events. That is incredibly awesome, and due in large part to you guys for making it happen. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see this continue. I can't wait for the games tomorrow. Be here. You're going to love it too. And until we start again, play more PUBG.